Deep-sea embers. On that day, he stepped through the thick fog and confronted a completely subverted and fragmented world. The old order had vanished. Strange phenomonoms dominated the endless seas beyond civilized society, and isolated island city-states and fleets of ships challenged the sea that had become the last ember of lights for the civilized world. All of this while the shadows of the old days were still stirring in the deep sea, waiting to devour this world that was about to die. Chapter 1. A thick fog that day. The boundless fog rolled thickly outside the window to the point where the outside world seemed to disappear from the other side, leaving only the chaotic, unclear light that somehow managed to penetrate into this house. It's through this dimness that light got maintained in this eerie silence. In the slightly messy single apartment, Zhou Ming was lying at his desk with a long pile of debris sprawled across the surface. His condition could only be described as haggard while he wrote in his diary book. Nothing's changed on the seventh day, and a thick fog had enveloped the outside. I do not know how, but an unknown force locked the window and deprived me of prying it open. The whole room seemed to have been cast into an isolated space by something. I can't contact the outside world either. The electricity got cut off since the beginning, along with the water tap that didn't flow. Strangely, the lights worked, and the computer kept running. I ripped the cord out of the wall to see. As if a slight breeze suddenly blew in from the window, Zhou Ming jerked up from his act of burying into the diary and looked up with those haggard eyes. Unfortunately, the noise was nothing more than his own illusion. There was no change, only the never-ending movement of the lingering fog outside the window and the eerie silence of his isolated dwelling in the apartment. Then his sight fell upon the windowsill where he had left the wrenches and hammers. There are still traces of his attempts in the last 7 days to pry open the glass. But now, these tools are nothing more than mocking evidence of failure. After a few seconds, Zhou Ming's expression became calm again. With this unusual calmness, he lowered his head again and returned to his writing. I am trapped with no clue how to escape. I even thought of tearing apart the roof and walls in the past few days. But after expending all my strength and ideas, I couldn't make so much as a dent in these walls. It's as if the walls were a box, and I'm the mouse trapped inside this box with no way out. The exception being that door. But the situation outside that door, it's even more wrong. Zhou Ming stopped again, slowly examining the handwriting he had left behind on the page before flipping back to the content he had written days ago. These were heavy and suppressed words, meaningless thoughts, irritable graffiti, and awkward jokes written when he forcibly relaxed his mind to avoid going insane. He didn't know the point of writing down these thoughts. In fact, he's never been a habitual diary keeper as a middle school teacher. He's limited in leisure time, so he would rather spend his energy elsewhere when possible. But now, whether he liked it or not, he had a lot of leisure time after finding himself trapped inside the apartment room. It was like an absurd nightmare. Everything in the dream was operating against the laws of nature. Still, one thing's certain: after Zhou Ming exhausted all his means, these were no hallucinations nor dreams, but a world that's no longer normal, with him being the only normal thing here. After taking a deep breath, his eyes finally landed on the only door at the end of the room. Made of an ordinary cheap softwood coated with a thin layer of white paint, the door handles were polished from years of use and slightly crooked from age. This was the only thing that could be opened, the only way out of here. If this enclosed, alienated room was like a cage, then the most vicious thing about this cage was that it retained a door that could be pushed open at any time, luring the prisoner towards a particular predetermined path. But this outside wasn't somewhere Zhou Ming wanted to be. There are no old but intimate corridors, no sunny streets and vibrant crowds, and nothing familiar to oneself. Instead, there's only a strange and disturbing exotic land mixed in with an inescapable dilemma awaiting him over there. But Zhou Ming knew that time was running out for himself, and the so-called choice never existed from the very beginning. Simply said, he's running out of food rations with the last of the bottled water mostly drained. If he doesn't head over to the other side of that door, then even the last glimmer of hope would be gone. Perhaps it's not so bad. The answer to this supernatural phenomenon might be over there as well if he looked hard enough. Zhou Ming took a light breath before lowering his head again to write the last few paragraphs in the diary. But regardless, the only option now is to go across the door. At least there is some food to eat on that weird ship, and my exploration and preparations in the last few days are enough to let me survive on that ship. Though limited, it's still better than nothing. Finally, to the latecomers, if I don't come back, and someone like a rescue worker in the future really opens this room and sees this diary, please don't take all that I have written here as an absurd story. It really happened. Although it sounds all too spooky and surreal, there really was a man named Zhou Ming that got trapped inside this crazy and isolated space in time. I did my best in this diary to describe the anomalies I saw, and I recorded all the efforts I made to get out of here. If there are any latecomers, please at least remember my name, at least remember all this that has happened. Zhou Ming closed the diary, threw away the pen into the holder, and slowly stood up from the messy desk. It's time to leave, before he falls into utter desperation and passivity. But after a short thought, instead of going straight to the only door that led to the outside world, he went straight to his bed. Confronting that strange world behind the door required the best of him, and the current mental state he was in no way good enough. Zhou Ming didn't know if he could fall asleep, but even if he forced himself to lie in bed and emptied his brain, it was better than going to the opposite side in a state of mental exhaustion. 8 hours later, Zhou Ming opened his eyes again. Outside the window, there was still that chaotic fog, and the day and night skylight carried a spooky air of oppressiveness. Zhou Ming directly ignored the situation outside the window. Taking out the last of his remaining rations, he ate everything within 8 minutes and then came before a dressing mirror in the corner of the room. The man in the mirror still had messy hair, a haggard face, and no temperament to speak of. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming didn't look away because he wanted to imprint this image into his own head. After a long and eternal few minutes, he murmurs to the self-reflection, "Your name is Zhou Ming, at least on this side, your name is Zhou Ming. Always keep this in mind and never forget this." After that, he turned and left. Coming to the door that was all too familiar, Zhou Ming took in a deep breath and placed his hand on the door handle. He didn't carry anything extra on him, neither food nor self-defense gear aside from the experience he gained from the previous explorations, the reason being he couldn't bring anything even if he wanted to. The door wouldn't allow it. With a twist and audible click, he pushed open the door and revealed the black squirming mist behind the wooden barrier. It's a curtain of blackish grey, contracting and retracting like a living creature. Regardless of how he thought of the fog, battering waves could already be heard in his ears, followed closely by the salty scent of the ocean as he walked past the safety threshold of his room. Whatever brief momentary dizziness he had dissipated under the shaking from his feet. He's currently standing on an expansive wooden deck devoid of company and a towering sailing mast looming under those dark stormy clouds. It's the open ocean, but the water was dark and undulating with no end in sight. Looking down to examine his new body on this side, Zhou Ming found it to be buffer than what he last recalled. Though bony like a skeleton, it's a suitable match for the exquisite captain's uniform that he had on, as well as the black flintlock pistol of classical design hanging from his waist. But what he wore didn't matter, the main concern was himself. Was this really the him that he knew? Chapter 2. The Captain of the Vanished. This is not the first time Zhou Ming had passed through this door to the opposite side. Since a few days ago, after he found himself trapped in his room by some freaky phenomenon, he's been coming through to seek help since it's the only exit presented before him. He still remembered the first time the door opened. It was the same wooden plank deck, the exact change to his body, and the courage he mustered to explore this side several times for help. But try as he might, no answer came, nor does he understand the strangeness of this ghost ship connected to the door. Nevertheless, he's at least gained some experience to get a preliminary understanding of this vessel. Like the previous times, Zhou Ming used the shortest time possible to rid himself of the dizzying grog of crossing over. Then he checked the condition of this body for the first time and the gun hanging from his waist. Everything's like he left it from the last visit. It seems my body will seamlessly switch every time I pass through the door. If only I could place a camera on this side to see what happens. That way I can confirm whether this body will change too when I go back. Shame, the objects of the two worlds aren't interchangeable. Oh well, at least I know I did walk into the fog and not just drop unconscious from my apartment according to the recording on that side. Zhou Ming muttered to straighten his theories. He knew talking to himself on the open deck would appear weird to an outsider, but who's to mock him anyways? There's not a soul in sight on this ghost ship, and this was his way of proving he's still alive. As the salty breeze blew across the deck and hit his blue and black uniform of unknown material, Zhou Ming sighed softly and turned around to face the door again. Placing his hand on the doorknob to turn it again, he pushed it inward to reveal the greyish-black fog from which he came. Beyond this was the familiar apartment that he's lived in for so long. But he didn't go through it this time. Instead, he closed the door and pulled it back to reveal the captain's quarter. Inside was a dimly lit cabin with exquisite tapestries hanging from the walls, a shelf with multiple ornaments, and a large mapping table at the center footed by a burgundy carpet. That's how the door worked. By pushing it open, it would lead you back to the apartment while pulling leads into the captain's room, the latter being the supposed norm. After entering the captain's quarter, he habitually looked to the left, where a person's high mirror was fixed to the wall next to him. There, reflected clearly, was the current appearance of Zhou Ming. It was a tall man with thick black hair, a short and majestic beard, deep eye sockets, and a look that demanded respect. Despite already over 40, his manly appearance blurred his actual age so one might mistake him for someone younger. Loosening the scruff around his neck, he went ahead and made a silly face in the mirror. Sadly, his temperament with this new self wasn't working. Rather than being friendly-looking, he's more like a psychopathic serial killer. While Zhou Ming was performing these silly gestures, a slight clicking sound came from the direction of the mapping table. Without surprise, he saw the familiar goat-headed wooden statue on the table turning to face him. Little by little the inanimate wooden block seemed to come alive at this moment, and the obsidian eyes embedded in the wooden face glimmered with light. The panicked memories of the first time he saw this strange scene flashed through his mind again, but Zhou Ming only cocked the corner of his mouth into a grin. He knows what's coming, and sure enough, a gloomy and hoarse voice came from the wooden mouth. Name? Duncan, Zhou Ming said calmly, Duncan Abnemar. The voice of the wooden goat's head instantly changed from hoarse and gloomy to warm and friendly. Good morning, Captain. It is good to see that you still remember your name. How are you feeling today, and how are you doing today? Did you sleep well last night? I hope you had a good dream. Today is a good day to set sail. The sea is calm, the wind is right, the temperature cool and comfortable, and there are no annoying naval fleets around. Captain, you know a noisy crew. You're noisy enough. Although it was not the first time he had dealt with this strange goat head, Zhou Ming still felt a shiver run through his spine at the moment. Finally, shooting a glare at the thing, he speaks through gritted teeth, quiet. Oh, of course, Captain. You like the quietness, and as your loyal first and second mate and lead sailor and normal sailor and scout, I know this very well. There are many benefits to being quiet, and there was once a medical field, or philosophy field or architecture field. Zhou Ming suddenly felt a migraine coming up on his temple as it throbbed from this incessant yapping. My meaning is, I'm ordering you to be quiet. The goat's head finally quieted down as soon as the word order came out. Breathing a sigh of relief, he stepped up to the mapping table and sat down on the chair. He's now the captain of this empty ghost ship. Duncan Abnemar was an unfamiliar name and an even more foul-mouthed surname. So why does he know this detail? No idea. That's something this body knew the first time he crossed over. Over here, Duncan was on a long journey with most of the details a missing blank. He did get the distinct feeling that he was on some grand sailing plan but knew next to nothing about the so-called plan or where it was headed. As for the actual ship owner, the real Duncan Abnemar seemed to have died a very long time ago. So what exactly was happening with him? Think of a person being imprinted with an impression. Instinct told Zhou Ming there's a big problem behind the identity of Captain Duncan, especially in the presence of the supernatural phenomena, the talking wooden goat head, on this ship. However, he didn't have much choice in the matter. Not only does the goat head would try to confirm his identity whenever he crosses over, but the ship itself would also occasionally do the same. This measure could only be described as insidious by the real owner. It didn't help either when the goat head on the mapping table looked like some sort of evil gargoyle from the old stories. But with the cons aside, the ship was quite amiable if he endured the Duncan Abnemar name. It's not like any of the stuff here looked very intelligent anyways. Zhou Ming, perhaps Duncan, now ended his brief contemplation in memory lane and unfolded the chart on the mapping table. There were no identifiable routes, markers, or land on the chart, not even an island. On its rough and thick parchment surface, there were instead large patches of grey-white blobs that were constantly churning and undulating to obscure the original routes mapped on the map. However, there's one image on it that didn't get muddled up: the silhouette of a ship looming in the thick fog. Duncan, Zhou Ming, has not much experience in setting sail using the old techniques, but even the dumbasses of modern society would know a normal chart couldn't look like this. Apparently, like the wooden goat head on the table, the chart was some kind of supernatural object. It was just that Duncan hadn't yet summed up its use. Seemingly noticing the captain's attention had finally focused on the chart, the goat's head, which had been quiet for a long time on the table, moved again. It started to make clicking sounds like wood rubbing against wood. At first it was still restrained, but that promptly reached the point of being unendurable, of vibrating like a sex toy. Fine, say it. Duncan was afraid this seizuring darn thing would put the table on fire at this rate. Yes, Captain, I repeat, today is a good day to set sail, and the Vanished is waiting for your orders as always. Are we going to raise the sails? Chapter 3 The Captain of the Vanished. The hard, black face of the wooden goat head stared up at Duncan and gleamed with an unnerving sense of expectations in those obsidian eyes that's despite not being able to show emotions. This wasn't the first time the statue had urged him to set sail. In fact, the goat-headed figurine had done so every time he came here. It's unsettling and painful because there's always a silent murmuring from the ship to do the same. It's one reason he always returned to the apartment and didn't stay longer. Duncan didn't utter a word for a while as he darkly contemplated the issues at hand. There are two problems he has to resolve if he wants to set sail. First, he was the only one on the darned ship and manning this giant behemoth himself was out of the question. As a wind-sailed ship, Duncan roughly estimated the Vanished at 150 to 200 meters in length, meaning it takes no less than a few dozen experienced sailors to man or 100 inexperienced ones to figure out. Second, stripping out the professional factors mentioned above, another critical problem stood in the way of his voyage. He didn't know how to drive a ship anyways, regardless of how giddy the man-child in him was behaving at the prospect. Duncan could perhaps ask the goat for advice on using the steering wheel, but the prospect of the endless yapping coming out of that mouth gave him anxiety attacks. Then again, he didn't need to ask. Perhaps by fate or some supernatural will, the goat head took the initiative to speak. "Captain, do you have any concerns? If you are worried about the Vanished, rest assured that the ship is always ready to sail with you to the ends of the world. Or are you worried the voyage will be inauspicious? I know a little about divination, but what type do you believe in? Celestial signs, incense reading, and crystals are all okay too. Speaking of crystals, you remember." Duncan struggled to hold his inner urge to strangle the head right there and then. With suppressed annoyance, "I'll assess the situation first up on the deck. You be quiet and stay here." "As you wish, Captain. But I must remind you that the Vanished has been drifting blindly for far too long. You must take charge of it as soon as possible to get the voyage back on track," the goat head said before returning to its normal posture following a wood-rubbing sound. Peace instantly returned to Duncan's world in that second. Breathing a sigh of relief, the throbbing resonance in his brain gradually subsided as he picked up the flintlock handgun from the table and walked out of the captain's room. The rather old-looking flintlock gun he found while exploring the ship was accompanied by a one-handed sword currently hanging from his waist. They gave him confidence in moving about on the vessel. Although there weren't anyone alive here in the last few days he explored. Talking items excluded, of course. The salty sea breeze hitting Duncan's face somewhat calmed his irritable mood as he subconsciously looked up to the sky. Thick clouds as far as the eye could see, no sun, no moon or stars, only a looming black cloud that never dissipates on this endless ocean. For a while, he wondered if there's ever been such a thing as a normal weather in this world at all. Then swinging around to face the captain's quarter again, Duncan saw a line inscribed on the beam above the door. He didn't recognize the letters, but once his gaze fixed on that line, he directly understood its meaning. The Door of the Lost. The Door of the Lost. The Vanished, Duncan muttered to himself, this ship has a suitable name. He then strode around and up the stairs at the edge, leading to the stern's upper deck. This part of the wooden platform had the broadest view and the black steering wheel for the helmsman. This caused a frown to form on Duncan's face. For some reason, he's got this senseless urgency to do something at the sight of the black steering wheel. This didn't happen before, only this time. As if in response to the anxiety in his heart, an unexplained, chaotic wind blew across the deck, and the initially calm sea around him was instantly flooded with waves. Although this wind and wave did not impact the huge Vanished, Duncan was nevertheless on alert. The next second, he was staring forward at the ship's bow in surprise. There, between the chaotic and hazy ocean, an endless wall of white suddenly materialized out of thin air and caused him to pop his eyes in shock. This whiteness surrounded and isolated this world. Like a cliff connecting heaven and earth, this strange phenomenon reminded him of the same murky fog from his apartment. Worst of all, the Vanished was driving itself towards the fog. Duncan didn't know what this whiteness did or what was in the depths of it, but he instinctively sensed danger with the firm notion he didn't want to go there. Subconsciously rushing over to spot where the wheel was, he wanted to do something, anything. Unfortunately, a sense of great helplessness gripped his figure once he got to the helm. He still didn't know how to drive this ship. Then when he least expected it, a familiar voice came from the copper pipe next to the wheel. It's connected to the captain's quarter down below, where the goat head sat, and its tone was unusually unnerved and frantic. "Captain, there is a border collapse up ahead, and we are approaching the limits of reality. Please adjust the course now." Listening to the frantic voice of the goat head, Duncan almost broke out yelling. He wouldn't be standing here acting all helpless if it was so easy to adjust course. There's no one else to help him, for God's sake. Then he realized something, which only made him even sadder. Forget about adjusting course, the truth was, those masts in front of him were nothing but poles without a single sail. For the first time in days, he had voluntarily placed his hand on the steering wheel in acceptance. Under these strange and dire circumstances, he had no energy left to resist the urging that constantly haunted his sanity. But then in his blank state of hollowness, a great something incredible happened on this ghost ship. The sound of a mountainous roaring exploded inside Duncan's mind. As if tens of thousands of cheering men were standing on the shore to send him off for the maiden voyage, he got a strange notion that he was no longer alone but surrounded by working sailors on board shouting out commands in the captain's name. Even weirder, he could hear the iconic merry pirate song in his ear. Yo-ho, yo-ho, a pirate's life for me. We pillage, we plunder, we rifle and loot. Drink up, me eardies, yo-ho. We kidnap and ravage and don't give a hoot. Drink up, me eardies, yo-ho. While his mind tried to wrap around the strange phenomenon, something weirder occurred. A green flame caught his attention from the edge of his vision. Looking down, it was coming from his palm that's holding the steering wheel of the Vanished. Then before he knew it, the small blob of ghostly fire had spread across his whole body. Under this satanic ritual, his flesh and blood transformed, turning hollow and illusory, and his uniform became worn and ragged like it's soaked in the sea for hundreds of years. He's not even human anymore, but a ghost captain with coursing flames as blood and flesh, with a skeletal figure of unquenchable death. Yet, despite the change, he did not feel the slightest pain from his loss. Rather, his perception widened as the ghost fire continued to sweep across the ship. First the helm, then over deck, then across the mast to form intertwined netted sails to give life to this vessel. The Vanished has finally started sailing again, continuing on its long voyage with an unknown destination. Chapter 4. Ship of the Spirit World. It turns out Duncan didn't need a crew at all, because as long as he, the captain, was at the helm, the Vanished could set sail at any time. Of course, he did get briefly frightened by the ghostly green flame as it rose into the air and started doing weird things, but that fear paled in comparison to the thought of not gaining control. So, his hand turned into a death grip around the wheel and refused to let go. He's not stupid. Duncan had figured out by now the green flame was some kind of harmless force. Whether or not he could recover his body later was a question for later. But at least for now, the flame was helping him, and he needed it badly. Soon, the tsunami of cheers faded, and Duncan found his mind in a state of absolute clarity, with the ship becoming an extension of himself. Although he still didn't have the knowledge and experience of a qualified captain, controlling the Vanished to move as he pleased was no longer an issue. First, he tried turning the wheel and got real feedback from the force inside his head. It was telling him the hull had begun turning as he intended. However, the speed at which the Vanished was turning didn't seem to be enough, and that got reaffirmed by the screeching cry of the goat head through the copper pipe next to himself. Attention, we are fast approaching the limit of reality, we're about to fall into the spiritual world. Captain, we need. I'm doing it. Duncan yelled and cut off the goat head's cry. Instead of making noise down below, how about you think of something to help? The goat head went momentarily quiet, but just when Duncan thought the other party had finally stopped, the copper pipe suddenly came back with a hoarse and somewhat creepy cheer. Fight! 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 Duncan! Talk about having reality crash down on his head. Duncan could accept coming to a ghost ship, becoming a ghost captain, and being stewed by a ghostly green fire, but what's this, cheerleading? The goat head had always given him a dangerous and spooky feeling like that of an evil gargoyle, but now that creepy and scary figurine just became a lala, pom-pom cheerleader? But the fast approaching fog didn't give Duncan time or chance to think about it. Although the Vanished had begun to turn rapidly, it was still no match for the gaining fog on their rear, and soon, the fog had enveloped the area surrounding the ship. Something strange was definitely taking place in the surrounding environment at that moment. The sky had become particularly dim, and the original blue sea water had now been riddled with wisps of black lines entangling itself like a hairnet. Before long, the blue water had turned into a sea of black water as countless shadowy things emerged. We have fallen into the spirit world. The loud and eerie cheering from the goat stopped then. Instead, it had become mixed up with a spooky cohort of other voices in the background. But the Vanished isn't completely lost. Captain, take the helm before we sink further into the deep sea. If we maintain course, then the Vanished can still get out. The premise is that I know where to go. Duncan growled menacingly due to the crackling green flames mixed into his voice. I've lost my sense of direction. Intuition, Captain, intuition. The voice of the goat head shouted through the copper pipe again, your intuition is more accurate than the markings on the chart. A feeling of powerlessness surged into his heart. Duncan had no extra strength left to argue with an evil goat head. Since the figurine said he had to rely on intuition, then he might as well get reckless. Following the last tinge of intuition, before the fog blinded his view, he grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and turned it as hard as he could in the direction he believed. From top to bottom, the Vanished issued out a long series of stressing sounds from the hull as the vessel drove in an arc across the Black Sea. Then suddenly, as the wind howled and the fog swirled around him, Duncan's eyes caught the emerging glimpse of something. It was a ship, a white vessel that looked smaller than the Vanished with a dark chimney in the middle of the hull. As it so happens, the two vessels were on a perfect collision course with one another. Duncan's inner curse words, motherfucking chicken dinner. I'm going to sink inside the spirit world. He had explored this strange world for so long without seeing a living soul, yet he does so that he could die by crashing at sea? What are the odds? As the wind howled and the waves raged, the boundless sea unleashed its terrifying might upon this world. In the face of this natural and mighty force, all would feel minuscule before it. For the unfortunate enough like the White Oak to be the bearer of bad news, the ship was currently being squeezed of its last ounce of power from those steam turbines to fight against what would ultimately be death if they failed. The grey-haired captain, Lawrence Creed, stood in the wheelhouse of the White Oak. Despite the sturdy walls and glass windows around him, these superficial barriers did not give him any sense of security. Instead, he could hear the whining stress of mechanical gears battering against one another, which worried him as he gripped the wheel. Even worse, the ever-encroaching fog on top of the enormous waves frightened him. The White Oak was the most advanced steamship in the current world, but even the most advanced machinery could only ensure the ship survived the normal sea. Beyond the murky fog, ahead was what they called the border of reality, the unknown in which evil gods lurked. Captain! The pastor can't hold on anymore. The first mate's mournful shouts came from the side. Lawrence could hear the slightly muffled echo from the other's voice, indicating something was awfully going wrong. Then looking forward to where the prayer table had been set up, an ominous purple-black flame had burst forward from the incense, and the honorable cleric they brought along for the journey was frothing in the mouth. The guy was not well, and the nosebleeds and shivering only meant he was fighting whatever foul taint was invading his soul. Captain! The first mate's voice came from the side again but got cut off by Lawrence's following order. Temporarily close the holy emblem marker. We'll dive into the spirit world. The first mate was momentarily stunned, and the man who had spent half his life at sea seemed unable to believe his ears. Captain! Sink into the spirit world. We can spend 10 minutes there and escape the fiercest wave of the border collapse. This will give our priest a chance to recover. Lawrence ordered again with a commanding voice, obey my orders, now. The first mate's jaw moved but then gritted his teeth and complied, yes, Captain. The crew began to carry out the orders in quick and precise strides, leaving Lawrence to get a breather and focus on the big picture. The sense of protection from the holy relic had started to recede following his order, and they were quickly sinking into the spirit world, a space between reality and the deep sea. It was dangerous to do this, but historically, there are cases of ships returning from that place. As a member of the Explorers Association, he had read numerous texts on the subject and various survival guides written by survivors to prove it possible. How bad could it be, right? He only needed to let the White Oak dodge the storm at the edge of the spirit world and then use the surging power output of the advanced steam turbine to carry out a thrilling spirit drift. Then, if luck still cared for him, he could lead his crew back to the human world. Afterward, he only needs to hand over the damn Anomaly 099 in storage to the officials of the city-state of Planned. From then on, he swore he would never get mixed up with this business again. Things couldn't get worse. Lawrence tries to comfort himself by muttering this until he sees the three-masted galleon larger than the White Oak. The other ship had suddenly emerged on the surface of the sea, and it was charging head-on into them like an indomitable beast. Chapter 5. Intertwined. At this moment, everyone aboard the White Oak would describe what they saw as something they would never forget in a lifetime. It was an old and majestic three-masted warship in an age when steamships were no longer unusual. The old-styled galleon that emerged from the thick fog was a thing out of an old oil painting. Burning green flames spanned across the wooden hull, and the sails were so overpowering and ghostly that they struck a chord of the undead kind. "We're going to crash!" some crew member shouted. They are not one to shy away from danger, but this was too much for their mortal souls. While most ran around like headless chickens looking for a place to hide, some stayed and grasped onto whatever they could find. However, a few had begun to pray and chant to the storm goddess Gamana or the lord of death Bartok. In this boundless sea, the blessings of the gods may have waned, but only the power of these two gods granted some form of protection for their souls. But not all the crew members were losing their cool. The first mate had set his eyes on the captain, someone whom he trusted the most. Dangers always accompanied the endless sea, and in dire situations like these, the captain's experience always determined the life and death of its crew. Since Captain Lawrence had over 30 years of experience, he's the best bet anyone could make. Unfortunately, to the first mate's disappointment, there's only fear and shock on the captain's face right now. Acting as if he's completely unaware of the danger coming at the White Oak, the old captain stared so hard at the emerging galleon that he nearly snapped off the wheel. It's the Vanished. Ca. Captain. The first mate got startled by the name. Like everyone who made a living on the sea, he's heard many stories from older and more superstitious sailors. What did you just say? That. The Vanished. Captain Lawrence did not seem to hear his first mate's cry and continued to stare ahead. By the time he regained any semblance of control, the White Oak had already ploughed into the Vanished. Almost all the sailors screamed, but the expected earth-shattering crash did not come. Instead, the burning green ship of ghostly nature directly went into the White Oak's body and intertwined with each other. This naturally drew wide eyes from the crew, who were still trembling all over from the contact. Lawrence also watched this happen, but when his eyes caught sight of his first mate in front of himself, the man had transformed into an ethereal body as the flame engulfed the guy. As for the priest next to the praying table, the flames didn't consume the cleric, but instead bounced off the flickering white blessing protecting him. Then the flames devoured the old captain as well. A powerful sense of weariness, obedience, and fear filled his whole body. This activated the protective sea charm he prepared ahead of time, allowing Lawrence to maintain some part of his sanity while he passed through the moving ghost ship's hull and cabins. There were ancient wooden pillars of burning green fire in there, rotten ropes and barnacles, and a vast storage room housing all sorts of strange things that should have been lying deep under the sea. But things changed when he entered the captain's quarter of the Vanished. It was luxurious by any standards, but the wooden goat head figurine ruined any sense of wealth with its ominous presence. Twisted and glowing, the goat head stared indifferently into Lawrence's eyes like it was watching prey. Eventually, Lawrence couldn't take it any more from the intense glare and flinched upwards. That's when the two captains met. Tall and cursed looking as one might expect, Duncan was still holding the steering wheel of the Vanished with his imposing self of ghostly nature. The old Lawrence knew this was it. Closing his eyes in resignation, the old sailor understood the Vanished had come for its booty, and they were that prize. You don't have to take everyone away. Take me and let my crew go. He shot open his eyes and mustered enough courage to make any parent proud. But the tall ghostly figure did not answer him but instead cast a curious gaze at whatever small mortal captain whom dared to bargain with himself. They all have wives and children. Lawrence shouts in desperation. The flaming undead finally reacted and began to move that jaw like it was saying something. Unfortunately, the loud whistling wind around them had utterly overtaken the sentence in the ears of the mortals. What did you say? The wind is too strong for me to hear. The next second, a loud noise blasted into Lawrence's ears, mixed in with the wind and cries of the sailors outside. Finally, it's over, the green flame had faded away under the afterglow of the light, and the remaining hull of the Vanished had dissipated into the murky fog behind the White Oak. Gasping at the release, Lawrence immediately checked his body and found everything had returned to normal. The flesh that burned off had returned, and the priest lying next to the praying table was still breathing heavily. They're all alive. Captain! The ship, the Vanished is gone. The first mate yelled with an incredible voice. Lawrence was distracted and delayed his response. Did he let us go? The first mate didn't hear him clearly and asked again, Captain? What did you say? That Captain Duncan, Lawrence muttered subconsciously but then slapped himself as if he had accidentally mentioned some forbidden word. Jerking up to face his first mate, fast, roll call the entire crew. I want to see who's missing from the White Oak. The first mate immediately nodded and was ready to carry out the order when Lawrence added another sentence, and make sure to see if there's anyone extra on the ship. The first mate got taken aback by the second half but promptly understood with intense fear in those eyes. He kept whispering the storm goddess's name while he turned for the deck and rang the gathering bell. Chapter 6 Missing Cargo. While the sailors assembled with their chaotic footsteps, Lawrence and his second mate first went ahead to help the priest up into a better position. Then looking out the window, the old captain saw they were still in the thick of the fog and far from safety. Nevertheless, the sight of that terrifying ghost ship being gone was enough to satisfy him for now. Next, he must determine exactly what the Vanished took from the White Oak or what it left behind. And it must be determined as shortly as possible. He simply did not dare to let the ship back into the real world without ruling out all the hidden dangers there are things, if brought, would cause catastrophic damage to the real world. On the contrary, he also didn't want to extend their stay in the spirit world lest there be an irreversible effect on his crew. Eventually the noise from above deck brought him back from his thoughts. Looking up to examine the holy cleric and the incense burner, he asks with concern in his voice, "Mr. Ron, how stable are we right now?" The priest heaved incessantly as he coughed like those who's been stricken with illness. Then taking out a compass from his chest pocket, the priest etches some sort of sacred symbol with his finger at the air and silently chants a spell to make the arrow spin until it stops at a certain position. We're floating somewhere in between the surface and the spirit world, slightly closer to the real world so the influence of the depths is minimal. The priest then got all confused after staring down at the compass arrow. Strange, we are completely stable here despite the relic being turned off. We're not sinking at all. Oomph. Maybe the collision of the Vanished actually knocked us onto a safe route. Lawrence shook his head with a wry smile, trying to enliven the mood with a bad joke. I heard there are some delicate balance points in the spirit world that can keep us from being pulled into the deeper parts. Mr. Captain, this joke is bad even for you, said the priest with a grin before breaking out in more wheezing coughs. In any case, what happened today must be reported to the church. The appearance of the Vanished is no small matter. There have been sightings of the Vanished for decades in the past, but never have we been able to confirm it like this. Oh, bless the goddess for keeping us safe. Captain, you and your crew need to be psychologically prepared for when we return to planned. None of you will be able to sail again in the near future. You do not need to remind me, Mr. Ron. I understand the authorities and the church will not want a ship that suffered the visit of the Vanished to leave their sight so quickly. For the safety of all, I intend to make a report to both parties and the Explorers Association. Alas, I also need to make a report to my terrible wife. I'm sure she will have quite the tongue lashing for me when I get back. Captain Lawrence pressed his forehead hard, and after a long sigh he waved the pain away. Without further ado, you need to rest now, and until we return to port, this ship needs the blessing of the goddess. The priest nodded at that, and soon the first mate had returned to the cabin as well. There are no missing aboard, and there are no new people, the first mate reported as soon as they met without waiting for the captain's question. I personally examined the sailors assembled on deck and went to the boiler room to check the mechanics who remained there. They could all accurately pronounce the names of the gods they believed in. Not a single one. Lawrence's eyes widened in surprise. This should have been good news, but he couldn't believe things would be so well. What about the holy relic? The relic is functioning as normal, the first mate nodded at once. The navigator is preparing incense and essential oils for burning. We await your orders, Captain. Lawrence listened in disbelief and once again couldn't stop muttering. Did he really spare our ship? Good luck is in our favor, Captain. The first mate spreads his hands. We didn't lose anyone. Perhaps that ghost captain only happens to pass by and our encounter is an accident. Do you believe this yourself? Lawrence immediately glanced at his first mate with a face. If good luck really favors us, we wouldn't have met at all. Halfway through his words, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded outside before the cabin door swung open. A sweaty sailor promptly came before Lawrence with a look of dread. Captain! Anomaly 099 is missing. There was an instant silence in the cab, and everyone was looking at each other. Somehow though, Lawrence only got a sense of relief at this news. This is too great. We've finally found the problem on the ship. But then he controlled the expression on his face and strode out the cabin with his first mate at the wheel. The old captain must confirm this immediately as he led the way forward to the deepest part of the steamship. Soon, a special cabin came before their eyes. The door of this cabin had dense occult symbols engraved on the frame, and the whole piece seems to be forged from black iron. The whole setup acted like a closed-off cage meant to preserve whatever's held inside. Lawrence first confirmed there was no damage to the symbols on the door, then looked up again towards the relic room one level above this one. This arrangement was to make sure the content of 009 wouldn't pollute the rest of the ship and drag them deep into the sea. But it was in such an arrangement where both barrier and insurance remained intact that the critical cargo escorted by the White Oak went missing. Lawrence inhaled deeply and unsealed the lock, pushing the heavy iron door inward with force. Inside the sealed room, the lights were bright, and the gas lamps hanging on the 4 columns illuminated the center with no blind spots to see. Yet, the goods that should have been here had disappeared, leaving only a few crisscrossing chains and some grey-white ashes scattered on the surrounding floorboard. The lead deckhand's voice spoke from behind, according to the seal requirements of Anomaly 099. The room was always lit, and every 2 hours, a crew member would come in to reinforce the chains around the coffin and sprinkle ashes on the floor. But when the ghost ship appeared, because of the chaos, the sailor who was supposed to be on duty did not enter the room in time. It was almost 7 minutes late when we discovered 099's disappearance. Just 7 minutes won't cause that thing to get out of control. The seals we placed here aren't for decoration. At worst, the coffin would only be able to move about in the room. Lawrence frowned and shook his head. We know it's missing for sure and has left the ship. This is not the fault of the sailor. The deckhand appears a little nervous. Then your meaning is? It must be the vanished, Lawrence said in a deep voice, and the captain took Anomaly 099 with him. Speaking of this, he paused and sighed softly, perhaps we should be thankful that the vanished only wanted that thing only and didn't take any of our lives. The deckhand met his captain's gaze, then around the empty seal room, he finally spoke with hesitancy, but, how will we tell the authorities that we lost their important cargo? Lawrence didn't get fazed by the mention and patted the man's shoulder. The vanished is a natural disaster, and we have maritime insurance. Does the insurance company pay for this? If they won't, then we will ask the Explorers Association to issue a new bounty for the vanished. Captain, aren't you a little? Shut up. Chapter 7 Doll. After confirming from the goat head that the vanished had left the dangerous sea and could sail on its own, Duncan took his hand off the dark and heavy wheel and turned to examine himself. His body had regained its flesh, and the deck restored to its original state without the green flame. But in a mysterious and inexorably way, he felt that many things were different now. He could feel that something had changed the moment he grasped the helmsman of the vanished, that the green flame had connected him to the ship and even to the sea itself. Take the floorboards beneath his feet for example, it's become a part of him, an extension of his feet. Closing his eyes slowly, Duncan taps into his newfound extensions for a swing. He could still hear the creepy murmurs of nothingness coming from the vanished, the newly lit white embers of flame in the captain's quarter, and the battering waves against the ship's hull. However, he discovered one thing that wasn't there before, a sense of being watched by some dark shadows. When he tried to locate where this was coming from, the other side immediately backed away and disappeared. Opening his eyes again, he heaves a soft sigh and summons up the ghostly sails on the mast. From this point forwards, he's truly become the ship's captain. There's no turning back after he made the decision to helm the wheel. Captain, we are floating up from the edge of the spirit world and will soon return to the real world. The voice of the goat head came from the side, but it was not through the copper pipe used for communication on the ship but directly inside Duncan's mind. Thankfully the goat stopped being so annoying when talking about serious businesses. Our luck is quite good. The deepest we went was at the bottom of the spirit world, so the ship isn't affected in any way. The real world, the spiritual sea, the deep sea, and the subspace that seems to be even deeper than the previous 3. Duncan didn't know what these strange words were exactly, nor did he know their true meaning, only that it's popping up in his head and an indication of what was happening in this world. Nevertheless, one thing's certain in Duncan's mind. Whenever the goat head called himself captain, the attitude from the gargoyle figurine changed. Though subtle, but changed. In fact, Duncan was so certain that if he revealed himself to be Zhou Ming right now, a man from another world, the goat head would still obey his orders regardless of the truth. But after a little hesitation, he backed down and didn't want to test this theory, nor did he ask the goat about the spirit world, deep sea, and subspace. Sure, a few days ago, he was anxious and uneasy about being here, but the situation no longer made him insecure and worried. For one thing, there are other people in this world, other ships, and other civilizations. This gave him hope and a vague idea for his future plans. That ship was mechanically powered, and the vanished is more like an old-styled sail galleon warship from the previous era. Duncan muttered to himself and began brainstorming, but not entirely mechanical either. There are some cabins of unknown significance on that ship, and the cabins were arranged as if they were some kind of sacrificial site with many strange patterns and symbols etched along the walls. Goat head, Duncan said suddenly inside his brain. He did not know the goat head's name, so he called this out subconsciously. When I was passing through that ship just now, the man who looked like a captain shouted at me. What did he say? The goat's head seemed indifferent to being addressed in such a manner and gladly accepted the name. The wind and waves are too big to hear clearly. You didn't hear either. Duncan frowned. I get the feeling from his expression that he's ready to die a tragic death with me or something. It must have been really important for him to call out to me at that moment. It's normal for humans to react in that manner before you, Captain. This is especially true for sailors, so it's no surprise. Don't worry, Captain, a tree need not heed the cries of a grasshopper. The goat head replied as if it were a matter of course, but Duncan almost tripped over from the news. Wanting to die with me is a normal reaction for humans. He immediately regretted the sentence after uttering it aloud. It's inappropriate and would expose the flaw in his identity as the captain. However, the same couldn't be said for the goat head, which continued to act oblivious to the oddity in Duncan's behavior. It is normal that they fear you. The tone of the goat head now sounded proud. Anyone who sails on the boundless sea should fear you, just as they fear the gods of old and the shadows of subspace. Speaking of shadows, did you know a brilliant engineer, or it could have also been an agronomist or a foodie, the person once said something. Duncan sensibly did not take up the topic because he was worried that he would not be able to continue the topic. Of course, the most important reason remains to be the goat head's endless battering. If he caters to his talk, the annoyance will rise exponentially. What is this thing? Duncan smartly changed the topic and asked with amazement. There's something outside the captain's quarter. It was a wooden box more than a man's length. The artistry looks to be very well made with riveted and gold-plated reinforcement. There are also intricate patterns etched along the surface like some sort of hieroglyphic symbols. For sure, this box definitely wasn't on the Vanished before. The voice of the goat head went silent for a moment before sounding again. I don't know, but it should be some sort of booty. Booty. Duncan didn't know how to react for a moment and walked around the box twice. This thing looks like a coffin, but it's much more exquisite than an ordinary coffin. Wait, booty, you mean this thing was taken from that ship? A successful hunt, Captain, the goat head said in a serious yet complimenting voice. It is expected that the Vanished return with some booty after a voyage. Duncan subconsciously dropped his jaws in shock. What success? He had no intention of taking anything from the other ship to begin with. But thinking about it, saying what he thought wouldn't conform to his captain image, and more importantly, the mechanical ship had disappeared into the thick of the fog. Then recalling the white-bearded captain's death glare and the stuff about dying with him, Duncan understood he much rather take his chances with this box. Coming closer to this suspicious coffin, he finally noticed the lid. It's loosened by something and opened beforehand. Though hesitant, he placed his hand on the wooden box. At least, he needed to figure out how that spirit world ship placed this item here. Stronger than he had imagined, his hand easily lifted the lid off after a little shove. There, lying inside, shocked him. A person. In the wooden box, quietly lay a beautiful young woman, long silver-white hair spread like liquid mercury in the box. Her appearance could only be described as exquisite and flawless, and she was faintly carrying a certain noble and detached temperament with that gorgeous purplish-black court dress. A sleeping doll. No wait, this is really a doll. On closer inspection, Duncan suddenly noticed the inhuman joint structure of the other party. Chapter 8. The Sun. A doll, so delicate that Duncan could hardly distinguish it from a real human being at first glance. In fact, it's as if the doll would come alive at any second now. But this was just an illusion on his part. The doll wouldn't and remained completely unresponsive to its surroundings. But after a long wary observation, Duncan finally came to the decision the gorgeous goth doll in the box wouldn't suddenly jump up to surprise himself, which was slightly relieving on his part. Then he frowned and asked the goat head again, "What do you think of this situation?" "This must have been an important cargo escorted by the previous ship," replied the goat head at once. Though it had previously stated that it did not know about the strange wooden coffin that had suddenly appeared on deck, it was clearly more experienced with the affairs of the sea than Duncan. There are symbols pointing to the gods, and the box is surrounded by pins to secure chains in place. This all indicate that the thing was sealed at some point. To transport something sealed on the boundless sea is a very risky thing to do, so I believe that ship we encountered must have some background to attempt such a ordeal. Seal. Duncan's eyes twitched at the idea. If the coffin had been sealed before coming aboard the Vanished, wouldn't that mean whatever's inside had been unsealed now? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to remove the lid so easily. For the ordinary and fragile person, this might be dangerous. However, it's of no threat to you if it could be sealed by some special skill. Captain, you are far more dangerous than this anomaly. Duncan was speechless and became tied inside over the thought of him being more dangerous than a creepy coffin on the ship. It didn't help either when the one flattering him was an evil and spooky gargoyle figurine with a goat face. After sighing in his heart that he still needed to be cautious in gathering knowledge, Duncan frowned some more and looked at the doll one last time before making up his mind. I should throw this back into the sea. There was a hint of hesitation in his heart when he said this, especially when looking at the doll. This wasn't due to the doll being too beautiful, but rather because it's too realistic looking. A sleeping beauty like in the Snow White story. Who could bear to do such a thing? But this hesitation eventually strengthened his resolve. As a rational and cautious person, he could not leave such a potential danger next to himself, especially when this world had so many unnatural and strange things. What if this doll was one of those strange things? Having the goat head was enough, he didn't need to add a second anomaly to his troubles. Covering up the coffin with the lid again, Duncan made sure to find a hammer and nailed it tight for safe measures. Finally, he pushed the coffin with the doll inside to the edge of the deck. You can dispose of your booty at will, Captain, but I will still make a respectful and humble suggestion. You don't need to be so cautious. The vanished hadn't added any loot to its treasure trove for a long time, the goat says in his head. Shut up. Duncan simply cut off the annoyance and kicked the coffin hard. The heavy box teetered a bit at the edge of the deck before falling straight into the sea, which had returned to its normal dullish blue color, and made a huge splash at impact. Not relieved yet, Duncan made sure the box left his view completely before issuing out a sigh of relief. Then looking around, he confirmed the fog had mostly dissipated as well, indicating the vanished had detached itself from the spirit world and returned to the real world. Duncan immediately scanned around for signs of the steamship. According to his estimation, it shouldn't have been too long since the two ships met, meaning it could still be within visual view. But he found nothing, not even a faded shape of the steamship. Is this also because of this strange sea? Or is it related to the so-called spirit voyage? Duncan muttered in his heart, but soon his attention was drawn to something else. He saw a glimmer of light in the depths of the clouds above the sea that had never dispersed before. As if a thick drapery had been lifted from his world, the sea surface now glistened like one would expect from a morning rise. This picture emotionally touched Duncan's heart. Ever since he learned of this side's existence, he hadn't seen the sun since being trapped in his apartment. And now, he finally got to welcome the sun with open arms again. But it didn't happen. The expected warmth of the morning rise didn't come. Instead, he saw a golden sphere that left him utterly frozen on the spot. The light was in no way as dazzling as he expected. The sun was a round radiant orb of yellow, but circling around it were two concentrical rings of intricate runes that gave off the impression of a shackle binding its prisoner. What's that? He spoke softly with a low and somewhat cold voice. That's the sun, of course, Captain. The voice of the goat head was as calm as ever. Chapter 9. Return and Return. Duncan didn't know how long he had been staring at the sky, but he eventually withdrew his eyes from the clouds after becoming unbearably sore. However, the image of the sun remained deeply imprinted in his retina despite closing them. The sun wasn't supposed to be like that, but now, he had to accept the facts. He was in a foreign land, a place farther away than he could ever have imagined. Subconsciously turning his head back towards the door to the captain's quarter, Duncan knew he could go back to the apartment room where he's lived for so many years. But there's nothing there for him. Aside from the thick, murky grayish fog, what could he accomplish on that side from the 30 or so square feet of space? In reality, the home that he deemed familiar was no more than another lonely boat, metaphorically speaking, of course. In the long silence, the voice of the goat head came again and broke his moping. Captain, where are we going next? Do you have any sailing plans in mind? Sailing plans? How could Duncan have that kind of thing? Although he was eager to immediately formulate a perfect plan to explore the world and finalize the next voyage, he didn't have the slightest clue nor the knowledge to charter a route on the map. In fact, merely driving the vanished had only come to him a few hours ago. Nevertheless, he still pondered the idea before replying, where did the ship that collided with us come from? You mean those city-states? Which one do you wish to go? The voice of the goat head was a little surprised and then wanted to dissuade him. I suggest that you not go near the shipping lanes controlled by those city-states. At least not now. Despite you being the great Captain Duncan, the current state of the vanished is not as good as before. The garrisons patrolling those waters will certainly resist your offensive. Duncan became speechless for a while. He wanted to know what the real Captain Duncan could have done to warrant such hatred. Also, the euphemism from the goat head revealed to Duncan that the ship was never as well maintained as he initially thought. Perhaps the main reason the ghost ship was on a long voyage had been due to the fear of returning to port in the civilized world. Duncan was a little distressed. He urgently needs to find a way to understand the world, and he must find a way to contact the civilized society out there. Whether it was for his own survival in the long term or the mystery of finding a way to return home, he must figure out a way to stop this endless wandering. The issue was that the civilized society didn't seem to welcome him to the point that his very presence was enough to aggro a 25-man raiding party to banish him to the abyss. Sighing at his own misfortune, Duncan wished there was at least a book on the vanished. At this moment he lacks information, and the only source was the goat head. But then again, how come there is not even a book on this great ship? Sailing a long journey can be a stressful environment out at sea, that's why they always had some means to relieve themselves, like reading or movies. Can the real Duncan be illiterate? Duncan casually asked this aloud since he couldn't help himself. Unexpectedly, the goat answered without hesitation, books? Reading at sea is a dangerous thing. The shadows in the depths and the ones hiding in the subspace are all waiting for the mortal mind to show an opening. The classics from the church are fine, but those are so boring that it's better to wash the deck. But Captain, haven't you always been uninterested in the things from the church? Duncan immediately raised an eyebrow over the news. How can reading a book at sea be life-threatening? Only the scriptures from the church are fine? What sort of sickness down this boundless sea have? He got a little more knowledge about this world, but at the same time, he also got more questions about its makeup. Suppressing his desire to ask again, he came before the ship's side and stared into the distant horizon. If discounting the eerie appearance of the sun shining down on the rippling water surface, this glistening sparkle of the sea would indeed be considered beautiful. I'd like to hear your advice, Duncan said cautiously to the goat head. I'm a little tired of this aimless voyage, perhaps. Halfway through his words, a strange feeling suddenly swept up from the bottom of his heart, and this feeling came from the connection between him and the vanished. It's as if some foreign object suddenly touched the ship before he heard a bang noise in the direction of the stern. Duncan frowned, then pulled out the flintlock handgun and one-handed pirate saber from his waist. He wasted no time and ran over to check where he saw something lying quietly on deck. It was the ornate wooden coffin with the weird doll again. A creepy feeling welled up in Duncan's head. From what he saw, the box was still wet from floating in the sea water, but more importantly, the nails he used to make sure the lid was sealed had been pried off. After several minutes of vigilant confrontation, Duncan finally made up his mind. Clutching the flintlock gun in one hand and the saber in the other, he used the blade tip to push the partially cracked lid aside with force. The gothic doll comes into view with an audible creak. It's still as lifeless and beautiful as before. Duncan stared at the thing for several seconds, then spoke in a deep and serious voice, he believed to be commanding at the time. If you are alive, then get up and talk to me. After saying it twice in a row, the doll still didn't move. Duncan made a deep frown before finally lightening up his voice. Very well, that leaves me no choice but to toss you back overboard. After saying this, he did not hesitate to cover the lid again and then took the tools to nail the coffin up with even more vigor and nails. This time, he grabbed some iron chains he found in a corner to keep it secured firmly. Clapping his hand in satisfaction once confirmed he'd done it properly, Duncan nods at the handiwork and circles the box several times. I like to see you get out of it this time. Without hesitation, he kicked the box into the sea again. Sighing a breath of relief as he watched the box float away. He was ready to move on after waiting a minute when he snapped around with his head. Maybe I should have strapped a cannonball to it or something. Duncan muttered and then turned away for real this time. You're a little harsh on that lady. The sound of the goat head came into his head. Shut up, how can you call a cursed doll lady? It does look like a cursed doll. But what curse on the vast sea can compare to the vanished and its great Captain Duncan? Captain, that lady is quite gentle and harmless in fact. Duncan. Why is this goat head so proud when it comes to the curse and notoriety of the vanished and Captain Duncan? Perhaps sensing that Duncan was in a bad mood, the goat head immediately changed the subject. Captain, you said you wanted to hear my advice before, specifically. Let's talk about it later. I need to take a break. I lost my energy by sailing the vanished in the spirit world before, so you should be quiet. Yes, Captain. Duncan returned to the captain's quarters and sat in front of the mapping table where the chart remained. The next second, his gaze suddenly froze. The chart seemed to have undergone a subtle change. The grayish-white patches that had originally covered the entire drawing, as if they were constantly squirming, seemed to have dissipated a little, and the sea surface around the vanished was becoming clearer. Is this map updating the surrounding water's information in real time as the vanished sails? This immediately got Duncan's full attention. However, his concentration was soon interrupted. In the depths of his soul, the vanished once again sent a signal of contact with a foreign object before his ears heard the loud bang from the deck. Chapter 10 Not so elegant anymore. The coffin has returned. On the aft of the vanished, Duncan looked expressionlessly at the gorgeous wooden box lying quietly in front of himself. The droplets of water on the edge leaking next to his feet confirmed he wasn't dreaming. He really did throw the darn thing into the sea not long ago. Such a strange situation was enough to make anyone feel the chills, but somehow Duncan's mood at the moment was calmer than he had imagined. Perhaps it's due to already being on the eerie ghost ship, or because he had recently experienced a thrilling drift into the spirit world and a collision with a steamboat, or perhaps it's due to the evil-looking goat head for several days. Regardless, Duncan seemed to have grown an immunity to strange supernatural phenomena in this world. In fact, as early as the last time he threw this cursed doll into the sea, he had vaguely guessed that things wouldn't end so easily. He lowered his head, not surprisingly noticing that the iron nails and chains were gone, then used the tip of his pirate blade to pry open the lid again. The gorgeous Gothic doll still lay quietly in the center of the red velvet lining, hands folded, idyllic, and elegant. But this time Duncan clearly noticed that the corners of the other side's skirt seemed to have traces of being wet by the sea with a faint smell of the ocean from inside the coffin. Up to now, this strange doll does not seem to have any other out-of-line or dangerous behavior except the back and forth, but just the going and returning was already enough to attribute it to what they call a cursed item. Duncan watched the doll for another good while, then suddenly broke the silence with a smirk. I suddenly want to satisfy my curiosity. When the words ended, he turned and walked to the entrance of the cabin not far away and left the doll alone on the deck. Although he was wary of the doll and did not want to leave the other party by his side, but Duncan had confidence the many living creatures on the ship would be enough to deal with anything that might arise. And he has some preparations to make during this time. Duncan crossed the aft of the deck, opened the wooden door leading to the lower deck, stepped onto the wooden staircase that was God knows how old, and came to the cabin under the deck, which belonged to the upper cabin where the cannons, powder kegs, and iron balls were placed. As he swept his gaze over the things that looked quite old at a glance, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Can these cannons reload themselves too and fire when he wills it? What about the fresh water tanks on board? Do they also refill on their own? What about the damaged places during a battle? Are they also self-repairing? Or rather, does this ship even have the concept of damage? The questions came out one by one, but he couldn't think of an explanation for any one of them. Duncan knew very well that he knew too little about the ship. Although he had explored it to some extent over the past few days, he only had a general understanding of its superstructure. Those deeper areas were far too eerie and menacing for him to explore with the limited time he had on hand. But now, the possibilities were riling up his curiosity to a new high. This was his ship, and he deserves to know about the vanished. This may be a change largely due to him taking control of that steering wheel, but he didn't know that. Shaking his head, the guy left the idea of exploration for another time and returned to his initial plan. Armed with several iron shell balls, Duncan returned to the aft of the deck and made a peculiar face. Did she make any movement? Not at all, came the voice of the goat head at once that sounded far too similar to someone that's been muffled for far too long. This lady is as quiet as she looks, and you should trust my judgment that she is completely harmless to you. Since she keeps coming back on board, it may indicate there is a connection between her and the vanished. A great horticulturist once said. Shut up. Okay. Ignoring the thumping annoyance in his veins, Duncan stared expressionlessly at the doll in the coffin. I don't know if she really can't move, or if she's still pretending to be asleep, but regardless, I'm going to find out. Solid cast iron was particularly heavy, and when executing traders on a ship, a single cannonball strapped to the leg was the best way to ensure the seasoned sailor fed the fishes. For this occasion, Duncan decides to make it 4 before returning to the lower cabin for another 4, making it a total of 8. 8 cannonballs, plenty to fill up the remaining space in the wooden box with that elegant doll sleeping at the center. Well, elegant wouldn't be the right word anymore, but creepy would definitely fit the bill. With great effort, Duncan sealed the lid off again and pushed the wooden coffin to the edge of the deck. Finally, with the spinning kick of his life, he shot the box right into the sea for the 3rd time. This time, he made sure to witness it sinking into the depths with his own eyes. The voice of the goat head came into his mind then. Captain, have you repented? If you regret throwing away the loot, the vanished can still use its anchor to salvage the box again. Although the correct use of the anchor isn't meant for that, but the anchor says it can try. Shut up. But I see you've been standing on the edge of the deck for a long time. Shut up. Okay. Duncan heaves a long sigh. He couldn't admit to the boot-licking goat head that his toe hurts from that spinning kick. So, with the painful sting still apparent in his shoe, he maintained the serious and majestic appearance of a captain overseeing the waters until many minutes later. Whether Duncan actually looked like a proper captain or not was one thing, but he's certain no one would mock him for it. After returning to his quarter and waiting quietly for a few more minutes, he estimated the timing should be about right and got to where the windows were. This spot was below the stern area, so he should be able to peer through the opening and see what he wanted. "Captain, you are," the goat head couldn't help but ask after witnessing this odd behavior. Duncan stared intently at the sea surface and replied without looking up, "I'm wondering how that cursed doll keeps coming back." Because she's a cursed doll, that's how." "I appreciate your uncomprehensive attitude, but I think that even if she is a cursed doll, there must be some kind of process in her coming back on the ship. I suspect she's also able to communicate but refuses to do so. If I can grasp onto her reasoning, then perhaps we can stop this charade and get some words in." Listening to Duncan's explanation, the goat head went quiet for a good 2 seconds like it's contemplating the idea. "Captain, your energy seemed to have grown higher. That's a good sign. You haven't been in a good mood since you awoke from slumber. As your loyal first mate and second mate." "Shut up." "Okay." After the goat head had quieted down, Duncan focused his attention back on the sea surface. The coffin seemed to have really sunk into the deep sea. But with the experience of the previous 2 times, Duncan was extra patient this time. Silently calculating the time and silently observing in wait. Then it happened. The doll reappeared in his line of sight as he expected. Amid a wave, the delicate wooden box that looked like a coffin had become a makeshift boat with the Gothic doll paddling the sides with her arms. Truly an imposing sight in how she managed such a feat against such waves. Naturally, Duncan was stunned for words at this sight. Chapter 11. Alice. Duncan swore he would never forget this picture for the rest of his life, a gorgeous coffin undulating in the eerie and dangerous sea, and a mysterious goth doll padding the sides and riding the waves like some sort of surfer. And, most importantly, the doll doesn't seem to be very happy. This was so creepy no matter the angle. Should Duncan be surprised that the doll was moving? Or should he be wowed by her arrogance to use a coffin as a rowing boat or surfboard? Regardless, the tenacity and determination of the doll to return aboard was something to behold. He had to give her credit for that. Then before Duncan had realized it, the doll had managed to come aboard, and this time he got the full show on how she managed it. By clinging onto some protruding wood from the stern, the doll was able to heave herself up with the coffin magically floating up beside herself. Ignoring the weight alone, the dexterity required for such a feat would put any acrobat to the test. Not letting this chance slide, he promptly hurried back to the deck. Apparently, the puppet doll didn't realize she had been caught red-handed and was continuing to get things in order. With a wave of a finger, the coffin slowly floated down beside her feet. That done, she began to sort out her now dripping dress and crawled inside the box with her feet first. But halfway through the climb, she stopped after hearing an audible click of a gun being unlocked, followed closely by a pirate sword that came up to her chin. The doll's movements instantly froze. She tried to rigidly turn her head, only to be confronted by a burning green-flamed ghost captain staring down at herself coldly. "Humph, I caught you now, dolly." The doll visibly trembled in front of Duncan's eyes and wanted to shrink away to avoid his gaze. However, what came of the nervous wreck were nothing more than clinks and clacks of joints too scared to move. Then her head fell off. In front of Duncan, a beautiful head rolled next to his feet with sprawling silvery hair that mangled itself around the face. Funnily enough, the doll's body continued to move by grasping blankly into the air while pleading, "Help! Help! Help!" It's no exaggeration to say that Duncan's heart had stopped beating, although he doubted his heart existed right now due to his flaming ghostly form. Nevertheless, watching a headless doll continuing to move still freaked him out. Finally, after much willpower and self-calming, Duncan used his brain to assess the situation. From what he found, the doll had more fear of him than he had of her. This instantly cleared the tenseness in his posture now that he knew the great Captain Duncan was still effective against cursed items. Putting the gun away while still holding the sword, Duncan picks up the doll's head with his free hand. Sure, he knows it's technically not a living thing, but just holding a talking head was enough to give him the creeps. It's just too weird no matter what he told himself. But alas, he restrained his inner urge to toss the head overboard and looked it in the eye. Do you want me to help you place it back on? Yes. 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 All right, you do it yourself. Duncan nodded and casually tossed the head into the other party's hand, which was grasping haphazardly at the air still. Surprisingly, those hands were extremely skillful and dexterous when playing catch. Once safely in her own arms, the Gothic doll first sorted her silvery hair somewhat messy from all the rolling, then snapped it back on the neck with an audible clean click. The whole process was smooth and flawless, meaning it was not the first time the doll had done this maneuver. Immediately after that, the doll's somewhat stiff face came alive, blinking those long batting eyelashes before issuing a long exhale. Phew, I'm alive again. Duncan. No matter how he thought about it, Duncan felt like he should say some curse word in a complaint, but after remembering his Captain Duncan identity, he promptly lost the idea. Being exposed before this doll gave him nothing but bad vibes. Very good, now come with me. It's time we talked about why you keep coming aboard my ship. As he spoke, he scattered the ghost flames wrapped around his body and returned to his original appearance. Actively transforming into his ghostly form had come naturally to him now. Nevertheless, it's far from what one would call skillful, since this was the best he could do aside from steering the vanished. The cursed doll obediently stood up from the coffin and was immediately surprised to see Duncan regain his human form. Are you not a ghost? Duncan glanced at her sideways. When necessary, I can be. The doll didn't speak, only clasping her head in support like the awe in her eyes would pop the thing off again. Duncan didn't know why the cursed doll would make such a face for one, but he's not going to bash that misconception. Anything to help his image as the infamous ghost pirate that ruled the boundless sea. Turning away without looking back, he began to head for the captain's quarter while letting his connection with the vanished tell him what was happening. The Gothic doll was initially hesitant to follow, but that didn't last long once the coffin floated up from the floorboard and moved with her. Under the gloomy gaze of the wooden goat head, the ghost captain and the cursed doll sat across from one another at the mapping table, the former relaxing in his reclining chair while the puppet fidgeted uncomfortably with the coffin floating behind her. There's no question the Gothic doll was a true beauty from the surface level, but whenever Duncan looked at that figure, all he could see now was the incredible picture of a surfer riding the waves with a coffin. Sighing at his own silliness, he resumes his cold and imposing name. Alice. Race. Puppet doll. Occupation. Doll. Why ask me this? Duncan thought for a moment, for some basic understanding. Chapter 12. Ghost Captain and Cursed Doll. As the two supernatural beings sat across from each other with the large mapping table at the middle, the atmosphere between them, though neither of them may be human, was arguably harmonious. The puppet lady who called herself Alice still looked slightly nervous. Although the ghost captain in front of her had promised temporary safety, it didn't change the fact that the cursed doll was obviously uneasy in front of Duncan's naturally +10 threatening face. Also, the uncomfortable pinching of fingers and grasping of the skirt exposed her. On the other hand, Duncan remained momentarily silent and only observed the lady in front of him. A doll driven by an unknown force, a supernatural individual who was not of flesh and blood but could walk and speak like an average person. If placed in his hometown, Alice would surely be kidnapped by some mad scientist and dissected for knowledge. Duncan didn't know what kind of category a doll like Alice belonged to in this world, but in the process of exploring this world in the past few days, he's gotten enough information to make a guess. On this side, there are indeed supernatural existences, and there are things that science couldn't explain. As for the doll sitting in front of him, Duncan guessed that she likely belonged to a unique category of existences that's considered strange even in this already freaky world. His guess didn't come without supported facts, like that mechanical steamship that collided with the vanished. From what he saw, those sailors were well trained and experienced. Even amidst great fear, many of them didn't leave their posts. Also, he didn't miss the strange rune markings inside the other ship, which were styled similar to the ones on Alice's coffin. In other words, the purpose of such a cutting-edge ship was most likely meant to be used as an escort for Alice the cursed doll. Duncan adjusted his posture and stared deeply at the uncomfortable Alice with his serious face. There was no doubt that he had an incredible guest on his ship. But from another point of view, this puppet doll lady did not seem to be a terrible character, and her courage was lacking. After all, he didn't even utter a word, and the lady had already dropped her head in fright. If that's not a scaredy cat, then what is? Excuse me, probably because the extended silence and gaze brought too much pressure, but Alice finally couldn't take it and broke the silence, and... Where are you from? Duncan withdrew his oppressive gaze and asked in a calmer tone. Alice was visibly stunned. As if reflecting on the meaning of Duncan's question, she took several seconds to respond by tapping her finger on the coffin. From here. Duncan's expression instantly froze from being dumbfounded. Of course I know you've been lying in this box before, he coughed awkwardly, but what I'm asking is where you're coming from, the location, understand? Do you have a hometown? Or something that can be called a place of departure? Alice thought about it again and shook her head calmly. I can't remember exactly. Can't remember? Where do you believe a doll comes from? Alice folded her arms around the chest to speak earnestly. Most of my memories were me lying in that box when I'm being transported. Occasionally I can sense the vague presence of people walking around or guarding the box. Ah, I also remember overhearing some whispering conversations of the men guarding my box. From what I gathered, they all sounded fearful and nervous about the topic. Duncan cocked an eyebrow. Talking about something? What are they talking about around you? It's just boring trivial stuff. But I am curious, Duncan said seriously. He believed that it might really be nothing more than bland, trivial things, but that's exactly the stuff he needs. Anything to help him gain a better picture of this world. Fine then. The most commonly heard name is Anomaly 099. They seem to use this name when referring to me and my wooden box. But I'm not fond of it. I have a name called Alice. Besides the occasional conversation about seals and curses or something, most of their words are a blur to me. I'm always asleep in my box, so I didn't bother to pay attention to what's happening outside. The doll spoke unhurriedly, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, added, but what I have heard recently is still clear in my head. It must have been before I came to your ship, and the voices of those talking outside the box frequently mentioned a place, the city-state of Planned, which seemed to be their destination, perhaps my destination too. The city-state of Planned. Duncan's eyes lowered in thought and silently wrote down this name in his heart. He finally learned something useful again. However, he did not know when this useful information would come in handy. Then he lifted his head and stared at the puppet lady in front of him again. What else? Besides this, I spent most of my time sleeping, Mr. Captain, said Miss Puppet with a serious and pruned face. When you are locked in a large coffin-like box, surrounded by groggy whispers, what else can you do aside from sleeping? Am I supposed to do sit UPS or something? The corners of Duncan's mouth twitched. He couldn't deny the doll gave off an air of dignity and elegance when her head was screwed on right, but the stuff she said was more in line with her image of a surfer riding the waves, blunt and forceful. He needs to quickly build a new image of Miss Alice in his mind lest he gets surprised some more by her manner of speaking. But on the surface, he still maintained the image of the calm and majestic Captain Duncan, so, apart from being groggy in the wooden box, you know nothing about the outside world? Not the changes in today's times, nor where the port city is. I'm afraid so, Captain, Miss Puppet Doll nodded solemnly, and then her eyes widened slightly as if she had thought of something scary. Then, acting all nervous in the face, so, are you going to throw me off the ship again? Because I don't have much value anymore. Before Duncan could speak, he heard Alice talk again. Fine, I understand this is your ship after all, but can you please stop stuffing cannonballs into the box this time? Seriously. 8 iron balls are too much. It could be seen that the doll lady wasn't in a very good mood and was actively suppressing her displeasure at the manner in which she's been treated. Duncan was also very embarrassed by the last remark. Mainly regarding the fact that he presumed Alice to be those cursed items from the horror movies. If he had known she could converse like a normal person, Duncan swears he would never do something so rude as stuffing 8 cannonballs in that box. However, Duncan had been known to have thick skins, and being the shameless asshole that he was, he ignored the blaming words and continued the conversation. I still haven't decided on tossing you overboard or not yet, after all, you always seem to have a way of returning aboard. I am curious though, why do you insist on returning to the Vanished? I can tell you're afraid of me, and you're afraid of the ship. If so, why not stay away from the danger? Is this ship called the Vanished? All right, you caught me. I am indeed a little afraid of you and the ship. But compared to this, isn't the depths of the open sea more dangerous? Alice silently met the ghost captain's gaze. From her field of vision, the tall and imposing man was shrouded by an endless murky darkness, which overlapped with the real image of the cabin and created a seemingly twisted picture of two overlapping realities. However, compared to the horrors lurking within the depths of the boundless sea, she would much rather pick the former instead of the latter. In this world, is there anything more frightening than the deep sea? Chapter 13. Bed Neck. The deep sea was something to be feared. Despite being a doll, Alice could still express her emotions through the face by means that are difficult to explain. So, Duncan had no doubt about detecting the fears in the doll's eyes, and the truth of the matter, there has to be something far more dangerous than himself lurking under the water. In retrospect, this also made him more curious about what's out there. What's the land like? Or what was considered normal? However, the doll in front of him didn't have the answer. From what he suspects, the groggy state of her memory must have been mostly due to the seal placed on the coffin. Following that clue, the cursed doll must be deeply feared by civilized society. Again, you don't remember where you came from, and you can't remember what you've been through in the past, right? He asks again to confirm. I don't remember, Alice replied very seriously. I've been lying in this big box for as long as I can remember. Though I don't know why there is always a group of nervous people around me like I would come out, but honestly speaking, your act of putting nails on my box to seal it is quite nice in comparison. Although you did place 8 cannonballs afterward, at least you didn't pour lead into it. This time, Duncan did not care about Alice's useless remark and continued to ask, where did your name come from? Who gave you that name? If you really never left the box and never had contact with anyone else, why did you have a name? Could it be that you gave it to yourself? Alice was suddenly stunned. She seemed lost, remaining in a daze for over 10 seconds, to the point that Duncan got worried there was a self-destruct setting inside the doll. Thankfully, Alice eventually came back to her senses. I don't remember. I know my name is Alice, but the name wasn't coined by me. She muttered in confusion and subconsciously supported her head with those hands, which made Duncan freak out in the face. Quickly shouting before it's too late, all right, if you don't remember then that's fine, just don't pull your head off. Alice. After this, Duncan asked many more questions, but unfortunately, most of them were fruitless. As Miss Doll herself has said, she spent most of her conscious time in that coffin, maintaining a state of alternating sleep and partial awareness of her surroundings. In the end, her knowledge of trivial matters could hardly piece together the outline of the world. But even so, Duncan wasn't without gain in his conversation with Alice. He identified at least a few things. There's a power structure in this world called the city-state. A word that repeatedly appears in the narration of the doll lady and constitutes almost the entirety of her journey was a place called Planned. It seemed to be a thriving place, and sailors said that it held importance on many shipping routes through their conversations. Secondly, Alice also has the name Anomaly 099, which seems to be an official title given to her by the civilized world. As for Alice, there doesn't seem to be anyone else who knows this name aside from these two. Lastly, Alice had been being transferred from one city-state to another, and from how things looked, she doesn't seem to be the only abnormal being moved in such a manner. Apparently, the guards had mentioned other seals on occasion, which Duncan could confirm by the other storage rooms that had similar runes etched along the walls on that steamship. Going by all these clues, Duncan could boldly speculate such transfers are a necessity in this world. As to why it's required, he doesn't know. But one thing's clear, the civilized world doesn't want things like Alice to escape and run amok. I wonder what's so terrible about Alice that they have to go through such lengths. She's most certainly a cursed doll, but what is so dangerous about her? If anything, she's a total coward. Frankly, Duncan was quite disappointed by not getting more from this discussion. He thought he had finally found a channel to help him understand the world, but he did not expect the lady lying in the coffin to be as confused as he was. But when his gaze swept over Alice again, who was still sitting quietly on the wooden box, the disappointment faded a little. At least, he now had one more person to converse with on the vanished, though she seemed to be a doll and would occasionally drop her head off in a horrified manner, plus she has more secrets than even she herself knows. Still, it's leagues ahead of conversing with the annoying goat head sitting on the mapping table. And speaking of spooky dangers, which part of the boundless sea and vanished hinted at safety? Even from the perspective of others, his own identity of Captain Duncan seemed more dangerous than the average spooks. Duncan exhaled and unconsciously soothed his stern expression to a more homely one. I want to know what you will do if I throw you off the ship again. Alice blinked. Are you still going to stuff cannonballs into my box again? No. What about the nails? No. Then what about lead? No, I mean, if I refuse you permission to stay aboard. Then I'll row back on my own, Alice said as she sat demurely with a calm face. I don't want to be swallowed up by the sea, and there's at least a place to stand on with this ship. Duncan was so shocked by the doll's frankness that he didn't know whether to say she was honest or thick-skinned. After much deliberation, he came up with a reply, you can be a little vaguer next time. You already know the answer anyway, don't you? Alice smiled and said, but if I do come back, I might instead find a way to hide somewhere in the cabins from you, and I won't run to the deck foolishly. I've been awake for a bit of time now, so I've got experience. Duncan interrupted her, my senses span across the ship, right down to the waves hitting its hull. I can tell where you are at any moment. Alice's words were suddenly stumped. Duncan continued with a calm face, and I can also choose to destroy you directly and use a more thorough way to avoid you from continuing to pester my vanished enemy. Miss Doll here didn't seem to have thought about this possibility and started to widen her eyes until her neck made a snapping noise. The headless doll frantically caught her head in mid-drop, then with an irritable face, Alice popped it back on before Duncan continued. However, I suddenly find it's not bad to have an extra crew member on this ship. I can arrange a place for you here. You should have said so earlier. I was so scared that my head popped off again. Duncan finally couldn't stop the twitching, so what the hell is going on with your neck? Alice made an innocent face, I don't know. I usually don't have so many opportunities to come out and move about. I didn't know my body had such problems. Duncan stared at Alice for several silent seconds before confirming there was no falsehood in her words. It seems lying down in a bed for so long isn't good for your spine and neck. Alice. Duncan's mood suddenly improved at seeing his ability to leave the doll speechless. Well, all in all, we now have a new crew member on the Vanished. Come with me, I'll arrange a resting quarter for you. Chapter 14. Harmless crew member. The Vanished was large, surprisingly large. As a sail-powered vessel, its size seemed to exceed the necessary limits of its purpose. Nevertheless, such a large size did mean larger warehouses, more cannons, stronger structures, and a more stable posture in the face of wind and waves, all of which meant it was enough to face the most arduous challenges in a long voyage. But at the moment, Duncan had no plans for the so-called voyage, and the surprisingly large ghost ship brought him only a sense of loneliness. All of which wouldn't be so bad if there's an extra crewmate to talk to. Anyways, there are plenty of idle guest rooms for the doll to use as a result. Footsteps broke the silence in the eerie corridor, and Duncan took the gothic doll down the wooden staircase to the lower cabin of the aft deck, which was located directly below the captain's room. From the structural point of view, this should be regarded as the upper living area in this big ship, which was more or less bright and tidy than the dark and spooky areas of the lower deck. Eventually, Duncan stopped in front of a crew cabin and casually pushed open the lightly closed wooden door. There are several single cabins like this on board with simple furnishings, but they have been idle for so long that it's hard to find any sign of people ever using them. These were some of the first things Duncan discovered from his initial exploration of the upper area of the Vanished. He did not think much about it at the time, but now that he was personally in charge of the ghost ship and knew the secret of the ship's ability to sail alone, a question arose: since this ship did not need a crew at all, then who are these crew cabins on the ship for? The single rooms in the upper cabins are obviously reserved for the higher-ranked seafarers such as the first mate, the second mate, and lead deckhand, while in the lower areas there are bunk cabins for the general crew. In addition to the ship's obvious multi-person dining quarter and recreation room, the existence of these facilities in itself were meant for people. Duncan frowned slightly, realizing that this ghost ship must have some history prior to sailing the sea alone. At the very least, it did have a crew once upon a time. So what happened in the past to make the ship what it is today? Where did the original crew of the ship go? Is the real Captain Duncan the owner of the ship from the start? What does that weird goat head know? Captain? A questioning voice suddenly came from behind and interrupted his thoughts. Duncan had forgotten for a moment that Alice was still there due to adapting to the solitude of being alone for so long. My name is Duncan. You can call me Captain Duncan, of course. It's your freedom to address me as Captain. Duncan quickly straightened his expression before turning to meet the lady's gaze. This empty room will be yours from now on, go inside and have a look. Ah, okay. Alice nodded. First poking her head over Duncan's shoulder to see what was in the room, then turning around to grab her box floating behind herself, she finally strode inside on her own. Seeing Alice's coffin that has always been inseparable from the doll, Duncan couldn't resist the urge to comment, "Do you always carry that box around with you at all times?" "Yeah," said Alice in a matter of course, "where else would I put it? But this box was your seal. I thought you would be more wary of it." Duncan frowned, "Now it seems you can't do without it." "It's the people who sealed me, so it's not the box's fault," Alice said as she sat down on her coffin and patted the lid. "Are you going to come in and take a seat?" Duncan shook his head, "No, how do you feel about this room?" "Ah, it's very good." Alice looked pleased as she scanned the simple furnishings as if they were some splendid decors. "Is that a wardrobe? I don't have any clothes to replace and shouldn't be able to use it. But it's nice to have a cupboard. Oh, and there's a table on which I can put stuff on in the future, but I don't seem to have anything to put. Maybe I can use it for my head when I need to comb my hair. It's more convenient being able to reach all the angles." "It's good that you're satisfied." It was strange to watch a Gothic doll planning her future life plans in this manner. "You can rest for a while and adapt to the environment. I'm heading back upstairs first. Also, do not go downstairs to the lower deck. You can move freely on this floor and above. Look for me in my captain's quarter if you need something. If I'm not there, talk to the goat head on the mapping table. He's my first mate." Alice nodded as she listened, but when she heard the last two sentences, her eyes widened suddenly. "Goat head? That pitch-black wooden carving? Looks like you've noticed it." "I noticed. But you say it can talk? And is your first mate?" Alice looked amazed. "I thought it was just. It's incredible." "You're a doll who can talk and move," Duncan expressionlessly stated as he eyed the doll, "and you still think a talking goat head is incredible?" Alice appeared taken aback by that comment. Looking down at her own hands, she mutters as if she just realized this fact, "Ah, now that you mention it." Duncan shook his head and turned away. "That's about it. You take your time here, and if you need something, come look for me." "Okay, Captain." After leaving, Duncan did not go anywhere else, but straight to his captain's room and sat down in front of the mapping table. "The goat head, ah. It's the captain. It looks like you've settled the lady in nicely. You see, like I said, a gentle and harmless lady who doesn't do any harm to your journey and can chat with you to relieve boredom. I see you've decided to leave her aboard. Are you going to arrange something for her to do? The Vanished doesn't need much people. The deck will clean itself and scrub the cannon. The water tank also maintains itself. Perhaps she can manage the kitchen? You seem to have been less than happy with the food on board." "Ah, speaking of food, it seems that we need to add some ingredients first. The jerky and hard cheese in the warehouse may be a little old." Although a rough seafarer would not be picky about the food at sea, the great Captain Duncan must. Duncan felt his brain juices boiling, and he was once again convinced of one thing: he really needed a normal conversation partner like Alice with this noisy goat head around. "Shut up," he glared at the goat head, and only after the latter had closed its mouth did he continue, "You were acting very honest when Alice was around. To think I had believed you were finally able to stay quiet. One mustn't interject when the captain is interviewing a new crew member. This is the rule of the sea. Even if I am your loyal first and second mate and lead deckhand." Duncan didn't wait for the goat head to finish. In fact, if he didn't interrupt, the goat head would never finish. "Pay attention to the movement of the doll during the next couple of days." "Ah. Yes? You want me to keep an eye on the lady? Are you still not at ease with her? I understand. Taking precautions is a necessary trait for a good captain. She has a lot of secrets that haven't been revealed yet. Maybe it's because she didn't know it herself yet, or perhaps, she deliberately concealed it from me. Anyways, she's a cursed doll with a code name Anomaly 099, that much is certain." Duncan said lightly. "Those people from the other ship did everything they could to stop Alice from roaming freely. Now that she's a part of the crew, I need a little time to confirm her harmlessness. Even if it's only to the Vanished." Chapter 15. Contacting the Flame. Ever since he had taken the helm, Duncan has had real control of the Vanished and could sense any movement on the ship. But even so, out of caution, he ordered the goat head to keep an eye on the cursed doll at all times. He's had enough self-awareness to know he's not an expert in the field of occultism, and a walking, talking doll was beyond his knowledge. Alice's actions thus far may be harmless, but if the doll lady had some sort of invisible effect on her surroundings? Duncan most likely wouldn't be able to see that, making the goat head more professional in this regard. And even after that, Duncan knew he couldn't keep tabs on everything at all times. Now could he? Although he's decided to survive on this side, he might still have to return to the world opposite of the door when the situation becomes necessary. Thinking of this point, Duncan's eyes slightly narrowed as he glanced at the edge of the mapping table where the goat head sat. Those obsidian-carved eyeballs showed nothing but an empty void when meeting his. When I return across the door, back to my single-unit apartment. Is this goat head aware of it? What happens on the vanished when I'm not around? This sudden question made Duncan get a little irritated, but under the empty gaze of the goat head, he did dare to show anything to give himself away. Instead, he mentally focused in on Alice's room with his mind to see what she's doing. Of course, he didn't have a voyeuristic fetish even if the other person was an inhuman being, it doesn't make it right. Plus, he didn't actually have the ability to see what she's doing, but rather a vague inkling sensation returning from the ship if she's moving or doing anything to destroy the banished. After all, beneath the harmless, elegant and beautiful appearance was in essence, a cursed doll, a dangerous individual called Anomaly 099 by ordinary folks of this world. From what he found, Alice was still in the room, probably studying the furnishings and setting up a place to rest. This brought a wave of relief to Duncan, which got interrupted again by the goat head's voice. Captain, what are your next arrangements? If you're bored, you're loyal. Shut up. Duncan shot a glare at the goat head before pressing his hands around the edge of the table. With his mind, he brings up the image of him holding the steering wheel above and allows the ghostly green flame to materialize. In a blaze of flame, Duncan's body was transformed into a spirit body again, and the overflowing fire spread along the table until it enveloped the entire room and up into the upper deck, eventually covering the masts and forming a sailing blanket. As a large number of small and large sails flexibly adjusted their angles against the sea breeze, the huge three-masted sailing ship began to accelerate slowly on the vast open sea. Duncan was pleased with what he's done, then shifted his gaze down at the map chart in front of himself, which remained filled with grayish-white fog coiling around the sheet. However, the silhouette representing the vanished was clearly moving and pushing the murkiness away. After a brief thought, he began to try to concentrate his attention on the mapping chart. Then, using the green flame as an extension of himself, he promptly formed a connection with this map and understood something. This chart was an extraordinary item in and of itself with more features than he imagined. As a test, he willed the image on the parchment to magnify around the vanished and vice versa. This proved it was more like a visual radar screen than a mere map. The only con was that it only showed areas explored by the vanished beforehand while everything else continued to be a murky white. Keeping up his aid of indifference despite the glee he held, Duncan expanded the green flame as far as he could manage. From there, his consciousness nearly became one with the ship, sensing every segment of the hull and deck. Maybe this the power of the captain? Duncan pondered what else he could do with this power. First of all, I must master this green flame if I want to survive out here. As for the next arrangement the goat had just mentioned, it became obvious to Duncan what he needed to do next after glancing down at the chart. Since I don't know enough about the world, I must open up this map by doing some exploration. He didn't need to worry about being robbed anyways, since the image of Captain Duncan was obviously some sort of world boss character in this world. He would be lucky if a ship willingly came near him instead of him chasing the other party. Retracting the flames back into his body, Duncan stood up from the mapping table and did his first experiment. He was no longer in his ghostly form, but the translucent ghostly green sails of flame did not disappear like he willed it. It appears he could pick and choose which part turns into spirit form. As for the power source for the green flames out there, it's also not from him, but from the vanished itself, effectively confirming he and the ship are separate entities. Duncan left the mapping table and focused on the door leading to his personal apartment in the other world. He needed a quieter environment to study his newfound powers. But before that happens, he needs someone to oversee the ship's continued voyage while it maps the region. Shifting his gaze down to the goat head, "You take the helm." "Hey," the wooded figurine appeared stunned for a split second, "but Captain, you... I have something to do, don't bother me during this time." Duncan didn't seem to care what the goat head would say and commanded. From what he found, the entire vanished was connected to the captain's quarter like veins to a heart, including the goat head. So, that means the goat head could also tell what's happening on the ship like he did. In fact, Duncan suspected the wooded figurine was some sort of control system for this ghost ship. Imagine a computer on a modern ship with an AI autopilot function in case of emergencies. Duncan was not the builder of the ship, so naturally he didn't know how the ship worked. But this was the best guess he could make at this time. On the other hand, the goat head did always claim to be the first/second mate and lead deckhand. If he couldn't provide this much assistance, then what use was he anyways? Duncan might as well toss the annoying thing away and promote Alice to the position instead. A minute later, the goat head finally responded with an annoyingly cheery voice, all right Captain. You can rest assured that you're loyal. Duncan ignored his words and waved him off. Turning for the door back to his apartment, he casually stepped through the murky fog and closed the door behind himself, thus ending his venture for the day. Chapter 16. Traveling through the spirit world. The door closed behind him, blocking the hollow gaze of the goat head from himself. Nevertheless, Duncan could still sense the vanished in the back of his head, like the moving rudders, the adjusting sails, and the stable movement of the vessel on the water. As he expected, the goat head had temporarily taken control and began to carry out his duties as the first mate. But of course, the flexibility and speed of the vanished couldn't be compared to when Duncan headed the helm. Even so, his primary purpose was to further dispel the fog from the mapping chart. It may be slower, but that's of no consequence. After confirming that nothing terrible was happening with the goat head and goth doll, Duncan finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced around this familiar captain's room. This was his private resting quarter on the ship and the most lavish of all the rooms. In addition to a soft, comfy bed, there's also a large classical wardrobe and shelf against the wall opposite of the door. Sadly, there were no books on those shelves, only a few pens, and tools for writing on the main desk near the window. This area also had several hooks, which was where Duncan found the gun and pirate saber before. Coming up to the writing desk, he placed the weapons down and opened the drawer where a box of gunpowder and pellets were stored. Here, there's also a small brass compass he kept stored among other things. Like usual, the needle behind the glass spun wildly as if pulled by some chaotic force field once he picked it up. Aside from this feature, there's also a set of text inscribed at the bottom metallic casing, "We are all lost souls." Taking a seat as he played with the compass, Duncan began to review the new pieces of information he had gathered today. This silence continued until he casually ignited a wick of green flame at his fingertip. Gradually, the hand closest to the glow transformed and turned ghostly like he intended, confirming his theory that he could change only parts of himself at will. Then another idea hit him. If he could extend the flame across the vanished, then what about other items that aren't entirely connected to the vessel? Grabbing one of those old ink pens from the table with his free hand, he slowly dipped the metal tip into the greenish flame. Instead of bursting into flame as one would expect, only a little shade of green spread across the surface and gave the Victorian-era pen an eerie glow. Unlike when he manifested the flames across the sails and rudder, Duncan did not get any feedback from this experiment. Silently writing this finding down in his mind, Duncan concluded the green flame doesn't burn like traditional fire, nor does it have any temperature or feedback on ordinary objects. That brings up another question about what would happen if he tried burning items from outside the vanished. Will the flames react? Duncan pondered the idea for a moment, then came up with the image of the goth puppet doll. Technically, she's not of the vanished. Will she be affected by this ghost fire? But he quickly tossed the idea of burning the doll out the window. No matter if Alice was a cursed doll or a human, she's still an independent individual with consciousness and will. Doing something so inhumane was out of Duncan's ethical standard. Duncan then tested this discovery a few more times to determine if the other items in the room had supernatural properties until he remembered the brass compass was still in his possession. The item lay quietly on the table, and the needle under the glass shell spun wildly as usual. However, perhaps it's his own illusion, but Duncan saw the pointer freeze for a split second when he shot his malicious gaze at the item. Duncan! This thing just reacted to my gaze. Originally, he was a little afraid of the compass. After all, it had the handwriting left by the real Captain Duncan, and he was worried about whether the dead ghost captain had left some kind of power or trap behind to prevent thieves from stealing it. But now, after seeing a reaction from his gaze, he's made up his mind regardless of the risk involved. Reaching out to grab that cold metallic case, Duncan directly placed his finger with the candlewick of green flame floating at the tip of it. Immediately, the compass ignited into a burst of ghostly fire with countless phantoms flickering inside that glow. Then it stopped. The constant rotating needle now points to a particular direction on the vast open sea. Duncan's heart thumped with excitement. At this moment, he could clearly sense the feedback from the compass, thus confirming it was an abnormal item that his ghost fire could dominate. But before he could examine the details from this connection, a sudden and intense force abruptly swept over him. He only felt his body shake for a moment, the next, it was a total blur. The furniture in the room had turned into nothingness, and even the surrounding walls and roofs disintegrated like snowflakes on a short winter day. Now, only endless darkness remains. Duncan stood in the middle of this hollow black void in amazement. With his heart ringing, his first reaction was to reach for the musket gun and sword placed next to himself. But to his shock and horror, his weapons were gone. Instead, he only found the brass compass still clutching in his hands. Blinking in confusion and daze, countless wisps of thin light threads suddenly filled the area around the compass and intertwined with the surrounding darkness. Before he knew it, dots of starry lights began to emerge, scattering sporadically across the whole landscape like the Milky Way in space. It's truly a magnificent scene to witness because the only way to describe it was a galaxy's birth. Right now, there were a lot of emotions swelling out of Duncan's heart, wariness, unease, but there was never a sense of crisis about any of this. In fact, he found peace here, a long-lost sensation since being trapped in this weird predicament. The next second, Duncan's gaze involuntarily looked upwards towards a cluster of stars. His impression was that it was unstable and about to fade into the darkness completely. Duncan didn't know why nor what compelled him to do this, but he wanted to reach out with his hands and grasp that star. Then a huge pull ripped at him the next. Duncan's entire figure had started to fly, rushing straight for the source of the stars at such breakneck speed that the webs of light that formed around the compass had been left behind, and the star river was no longer visible after becoming a spinning blur in his view. In the rapid flight, he subconsciously wanted to grasp harder against the compass which was the cause of all this only to discover it's gone by now. But before crashing into that fading star with no way out, an afterglow from the corner of his eyes suddenly caught Duncan's attention. It was a shadow that emerged near him. It didn't seem unnatural, in fact, it was so natural it didn't even occur to him that it could be anything otherwise. Then he finally got a better picture of that contour. It looked like a bird that was flying with its wings stretched out. Then before he could get any more details, his vision blacked out. When Duncan finally regained a part of his consciousness, he was back in reality on the floor, cold and heavy from whatever supernatural high he had just gone through. Chapter 17. Cave. Cold, damp, and the foul smell of carrion mixed in with the noise of chains rubbing against the ground, many strange perceptions flooded into Duncan's mind, yet he's unable to open his eyes despite the fact. He felt his soul had been divided into two parts, one part remaining on the vanished, and the other stuffed into an utterly unfamiliar shell, which was as difficult to control as an old and broken tape recorder. The chaotic perceptions were rampaging through the nerves that left his limbs numb and dulled. This uncomfortable sensation lasted for several minutes until it finally faded, allowing Duncan to finally awaken from the long hibernating state and move a little. First opening his eyes, Duncan took in his surroundings. This was a crypt-like space, with burning torches inserted into the stone walls in the distance, and the shaking light of the fire reflected the terrible state around him. Duncan saw many people, or many dead corpses to be exact, thrown together into a mound atop of the mud and rocks. Most are mutilated and ragged with obvious signs of decay from what he saw, which explained the buzzing carrion smell. Eyes aside, his ears also picked up some faint noises, droplets of water dripping down from the top of this cave and the distant sound of sewage water flowing like a river somewhere in these channels. Going by these clues, this cave must be connected to some kind of sewage system. Duncan blinked in confusion and attempted to figure out what's happening. Ignoring the strange environment, he needed to make sure this was even his body for one. Staring down at his right hand, what he saw were 5 scrawny unfamiliar fingers. As for the compass he's been holding before all this, it had disappeared completely. Then glancing around to recall what happened, images of the starry sky and webs of light hit him like a tidal wave. From what he recalled, that shadow at the end should be some kind of bird, but of course, there's nothing like that next to him now. It looks like that bird didn't come into reality like I did. Duncan gently tightened his fingers to form a fist as a means to force the unease back down. Once done, he began to fiddle with this new hand of his until a puff of faintly green flame emerged from his fingertip. It must be said that this ghost fire was far weaker than the one Duncan was used to. Nevertheless, it did dispel the fear of losing this new power of his since he had barely managed to learn to use it yet. Also, his connection with the flame was strange. He clearly noticed another part of his soul not being here but rather back on the vanished sitting at the desk with the brass compass in hand still. It was a peculiar feeling of having split bodies, but Duncan still had a vague awareness of what was going on. A part of his spirit had been projected, or extended, to another mind across unknown distances and burrowed itself in this strange body. This must have something to do with that brass compass. Could this be the power of that item? Duncan had some speculations in mind, but he didn't let the matter take up too much time. After confirming his main body back on the vanished was fine, he began assessing what's the deal with this second body. First of all, he's no longer out at sea anymore, but on land. Actual land that he's been searching so hard for in the past week. Second, this eerie cave doesn't look like a safe place, and the bodies scattered around didn't look like a normal burial scene either. The shell I now occupy, what sort of bad luck did he have to be trapped in such a hell? Inhaling deeply to gather strength so he could sit up, Duncan suddenly noticed something strange with this shell's bodily function. Looking down at where the strangeness was coming from, he widened his eyes at the sight of a huge gaping hole in the chest where the heart should be. WTF. Even if he's nonchalant about a lot of things, Duncan still found himself sweating heavily at this discovery. There are goosebumps rising up from his skin until he realizes something even more frightening: how was he still standing around and able to curse? This is a corpse. After a few moments, Duncan now got a firm understanding of the situation and calmed down. He had no reason to freak out. That was only out of reflex. After all, he's a ghost captain on a cursed ship with an evil goat head-looking gargoyle thingy. If that doesn't scare him, then this much shouldn't. It's not the first time he saw someone lose an important body part like Alice. She's often dropping her head. With these chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Duncan regained his composure at a speed surprising even to himself. Flexing his arms and legs to adjust to the new body, he began stepping over to the corpses strewn about in the cave. I knew it, Duncan found the chests on these corpses were also hollow and missing their hearts. Take the closest body to himself for example. It was a middle-aged man with a gaunt face. Likely a beggar on the streets and has been dead for a while now based on the sunken eye sockets and decaying flesh. Nevertheless, the despair and struggle conveyed in the facial expression told how horrific the experience must have been for the victim. Continuing forward, he soon came upon two other bodies that caught his eye. Unlike the others who mostly only had their hearts cut out, these victims had been violently smashed on the head with a stone. This brought some ideas to Duncan's mind. Perhaps these two had killed themselves off to avoid the pain of having their hearts cut out. To tell the truth, the things in this cave were a little too thrilling for the ordinary folk, and even Duncan felt a little overwhelmed by what he saw. After examining all the corpses, he then found a relatively clean stone in a distant spot to sit down. This gave him time to tidy up and clean out his thought process. Obviously, this spot was the crime scene of a horrific murder case, but judging from the overly cold and uniform way of killing, it must be more than one murderer, but an evil ceremony of some sort like a cult. Duncan summoned the ghost flame again, feeling the connection between himself and the main body back on the ship. He doesn't know how, but he knew this projected state could be cut off at any time by him. But no, that's not what he wanted. Even if it's only to get some information about the land of this world, it's good enough. After a brief rest and an awkward moment of finding the air coming out of the hole in his heart, Duncan quickly pulled himself up to peer deeper into the darker parts of the cave. He still hasn't located the source of the chain rattling sound he heard earlier. A sign there are probably still living people moving about. At the very least, prisoners. Naturally, carelessly rushing over to check the situation was certainly not safe, but Duncan does not care, he's got an open heart right now anyways. Chapter 18. Underground Sewage System. Before leaving his temporarily hiding spot inside the cave, Duncan first dragged some rags from the nearby corpses and wrapped them around himself as clothes. This was not because he couldn't stand the cold temp, but more or less to block the gaping hole in the heart area. Although having a lethal hole through the chest didn't affect Duncan's ability to survive at all. As a normal human, walking around partially naked was really too creepy. At the very least, he wanted some psychological comfort from not having to hear the wind blowing through his heart. Also, it's common sense to speak to a living human without a huge hole in the chest lest they want to be taken as undead and beheaded in the next. That's how all those zombie movies work, right? After treating the wound with a quick fix, Duncan carefully left the gloomy and damp cave for the passageway connecting to some form of a sewage system. The tunnel was deep, damp, and dark, but there seemed to be hidden ventilation holes set in place for ventilation, meaning there were workers who would occasionally come down. This somehow made it bearable from the stink. Eventually, he came across his first item of interest: oil lamps and torches hanging against both sides of the brick wall at measured intervals. Best of all, it's been used recently, proving this wasn't some abandoned underground facility. After walking another long distance along the predetermined path, Duncan suddenly found himself at a fork road leading to a lower elevation. On top of this, Pipes constantly pass waste into the main river, meaning this should be the converging point for the sewer and the resident's home. He had to take a moment to think about why in heaven would anyone want to commit themselves to such an environment. Not only were the brick walls and sewage water foul to the nose, but it couldn't be good for one's health either. However, there was some good news. If people had constructed such a massive sewage system, it must be catering to a large settlement with some technological advancements in society. This was enough to give Duncan the strength to endure this foul attack on his nose. He wants information about this world, and now he's getting some very key notes about it. Duncan continued to move with increased vigor but was stopped a short distance away when his sight fell upon something built into the wall. It's a glass lamp, but more than the oil version he saw earlier, this one was built inside a sturdy metal casing and stuffed inside the walls. Also, the light it gave off was noticeably brighter than the previous versions. Duncan leaned in and examined the object. Finally, he deduced the energy source was in fact gas spewing up from the hole inside, making this a gas lamp. But it did differ from what he knew from his own world. The shape was different in terms of style, and the glass was inscribed with several slender rune symbols similar to what Alice's coffin had. From what he could tell, they weren't added afterward by a third party but at the factory during production. The runes are a little different, but the air around these are similar. Both sacred and ritualistic. Duncan stepped back and peered further into the sewer tunnel ahead. From here on out, the lights are all gas lamps set in regular intervals instead of the oil and torches. This seemed excessive in his opinion. For an underground facility that hardly gets visited by anyone except for necessary maintenance, why would the workers put this many equipment down here? This couldn't possibly be cheap to maintain or pay for. This gave Duncan a sense that they're trying to repel something lurking here or beings that are hostile towards human civilization from the darkness. With that in mind, he trod carefully and continued his exploration until he found something strange again. It's a deep dark red painting set in between two lamps here. Due to its location, this part was dimmer than the other areas of the tunnel, but even so, Duncan could make out its image. It's a pair of hands reaching upwards in the worship of a spherical orb above. The false sun will eventually fall, and the real sun god will be resurrected from blood and fire. The vitality of all things belongs to the sun, and the order of all things belongs to the sun. Duncan stood quietly and read the inscription at the bottom of the creepy painting. He stayed like this for a long time until a noise suddenly caught his attention again. It's the sound of footsteps. Next thing he knew, his eyes were met with several figures in burqas coming his way from the front. Their heads were all shrouded behind a hood so Duncan couldn't see their faces. Nevertheless, he didn't intend to hide from these suspicious fellas or want to in this cramped tunnel. Chapter 19. Underground Gathering Hall. At this moment, Duncan was still the same as when he had just left the cave, thin, scrawny, and only covered in rags. However, the fact that he didn't run and stood there with a huge grin obviously came as a shock to those hooded figures. A sacrifice has escaped. One of them yelled after a brief delay. Quick! Stop him! Don't let him run! Another shouted and began running over, believing Duncan would flee. Don't let him run! A sacrifice has escaped. They kept repeating this despite the other side not moving an inch. As a result, Duncan's shrug, an honest act of standing in the middle of the tunnel, somehow created a weird and awkward atmosphere that didn't befit the situation. Naturally, this didn't escape the hooded people who had noticed how wrong this was halfway over. Nevertheless, they didn't stop running over and quickly circled their target. Should I have run? The mood is already like this. Duncan scratched his nose like he should have acted a little to match their enthusiasm. Ignoring the cold joke that could freeze a ghost, two of the black hoods warily eyed the escapee and began murmuring something. Why did one manage to escape? Could it be that the hounds of the church discovered this hiding spot? But this one doesn't look like he was let out. Regardless, let's take him back first. This sacrifice doesn't look right. We need to dispose of him quickly. Let the emissary decide. Duncan was completely confused about the background of this gang, let alone what the emissary mentioned by the other party meant. But upon thinking about what he had seen along the way and the word sacrifice, he could vaguely guess the truth. He didn't know what kind of reaction he should make to be considered a normal sacrifice, and he had no intention of cooperating with these people's performance. This was a temporary body, so Duncan naturally had very little to worry about. Where are you taking me? He asks after a little observation. Those in the hoods were obviously surprised to hear the calm opening of the sacrifice. Although they each wore a black mask that completely covered their faces, Duncan could still guess the surprise they felt over his question. You are not qualified to ask us questions. Take him away. One of the hooded men viciously snaps. A few of the black-robed immediately stepped forward and wanted to apprehend the guy. However, Duncan beat them to the punch by taking the initiative. No need, I'll follow you. The Black Hoods all exchanged looks between themselves, probably feeling the sacrifice in front of them was behaving too abnormal and calm. Nevertheless, the leading black robe waved a hand to signal their silence. That's for the best. You can't run away anyways. Come with us and you might even be given glory and dignity. Several of the gang gathered around Duncan to seal off any chance of escape, leading him back and forth through the deeper channels of the sewer system. The foul smell of the wastewater was disgusting the deeper they went, but these hooded people didn't seem to take notice at all over the dirty and moldy walls. If Duncan wasn't already a dead person in this shell, he might have freaked out already when he stepped on something slimy and goopy. This is the city-state of planned. Duncan eventually asks this like he's part of their group. That's obvious, one of the black-robed replied subconsciously, but then reacted and stared at Duncan like he's seeing a ghost. You're very calm, boy. Do you know what's going to happen next? I can take a probable guess. Duncan nodded with a big smile. The true sun god, right? Several of the black-robed halted at that moment, seemingly baffled by how casual the sacrifice mentioned their lord. Wait, is he a believer of the Lord too? No way, he's obviously an escaped sacrifice, the other black-robed whispered back, then glanced at Duncan. You're quite clever, but don't think that this will save you from being a sacrifice. The Lord has decided your destiny, and you had better embrace it. Duncan did not argue. He knows they're reacting this way due to his unexpected calm attitude. Perhaps they're thinking he's pretending as a way to wiggle his way out of being a sacrifice. Regardless, Duncan didn't care what they thought because it's not like he could move the facial muscles anyway. Necrosis had set in on this shell, so it's a given he behaves this way. So you think the current sun in the sky is a false sun? That it will one day fall out of the sky sooner or later. Duncan begins his mission of gathering intelligence. Of course the false sun will fall. This topic was obviously a provoking subject for these cultists, so they were feverish in their reply. Even the lackeys of the church have to admit in the historical chronicles that the sun in the sky is a twisted and grotesque object that only appeared after the great calamity. What truly brings life and order to all things in this world is the sun god, but that vile forgery has usurped our Lord. Sooner or later, that vile artifact will fall out of the sky. Immediately afterward, Duncan heard the surrounding cultists also join in support of their leader. Sooner or later the false sun will fall, and the real sun god will be revived through blood and fire. The excess sea water of the world will be banished back into the void by the might of our Lord, and the earth will return to the era of great fertility and stability. Listening to the chant of these cultists, Duncan's mind began racing with his thoughts. He knew this kind of fanatical cultist could not be reasoned with, meaning the information he's receiving was likely distorted and tampered with misinformation. Nevertheless, there are certain details he could use and assume true. The sun hanging in the sky is a fake, and the real sun has been usurped. They firmly believe that the real sun is a fallen deity, and that God will recover from blood and fire. They also mentioned the excess sea water in the world will recede, that the era of abundance and stability will return. What exactly do they mean by that? It didn't take long for the cultists to regain their composure from reciting their religious mantra. After all, they still had a sacrifice to escort. Have you noticed this sacrifice is a bit creepy? One of the cultists asks the leader. He doesn't seem quite right. I'm a little unsure. Could it be that this sacrifice had been in the lightless underground for too long when he escaped before, and now his head is possessed by something? Then that's perfect, the Lord's power will purify him. Duncan didn't miss their whispering conversation, especially the part about the lightless underground. But just when he wanted to gather more information from them, the black-robed man at the head of the group stopped. Here we are. The black-robed cultist said in a low, cold voice. Duncan regretted he didn't chase the topic faster, but the scene that came into view attracted him more. Ahead was the nexus of the sewer system, a convergence that led into a spacious underground hall, and there were a lot of black-robed cultists here. Chapter 20. Offering. The scale of the sewer system was so large that, in Duncan's eye, had utterly exceeded the need for the single function of urban sewage. Take the ubiquitous gas lamps with runes for example, and the reinforced structure that served as a shelter for these cultists. All of these things made him wonder a lot about the purpose of the underground facility. But whatever the builders had in mind behind the design, one fact was obvious: in the depths of this vast facility, beyond the gaze of the earthly world, this dark and cold place has become a nursery where evil breeds. A cult that nominally worships the sun, but their actions only warrant cold chills down the spine. At a glance, there are at least hundreds of people in black robes gathered around the underground Nexus Hall, and in the middle high stage was a tall, stoic figure giving a speech to his fellow believers. He didn't have the same hooded setup as the rest though, but a golden mask that radiated endless flames in a hellish manner. Then behind the masked man was another object of note, a high metallic totem burning with a fireball at the top. We caught an escaped sacrifice. One of the black-robed who had been charged with escorting Duncan stepped forward and reported to the leader with a tone of praise. This sacrifice stayed inside the darkness for too long, so his mind is slightly confused right now. May the greatness of the Lord bestow salvation to this sad fleshly body of his. The cult leader wearing the golden mask on stage eyed Duncan with an unreadable face before speaking with a hint of surprise. The sacrifice escaped. Duncan didn't react at all to being the attention of all, only observing his captors with curiosity and the strange stake totem in the rear. Perhaps, these symbols are strange and bizarre for the ordinary folk in this world, but he only needed a glance to tell they're imitating the sun in the sky. To be clear, it's not the strange ball of light currently hanging in the sky but the real sun according to Duncan's memory from his world. Towards the necrosis face of Duncan's shell, the cult priest in question didn't find it odd that the sacrifice didn't panic and scream. Those who get lost in the darkness tended to appear to lose their minds like a lost soul that has been sucked out of intelligence. Go and check the place where the sacrifices are being held. The priest eventually turned to a believer closest to him and ordered. After the command, he went ahead and gave the escort a nod and started praising him. Well done, you have earned great merit for our Lord. May eternal glory shine upon you when the world is illuminated with its light. It was just a painless and unobtrusive compliment, but it was enough to encourage the rest of the black robes in the hall to begin chanting glory to their sun god. While they did so, some also pushed Duncan onto the center stage where the masked priest stood. Poor soul who has gone astray, can you feel the deep, cold darkness between the crevices of this world? Duncan couldn't understand what the superstitious stick was saying, so he merely kept his silence and watched. Apparently, this worked because the priest didn't lash out at him and spoke more feverishly. Cold and darkness are the sufferings left by the false sun to this world. Under the rule of the false sun, the dark oceans ravaged everything, leaving only fragmented small pieces of land for the living to spawn and struggle. But the world is cruel, hiding the shadows of the old era in the underground darkness, awaiting to strike when the chance arises. At this rate, all of humanity will be contaminated by evil. How do we endure this long suffering? How do we endure the distorted and absurd world brought about by the false sun? We can't, that's how. We only wish for our Lord to return. May the true sun god descend upon our earth again. May he burn away the darkness with blood and fire. May he bring order and prosperity back to our world. Instigated by the masked priest's very encouraging tone, Duncan could clearly feel the atmosphere in the assembly hall change. First in agreement, then the echoing fervent cries, "May the real sun god come to the earth again. He shall rise from blood and fire. He shall cleanse our world's darkness with his light. May the true sun god descend to the earth again," said the priest on the stage. Then extending a hand to Duncan, "And today, our Lord will further awaken from his slumber. The blood of the lost soul will soothe his wounds and bring us one step closer to the false sun's collapse. Bring forward the offerings." Several black-robed men rushed over to push Duncan up there, however, the latter had taken the liberty of climbing up to the stage on his own. Although this body was not very good, it's still possible to bend those legs and arms for a quick climb. Once up there, he came eye to eye with the masked priest, who was still maintaining the air of mystique. Nevertheless, the odd behavior from the sacrifice still caught the priest by surprise, leaving the whole hall eerily quiet. Duncan didn't seem to notice the change in the atmosphere around him at all though. He had just gathered some useful information about this world and was looking forward to seeing more rare scenes before this body was scrapped. So. Duncan rubbed his hands with a certain sense of curiosity. What now? Masked priest. You not hear me? Duncan frowned awkwardly due to the tense muscles on his face. I said, what's next? At this time, the priest finally came back to his senses. Although separated by a mask, there was obviously a moment of confusion in those eyes. In a low voice, the shadow in the darkness has indeed affected your mind, but rest assured, the supreme and holy sun will end your suffering. Bring the sacrifice to the totem. Two black robes immediately stepped up from the side and apprehended the sacrifice by the arms, pulling him over to the totem with the burning fireball at the top. Although Duncan did not show any resistant gestures with his body, but the captors still used a lot of strength to clamp down to the point Duncan could feel the bones on his shoulders were starting to dislocate from the pressure. However, his attention was immediately drawn to the priest again when the guy came over. The masked priest had drawn a strangely shaped dagger out that looked like a twisted dead branch. It glistened with a black light, similar to the obsidian material used for the goat head's eyes back on the vanished. Duncan knew it should be about time as the chants begun to ring out, which he readied himself to cut off the soul-projected state he was in. O Son God of the highest and most holy! Please accept the sacrifice on this altar. I offer you the heart of this sacrifice, and may you return to our world through blood and fire. Duncan immediately stopped himself and stared at the priest with eyes of watching a fool. Chapter 21. Announcement. The ritual went smoothly. Now Duncan finally understood where the tragic murder scene in the cave had come from and what was going on with the crazy and evil deeds of these cultists. Then as he watched the masked priest approach himself with that sinister-looking dagger, a dark flame suddenly bursts forward and encapsulates that dark alloy. This striking supernatural phenomenon instantly roused the curiosity inside Duncan's heart. In his view, that dagger was most likely some sort of supernatural item as well, and perhaps this priest was also a special human capable of harnessing said extraordinary powers like himself. Now that brought forward a new question: what sort of role do people like that play in a civilized society? As the blade struck down and stabbed into his chest, Duncan didn't flinch nor scream, only hearing a muffled noise of the rags being flayed by the metal. Thankfully, nothing burned inside of him. But not everything was fine and dandy at this moment. In the rear, where the totem stood, the flaming fireball had started to make a disturbing crackling sound like you would expect from a firework being doused with oil. The next thing Duncan knew, he had felt a touch reaching out at himself from the totem. It's filled with chilling madness, which he understood as a supernatural phenomenon, no doubt. The unexpected change in the symbolic sun immediately attracted the attention of the nearest believers, accompanied by several suppressed exclamations until the noise died down from the frenzy. Clearly this outcome was not normal for the ritual because the two black hoods holding Duncan down had let go and got to their knees in fear. As for the masked priest, he was making a look of confusion with those eyes at the supposed sacrifice. Knowing the jig was up, Duncan rigidly formed a faint smile with those lips and touched the dagger that's currently stabbed into his chest. Next thing everyone knew, a wisp of ghostly green flame had popped into existence and wrapped around the blade. Almost instantly, Duncan got the feedback from the knife as he wanted, but in this case, it was weak and hollow like some sort of cheap counterfeit. Whatever power that's inside the blade wasn't of its own, but borrowed from something greater. But for Duncan, this discovery was enough. With a grin, he unhurriedly spoke in a frank manner, I have two things to say. In the next instant, the priest felt the connection between himself and the obsidian knife being sidetracked by an external force until it was completely cut off. First, I'm a man with a big heart, you see, this big. Already torn to begin with, but now even more ragged due to the dagger, Duncan stripped himself of the fabric hiding the gaping hollow hole in his chest. Through this grand reveal, the priest presiding over the sacrifice ceremony was clearly shocked and taken aback. Second, try to avoid offering expired food to your lord. With a gentle shove, Duncan forces the priest back with ease using this stiff shell of his. He didn't know why, but after wrapping the ghostly green flame around the dagger, the original owner appeared somehow weaker. As if coming back from his shock, the priest first flew into a panic, followed by a great deal of anger that caused his whole body to tremble. Pointing an accusing finger at the sacrifice, the masked priest roared, "This filth has come back from the dead. He's an undead. How dare a vile creature like you desecrate a holy ritual like this? Vile filth, which daring necromancer is responsible for this treacherous act?" "I don't understand what you're talking about," Duncan said casually as he glanced down at the obsidian knife. Once he got another faint feedback from the blade, a whimsical idea suddenly formed in his brain, but I suddenly got a great idea to satisfy my curiosity. After saying this, he suddenly raised the obsidian knife and pointed it at the masked priest, raising that voice to a booming level so all of the black hoods could hear himself. "O Son God of the highest and most holy! Please accept the sacrifice on this stage. I offer you the heart, thy heart, and may you return from blood and fire." The next second, he saw the flames on the obsidian knife grow several folds, followed by the same cold maddening touch seeping out from the totem. Unlike the first round though, the target was instead the masked priest, which obviously knew what's going to happen next as he attempted to flee from the stage. However, the burning black knife of red and green flame flew straight out of Duncan's hand on its own and stabbed directly into the target's heart. With the latter issuing out a terrible scream, the cult leader's chest was directly pierced, and his heart was reduced to ash at that instant. Without effort, the blade promptly returned to Duncan's hand in the next, finally exhausting the last ounce of its remaining power. This ritual expected 2 individuals on this altar, one of whom must give up their heart as a sacrifice. Since he didn't have one to begin with on this shell, Duncan knew there could be only one other target, the priest himself, who actually had a heart. But never in his wildest dream did he expect things to work out so smoothly. Shooting a look towards the totem in the rear, Duncan slightly narrowed his eyes on the object and muttered his thoughts, perhaps, it doesn't matter who is holding the dagger so long as the words are right. You will take them anyways, right? Of course, the fireball on the totem wouldn't answer his question, but the cultists around the altar had obviously reacted by flying into a huge panic. Many were screaming, but more were outraged at what just transpired, that it overshadowed the fear brought on by the death of their leader. Several cultists closest to the altar moved first, shouting the name of the sun god and rushing at Duncan with their weapons drawn. This ruined the plan Duncan had in mind. He intended to try another chant by saying, "I offer the hearts of everyone on the altar to the sun god," but when he saw that some of the cultists had brought out revolvers to shoot him, the idea was squashed. Giving these cultists the middle finger, he cuts off the projected state without a second of delay. Let these crazy people continue their crazy crap, I'm going back home to the vanished. At the same time, on the vast expanse of the sea, a rhythmic footstep echoed along the deck of the vanished. This was Alice, the puppet doll in her long gothic dress, coming up to the captain's room. She wants to ask Duncan some questions, and she remembers well from the captain that he's in the room here. Alice has a good memory. Chapter 22. Crew members article. Stopping before the captain's quarters, Alice eyed the dark oak door in front of herself and noticed the scribble of words written on the frame, "Door of the Lost." It's not surprising to find such a sentence written on a ship like the Vanished, but Alice still frowned subconsciously. Not for the content though, but why she's able to recognize words in general. Alice had no memory of learning how to read, in fact, she did not have any memory of learning at all, nor did she remember where she had accumulated the experience of moving outside and talking to people. So, where does all this knowledge come from? A doll that's been sleeping inside a wooden coffin shouldn't know anything. Alice had never considered this question before until today, but somehow, after talking to Captain Duncan, the concept of curiosity somehow sprouted in the doll's mind, which was supposed to function peacefully forever without disturbance. Looking back carefully, this change seemed to have arisen after Duncan asked about the origin of the name Alice. The doll didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but she didn't like the feeling of not knowing and being confused. Quickly shaking the discomfort aside, the doll adjusted her mentality and put her hand on the door handle to push it slightly. But the door didn't budge. Alice hesitated for a moment and tried again, but found the door unbudging like it's been molded out of pure steel. Then, just as she was about to try again, a voice suddenly came out of the captain's quarter, a hoarse, low voice, as if coming from a piece of decaying wood, "The door is open, lady." It wasn't Captain Duncan's voice, causing Alice to flinch back from startlement. However, she was able to regain herself quickly and tried again. By pulling this time it opened smoothly without resistance. It was only then that she remembered. The last time she was here, Captain Duncan had also pulled the door to open it for them both. It looks like life knowledge is still only knowledge, it's not actual experience. Reflecting on herself, Alice carefully probed her head into the captain's quarter to find it empty aside from the goat head statue on the mapping table. "Please come in, lady. The captain is busy, so you can wait for him here until he finishes." The goat head spoke more politely than Alice had imagined. "Also, try to avoid probing your head inside like this in the future. Other overly sensitive individuals on the Vanished will mistake the gesture as you hating them. Appeasing that bunch afterward will be troublesome, and what if your head falls off again? I don't have hands, so picking it up for you will be problematic." Really talked? This wood statue is really talking. Although Captain Duncan had mentioned before that the goat head on the mapping table could speak, Alice was stunned nevertheless to hear it for herself. Taking a moment before replying, "Okay, but my head won't actually fall off so easily. Also, didn't I manage to put it back on by myself? But wait. Did you say overly sensitive ones? Are there others on the ship?" Alice quickly picked up on this point and grew both surprised and nervous all of a sudden. "Is that so strange to hear? It takes a lot of manpower to man a ship as big as this one. Do you think the great Captain Duncan would wash the deck by himself?" The goathead's explanation actually sounded reasonable. Although Alice felt something was wrong still with her not very bright head, she nevertheless nodded after a good minute. What you said makes sense. So where are the others on the Vanished? There is only one loyal first mate of the captain, the rest are a bunch of guys with less brains than a rock, so you don't have to think about communicating with them. Also, they have no interest in communicating with people, the goathead interrupted her without waiting for Alice to finish. But considering that you are a newcomer to the ship, it is normal that there are many reasons and rules that you do not know. As Captain Duncan's most loyal first and second mate, I will instruct you on some common sense that will allow you to survive on this ship. After all, the captain will not lower himself in explaining such things to the newcomer. Are you ready, lady? Alice stupidly listened in on what the goathead had to say and even forgot what her original purpose was in coming. Eventually, her mind became such a dizzying mess that she could only subconsciously nod, okay. Very well, then next are a few rules that the crew of the Vanished must know, which will help the newcomers adapt to the environment faster and accept the blessings from the great Captain Duncan and the Vanished. The goathead was obviously satisfied with Alice's answer because the pride from the goathead's mouth was growing in strides. First, Captain Duncan is the absolute master of the Vanished. He is always right. Even if reality conflicts with Captain Duncan's wording, it is subject to Captain Duncan's judgment. Second, crew members can only move in the areas allowed by the captain. No one is ever allowed in the areas forbidden by him. Third, if you step into an unauthorized area and are lucky enough to survive temporarily, you must stay there until the captain comes for you. Otherwise, only death awaits the foolish ones. You are absolutely not allowed to return without permission. Fourth, the Vanished is always sailing on the right course. Do not question the captain's plan. If you find that the scenery around the Vanished is different from what you expected, or if the ship fell into a deeper part of the sea, it's also part of the normal voyage. Fifth, the captain will occasionally leave the ship, but he will certainly return. During the captain's departure, the Vanished will continue to sail as planned. Also, crew members are not allowed to go near the helm station at the stern during that period. The rudder system is insecure when the captain leaves, so the cables there will strangle any daredevil that shows signs of usurpation. Sixth, on the Vanished, there are basically only 6 rules for the crew. Seventh, the door to the captain's quarter only opens outward. The goathead seems to have popularized this common sense to the new crew more than once. It sounded so natural and smooth that Alice had to take a second to notice the conflicting information. Wait. Mr. Goathead, you just said there are only 6 articles. Sixth, on the Vanished, there are basically only 6 rules for the crew. The goathead replied at once and repeated his words. Alice wondered if one of them had broke somewhere, but you just mentioned the 7th article. Seventh, the door to the captain's quarter only opens outward. The goathead answered very naturally. Alice stared at the goathead with a face of WTF. After a bit more doubt, she finally confirmed this must be how things work on the Vanished. Don't you think it's contradicting? There is no contradiction. Listening to the goat's determined answer, Alice eventually stuffed the question back down after meeting those obsidian black eyes. There are some things better left unsaid, even a doll knows that. Chapter 23. Bird. Alice doesn't know much about this world, but at the very least, she had enough awareness through the whispering conversations from those who guarded her that supernatural things are to be vigilant of. If an event was clearly irrational yet existed realistically, then the first rule of safety was to analyze the situation while maintaining a safe distance. Since the goathead said there are only 6 crew rules, so be it. As for the 7th, nothing was stopping her from remembering it as well. But she still had some doubts. Just now, I tried pushing the door of the captain's room. Why does it only open outwards and needs emphasizing in the rules? The goathead stared silently into Alice's eyes, and after 2 full seconds, he spoke so sternly and concisely that it was shocking. Sometimes, it can open inward. That. If you see the door open inward, don't go in, for on the entire Vanished, only the captain is qualified to do so. Alice was startled by the other's extraordinarily solemn attitude. However, the goathead's tone briskly changed yet again in the next. All right, the necessary introduction for the new crew member has ended. Now let's talk about something else. Oh yes, lady, what's your purpose in coming to the captain's room? If you are unfamiliar with the facilities on the ship, then there is no need to bother the great Captain Duncan. But you came to the right place if you want someone to talk to. I am very good at finding topics and know countless great stories about this ship. Are you not interested in its great deeds? I can also introduce you to the most famous dishes on the boundless sea, and I know a little about cooking too. Alice tried several times to interrupt the goat head during his long spiel, and it was already too late when she realized something was wrong. Anomaly 099, the puppet Miss Alice, faces the second greatest horror on the Vanished today besides Captain Duncan. At the same time, in the bedroom, which was separated from them by only one wall, Duncan quietly listened to the movement coming from the mapping room. He had just woken up when the conversation first began, so he didn't interrupt the pair. Thankfully so, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hear about the crew codes and the door to his bedroom opening outwards. So, the ship's real Captain Duncan would have also pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and headed for some mysterious world? And this happened more than once that the goat head presumed this as a matter of course? The news was good for Duncan, which meant he didn't have to worry about returning to the other side later. This way, it won't look odd when more crew members arrive. But on the other hand, Duncan also had an inevitable worry in mind. It had to do with the 6+1 crew code that the goat head deliberately mentioned. What exactly do these crew codes mean? From the surface, it sounded grotesque, dangerous, and even contradictory. However, the truth couldn't be further from that. It's clearly meant to restrict the crew's behavior while on board so that they could survive in some dangerous environment. Duncan frowned at the idea, trying to judge his own place among these codes. He's undoubtedly the adjudicator of some of these risks and seemingly with the greatest freedom on the vessel. But that's under the premise he's the real Captain Duncan. This was the most worrying part. But he suddenly remembered his own exploration on the Vanished, and the fact that he was walking around the cabin at will. The goat had never reminded himself of the crew code and saw himself as the real Captain Duncan. Based on this fact, the dangers mentioned by the goat head may not necessarily be true for himself. Duncan exhaled softly and continued to listen in on the conversation, only to regret he couldn't turn off his ears half a minute later. Round 1 of the battles between the silly doll versus the annoying goat head commences. Who's going to overwhelm the other one? First, it was the doll's nonsensical blabbing of the wind and waves from Alice, then, it's the annoying yapping of the goat head in return. No matter how much Duncan wanted information, such an attack on his conscience wouldn't be good. However, right as he's about to head out of his bedroom to stop the two, he stops. Duncan had just finished a miraculous soul journey, and there was plenty of intelligence he needed to sort and sum up. Why should he interfere when both parties were clearly enjoying each other's company? This gives him an excuse to stay in his bedroom while not paying attention. Silently saying sorry to Miss Doll, Duncan shifted his attention down to his right hand where he froze up. The brass compass, which was slightly larger than a pocket watch, had disappeared at some point without him realizing it. Duncan's eyes were momentarily troubled, for this was the first time he eased up his awareness since arriving on this strange eerie ghost ship, a mistake that could have been lethal. The next second, he flicked his finger to pop a puff of green flame out. He wanted to use his connection with the ship to scan for any abnormal entities hiding in his bedroom, but in the instant of getting up, a subtle connection suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. Out of reflex, he looked up and saw several illusory feathers falling down from the air. Amazed by this finding, Duncan stared even harder and saw what it was, a phantom figure rapidly emerging from the void. It was about 3 or so seconds later, but the black phantom had become a snowy white thing. Specifically, a dove that had the missing compass hanging from its neck. There's also a new obsidian knife lying quietly next to the bird's feet. Chapter 24. Dove. Duncan stared at the white dove with a somewhat stunned face, which the pigeon also returned with an equally stunned expression. It was not easy to see the expression on a bird's face, but somehow, Duncan got this inkling sensation he could. There's wisdom in those slightly reddened bird eyes, and the 2 green irises were clearly reflecting his image. A dove. After stalling for several seconds, Duncan finally started to mutter something under his breath. Why a dove? Why did a dove suddenly pop up? Why is my brass compass still hanging on this bird's neck? How did that dagger come about? All in all, 1,000 words could be summed up in one sentence: can something normal happen for once on this abnormal ship? And when Duncan's side was full of question marks and complaints, the dove that had been there for half a day seemed to have finally woken up. Nodding its head and taking 2 steps forward on the table, the bird stretched its neck up at Duncan's direction and made a loud goo-goo sound. Duncan stared wordlessly at this, somehow coming up with the image of a classical pirate captain from his memories. Having a bird on my shoulder does fit that picture, but shouldn't it normally be a parrot instead? So what's the deal with a white dove? The bird seemingly overheard the remark and nodded its head again. Then, to the captain's dismay, the dove spoke with a strange and feministic voice, "Teleportation is complete." Any sort of murmuring and thought instantly vaporized from Duncan's side. Nearly choking from his own saliva at the shock, he glared at the white dove with a confused expression and a sense of déjà vu from when he first met the goat head. But this was not the first day he came to the vanished. After the brief surprise, he immediately regained his composure and summoned up a puff of green flame from one hand and stared at the bird with a guarded posture. "Where are you from?" The dove tilted its head, one eye looking straight at Duncan, the other up at the ceiling. "The address is wrong. Please reconfirm the address again, or contact the system administrator." Duncan. Compared to his expression's momentary sluggishness, a bigger wave of shock had set off in his heart. This dove had said something, not of the style from this world. No one should be speaking like this here, not Alice, not the goat head, and absolutely not the hooded cultists from his soul journey. The term should only be familiar to someone like him, Zhou Ming, an earthling. However, the bird did not seem to notice the change between Duncan's eyes and expression at all. Pecking its winging for a quick clean, the dove started to pace freely around the table until it ran up to the obsidian dagger used by the cultists. Then, speaking with the same strange and feministic voice like before, "Take up this solar tomahawk and embrace the glory of battle." Duncan jerked up from his desk and caused the chair underneath to tip over backward, making a harsh crashing sound as a result. The reason? Because the phrase "there was not of this world." Perhaps due to the loud commotion, Duncan suddenly got a direct inquiry from the goat head, "Captain, are you okay?" Still staring at the dove on the table, he replied calmly since the goat head wouldn't peek into his personal quarter, "I'm fine. Miss Alice has come to see you. Do you want to? You meet with her first." "Yes, Captain." Duncan exhaled heavily and then glanced back at the door leading out to the mapping room. Immediately, the bombardment of stupid topics continued with the wooden statue and Alice, the latter trying multiple times to get up and leave only to be stopped by the former. He promises to apologize to the doll later, but for now, this earthling has more important matters to attend to. Taking a seat back in front of his desk, Duncan wanted to try communicating with the dove when he suddenly noticed a detail he hadn't noticed until now. A strand of fire was vaguely stretching out from his right finger and connecting to the bird's wing. This made Duncan frown. He thought about what this meant, then as a test, he flicked his right hand. Next thing he knew, the bird had disappeared in an instant and reappeared on his shoulder, pecking his hair while making a goo-goo sound. Raising an eyebrow, he flicks his finger again to test the theory. Sure enough, the dove disappears and reappears on the table. However, unlike the last, the compass hanging around the bird's neck radiated a green glow this time. Duncan frowned. Is it related to this brass compass? There's certainly a connection between the dove and himself, even closer than the connection between him and the vanished, which might also explain why the bird knew about that phrase from Earth that only he knew. Now the question was, why did this dove appear now? Going back and forth in his mind, Duncan eventually focused in on the spooky brass compass. From testing the ghost fire to the present, everything had begun with this compass. Whether it was the previous soul journey into the corpse, the item's disappearance, or the dove's emergence, it's all sourced from this compass. Determined to find out why, Duncan reached out for the item to study. The dove was surprisingly unaversive to his touch. However, instead of feeling the metallic hardness, his finger directly went through the compass and touched the feathers instead. The dove jumped a few times in place at the tickle, exclaiming wildly in protest, "Today is KFC Crazy Thursday, half price." Twitching in the corner of his eye, Duncan tried several more times at this gesture. Eventually, he concluded the compass wasn't coming off and had obviously been bound to the dove. Or rather, maybe the compass's real body was the bird itself? Duncan had no way to confirm his speculations at the moment, but for now, he needed an excuse to settle this dove on the ship. After a short thought, he decided to give the bird a name first. "I've got to give you a name," he said with a light tap of his finger on the table. "I suppose you can understand me, right?" The bird tilted its head, and the two mung bean-sized eyes stared at Duncan wistfully. AI. Chapter 25. Communication is impossible. The dove tilted its head, probably feeling that Duncan hadn't heard her clearly. Then quickly repeated the name again in a louder voice than before, "AI." Duncan finally understood what the bird meant. "You mean your name is AI?" The dove nodded proudly and paced around the desk, "Goo-goo." Duncan couldn't help but rub his forehead over how strange it was communicating with this dove. It's even more awkward than speaking with the goat head in his opinion. Do you know how you were born? Or rather, how did you end up here? The dove thought for a moment before both of them looked in different directions. Aya, the page you are looking for is missing, try refreshing it. Duncan. It's nearly impossible to comprehend what was happening in the bird's head. But one thing's certain, the bird was sentient in its own way and communicated seriously. The problem was, did they both have the same understanding of what communication actually meant? Duncan continued his effort to talk with this dove called AI. Throughout their conversation, the bird gave a relevant answer to his questions on occasion. However, most replies were incoherent messes that didn't relate. In the end, little progress was made, leaving the captain frowning. What kind of messed up thing is this? Unfazed by the displeasure from the human, the dove crouched down on the table and started roosting while occasionally nagging for V50. Duncan didn't care about the bird's chanting, instead curled his fingers and rubbed them gently. As he watched the glowing green flame on his fingertip, the guy was sure of one thing: the compass and dove were essentially an anomaly item that he could control. Putting it to the test, he raised the size of the flame's intensity. Sure enough, the flame around AI blew up with the pointer inside the compass beginning to slow down like it wanted to point in some direction. AI didn't react the whole time though, despite being engulfed in fire, merely just bathing itself in the ghost fire and awaiting orders. Then before the brass compass could be fully activated, Duncan took the initiative to disperse the flames. Silently summing up his findings. First, the compass can still be used. It's just that there is an extra weird medium now. For the time being, it is not certain what effect this dove will bring, nor should I go on another soul journey until I'm fully prepared. Secondly, there is definitely a connection between the dove and me, and this connection will become more pronounced in the case of the fire. To some extent, I can also control the dove, perhaps even go further than just control. AI clearly has its own will and will act according to its own thoughts. Therefore, my orders are not absolute for her, which is different from the other items on the vanished. Can speak, has a certain ability to think, can judge problems independently. Compared with the ordinary anomalies, this dove's nature seems closer to that of the goat head. Duncan summed up some of the information now known to him and finally shifted his attention to that cursed obsidian black dagger. After a little thought, Duncan reached out and picked up the item, which the priest in that underground sewer used. The cold, hard touch at contact told him it was real. After confirming it's not another illusion, Duncan unleashed a little more of his ghost fire, causing the flames to wrap around the blade's body. Judging from the empty feedback, the extraordinary power contained within this ritual blade had indeed dissipated. As he had previously judged at the sacrificial site, this thing was not really an anomaly item but an extension of some extraordinary power or a temporary vessel infused with energy artificially. Although Duncan did not know what kind of system the anomalies used, he could take a close guess that this blade shouldn't be a rare item, more like some mass-produced product. This is what you brought back. He lifted his head and faced AI, and it's for me. The dove stared straight into Duncan's eyes with those reddish bean irises without replying. Duncan? He asked again, and the dove still didn't move, as if it had suddenly become a lifeless sculpture. The sudden abnormal change made Duncan frown slightly, but just as he was about to stimulate AI with the ghost flame to see if he could forcibly wake it up, the bird suddenly came alive. Jumping twice in place and shouting, "Take this solar tomahawk, take this solar tomahawk, take this." "Okay, I get it. You don't have to answer every question I ask." Duncan quickly waved his hand to force the dove to quiet down. Organizing his language first, then do you know how you brought this dagger here? Or rather, you can carry physical objects through the space tunnel, right? The dove pondered for a moment before pecking Duncan's finger. The whole place is full, and the chicken pieces are free of charge. Duncan, I'll pretend to understand. He sighed, thinking he had reached the limit of communication with this bird. Then he got up from his desk and turned to face the door leading to the mapping room. He could still hear the exchanging conversation of the goat head and Alice outside, which was going on rather well with the former going over the 17th recipe for kelp stew. At this moment, Duncan felt compelled to save his only, and most normal, crew member. On the other hand, he had been in the bedchamber for far too long. It's time he showed his face to reassure the goat head. But before leaving, he hesitantly glanced at AI, who was running around the table again. Do I want to take this dove out too? How do I explain it to them when I do? Duncan hesitated for only 2 seconds before decisively grabbing the dove and placing it on his shoulder. If he's going to be active on the vanished for the foreseeable future, he would need to be more open about certain secrets. Also, hiding a speaking, walking bird on the ship would never end well. What would the other crew members think of his image if they suddenly came across AI one day? So, he might as well graciously take the dove out and say it was his new booty. He didn't need to explain anything to the goat head in the first place. After all, the first mate of this ship would fill in the details on his own regardless. As for the strange stories that this dove pops up from time to time, the locals in this world would find it incomprehensible anyway. That doesn't need to be explained either. Let the goat head and Alice find a way to make up for it. With the fat dove on his shoulder, Duncan freely straightened his posture and calmly walked out of the bed chamber. Authentic good herbal tea, authentic good voice, welcome to watch. The dove proudly straightened its chest as well and shouted as if announcing its entry. Chapter 26 Starless Night. Honestly speaking, Duncan found it hard to keep his calm no matter how thick his skin was when the dove spoke over his shoulder. Why can't I have a normal parrot like those pirate captains from the movies? If not, a monkey will do too. But he had already pushed open the door to the mapping room, meaning it was impossible to turn around. Right now, the goat head was happily chanting away about the 12th legend of the fish stew in his repertoire when Duncan interrupted his noisy blabbing. Ah, Captain! You're finally out. I must tell you, Miss Alice is such a wonderful conversation partner. I haven't had such a good conversation in years, you know. Duncan directly ignored the goat head's loud blabbing and turned to face the victim sitting across the table, whom had placed her own head on the table with those hands firmly pressed against the ears. Duncan! She pulled her head off herself, the goat head explained without waiting for Duncan to speak, though I don't know why she did it. How powerful is the nagging of the goat head to make a cursed doll behead herself to avoid the sound waves? At the same time as Duncan was shocked, the goat head had also noticed the strange bird brought out by the captain. His obsidian black eyes were staring hard at AI. Hey, Captain, on your shoulder is. She's called AI, and it's my pet from now on, Duncan said with as little detail as possible to avoid possible loopholes. Your pet? The goat head obviously froze for a moment, and then it acted as if it's come to a decision. Ah, I did sense your departure from the vanished earlier. You take a spirit walk? This must be the loot you brought back from the trip into the spirit world. Spirit walk? Duncan immediately brought up the image of the compass in his head over this new term. Considering how he had just experienced a soul projection for himself, this must be something commonly done by the real Captain Duncan. Nodding his head indifferently, I went out for a stroll. The goat head promptly chased the reply with compliments. Ah! Truly worthy of the great Captain Duncan, even a simple spirit walk can bring back treasures. Is this a dove? If it can become your pet, then it must be something extraordinary. You even hung your compass on it. Is this, of course, your decision and judgment are always correct. But what is special about this dove? Is it? Picking up on a key point from the goat head's flattery, Duncan realized the compass must be an important treasure to the real captain. Otherwise, this statue wouldn't have put so much emphasis on the item. But nothing he could do now. The compass was bound to the dove, and, according to the feedback of the ghost fire, the dove seemed more like the real body of the compass than vice versa. Thinking fast with an unwavering expression, Duncan was trying to come up with something to say when AI suddenly jumped off his shoulder and flew in front of the goat head with its flapping wings. Want to charge Q coin or no? The bird pecks the statue and asks. Duncan. An anomaly with intelligence. The goat head was also stunned by how it spoke. This dove can talk. Duncan immediately gave a euphemistic reminder, you can also talk. Like words, like words, like words, the dove AI paced around the table and spoke to no one in specific. Duncan snapped his fingertips as he saw this, and with the sudden flicker of green flame, the dove pacing on the table disappeared in a blink of an eye and returned to the shoulder. Yes, it's an intellectual anomaly, and it is under my direct control, Duncan nodded to the goat head, is there any problem? The goat head hurriedly replied, ah. Of course not, there is no problem at all. Everything is as the great Captain Duncan wills it. Ignoring the goat head before the conversation overextends itself, Duncan turns to face Alice. Patting the doll on the shoulder, wake up, wake up. Alice's body stirred over the intervention. As if awakened from a long nightmare, she started to stammer some words while trying to speak. Cap. 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 Duncan, put your head back on first. Widening her eyes as it hit her, Alice hurriedly plopped her own head back on the neck with an audible click. Only then did her speech return to normal. "Ah, Captain, you are back? Just now it seems to have. Mr. Goathead is finished." The statue on the table immediately chimes in, "No, we were just about to go over the legend regarding the fish stew. The next topic is..." "Shut up," Duncan sternly orders. "Okay." Alice visibly shook when the Goathead attempted to continue. It's quite apparent she's been horrified by the experience and showed fear in her eyes. In fact, Duncan had the strong speculation that Miss Doll here wouldn't want to step into his quarters again for the next while. Thinking of this, he finally got back to the main subject. "What did you need?" Alice's expression was a little dull, as if her original goal of visiting the captain's quarter had been forgotten with the conversation between her and the statue. Then a few seconds later, "Yes, I wanted to ask if there's a place to take a bath on the ship. I got soaked with seawater before, so my joints are a bit uncomfortable." At the end, the expression on Miss Doll's face was blushing red with embarrassment. In hindsight, Duncan also felt embarrassed over the matter. He did, after all, throw the lady overboard several times. Unchanging in his voice, "Is that all?" Alice sat reservedly in her chair. "Yes, that is all. For many ocean-going ships, fresh water is an extremely valuable resource, so bathing is a luxury that needs restraint." Duncan said solemnly at first, but then suddenly formed a smile. "But you are lucky, the Vanished is not an ordinary ship, so fresh water is not a problem here. Come with me. There is a bathing place in the cabin below the middle deck. To get there, you have to go through the upper deck first." Alice stood up at once. She really didn't want to spend another second in this room with the Goathead. "You continue to take the helm," Duncan glanced back and ordered. After he had finished his explanation, the pair soon came out to the main deck, where the night sky was abnormally clear today. Unlike in the past, the world was always gloomy with dark clouds hovering over his head. This time around though, he could see as far as the eye could see, which was a lot. For example, there weren't any stars up there, or a moon for that matter. Instead, there's only a gaping crack of faint glowing grayish-white running across the world from end to end. If he had to describe this image, it would be someone cutting open a wound across the heavens and leaving it there. Chapter 27. Insufficient reserves of common sense of life. In a sense, this starless, moonless sky with only a scar had more of an impact on Duncan than the imprisoned sun with those rune rings around it. Because no matter how abnormal the sun was, it only shone down on the world under his feet. A star out of billions of stars in the galaxy. As long as this remains true, it means the world was somehow connected to the Earth, his home world. But this though, there's no celestial body at all. He couldn't even discern if there was a distance from here to Earth anymore. Duncan didn't say anything over his own woes and just stared up at the glowing crack. He had a lot of questions that had no answers. Where are the other planets? Do they even exist over here? Or is it, the world beneath my feet is a celestial body located in a cosmic vacuum, and its distance from other stars is so far away that the night sky here is pitch black and starless? What is the pale scar that stretches across the sky? Is it a torn gap in space? Is it a touchable celestial structure? Or is it just an illusion floating above this treacherous expanse of the sea? Captain! Finally, a voice awakened Duncan from the side. Alice with his stammering and nervous voice, "Are you okay? Is the weather about to change? Is a big storm coming? I've heard seafarers mention this outside my box." "It's nothing," Duncan said softly, and then withdrew his gaze from the sky while repeating the phrase, "It's nothing at all." Then Duncan stepped forward, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. "Let's go. I'll take you to the cabin. You can wash up there later if you need to." Once again, the world has shown outsiders its weirdness with no seeming end to this either. Duncan had realized that he didn't know how many more shocking visions awaited him in the future, and if he made a fuss every time, he would probably only be left with astonishment in his life. If there was any experience he has accumulated over the past few decades of life on Earth, there's one that was most useful today. If a problem exists, find a way to solve it, since it wouldn't disappear on its own because of one's denial, just as the grotesque sky in front of you would not become a starry appearance because of his doubts. No matter how absurd and strange the phenomenon was, this was an irrefutable objective fact, since everything existed here. Not understanding why was his problem, not this world. Nevertheless, what he has now is time, and there's plenty of it as the captain of the Vanished. Alice didn't know the reason for the captain's silence along the way, only that the atmosphere around Duncan had suddenly become somewhat depressed. But after reaching the targeted cabin, this oppressive feeling abruptly disappeared again. The place arrived at was a place one could bath, a bathroom specially prepared for upper seafarers on this classical ship. Under no circumstances are normal sailors permitted inside due to the harsh living conditions on this vessel. After all, sail-powered ships from the ancient era were not well equipped due to their limits, often seeing spoiled food and poor medical treatments on board. If not for the industrial age, such harsh challenges would continue to this day as a plague on seafarers. But ironically, on this ghost ship whom everyone fears, such poor living conditions had been resolved entirely by the fresh water tanks automatically refreshing themselves. As for the food in the warehouse, there are no signs of spoilage either. That leaves only the health conditions of the crew. A ghost captain could never get sick, and Alice's spinal problem had nothing to do with the ship, so that's unrelated. The pipe next to the bath leads to the fresh water tank. You can fill the bin over there with it to wash. But there's no hot water due to the ship's limited condition. Keep this in mind. Duncan went ahead and introduced Alice to the other facilities and even took the chance to go over the mundane stuff he had experienced over the past few days. I'm fine as long as I can rinse some of my joints. Alice was not picky at all. She examined all of the things inside the bathroom with curiosity and nodded, I'm just a puppet, I don't have any desire for hot baths. Duncan nodded in understanding. Then with a hesitant voice, speaking of which, do you know how to take a bath? Do you have this life experience? Alice paused for a moment, then said in a heavy voice, it should be okay. I'm only removing my joints to rinse them. I'll put them back right afterward. Duncan. The two stared at each other like they were both lost on what to make of this. Have you considered how to put yourself back together after dismantling? Duncan took the lead in breaking this awkwardness. He knew Alice had never done this before, so he needed to remind her of this fact. I can't help you regarding this, Alice, now that you mention it. I strongly recommend against disassembling your joints often, Duncan reminded in a serious tone, even if your body structure allows you to do so. Alice was a little confused. Why? It's easy to lose them if they're dismantled. Duncan finally said what he worried about the most. Unlike in the movies, where a cursed doll never needs to worry about losing its body parts, a real moving doll must. Like a toy he had as a child. If he's careless for even a day, the likely chance of him finding the part will fall dramatically due to forgetting its placement. Speaking of this, he paused and added, your cervical spine problem is serious enough. Alice imagined the picture for a moment and shrunk her neck in the next, okay, I understand. I think I know what to do. That's for the best, said Duncan with a worried expression. Then before taking his leave, I have a lot of things to do, so try not to get into too much trouble. Okay, Captain, thank you, Captain, Alice said happily. But just as Duncan was about to walk out of the cabin, she suddenly spoke again, oh right, Captain. Duncan stopped and tilted his head slightly. What else? Captain. I suddenly feel like you're not so scary either. Alice looked at Duncan's back and carefully considered her words. Mr. Goathead said you are the most terrible captain on the boundless sea, the elusive scourge of all the shipping routes, but what? But I find that you're a good talker and a bit of a caring parent. Duncan didn't look back when he suddenly asked, where did you get the concept of family from? Do you have a family? Alice hesitated for a moment as she slowly shook her head. It seems there is not. Then don't bring up the topic of parents anymore. Stay on the ship honestly, and I will make arrangements for your living standards. Oh, all right, Captain. Chapter 28 The Pale Night. Unlike in the novels, real life was different. Do cursed dolls need joint maintenance? Will Alice's frequent joint disassembly suddenly cause her to scatter when she walks in the future? Have the bacon and dry cheese on the ghost ship expired? Can't the superheroes who fight with the evil forces during the day find sleep during the night? Do the evil forces who fight with the superheroes go to the supermarket to buy things? The story never tells you this. Instead, the people in the story are always dressed perfectly in every episode. Duncan sighed, realizing the fact that surviving on this ship would require far more than just determination on his end. He also had to consider many other practical questions, especially after the crew had increased while the many materials needed for living remained stagnant. Thankfully, the ship had an unlimited supply of fresh water, but only fresh water. The ingredients stored in the food warehouse were not automatically replenished after consumption. Then again, the bacon jerky and hard cheese could hardly satiate his appetite anyways. Nevertheless, he will not complain when they're not rotted after being stored on board for over a century. On top of this, there's also an inadequate supply of alternative clothes for Alice. Though the cursed doll hadn't mentioned it, nevertheless, this won't do for him. At the very least, he needed more stuff to pass the hour during the down times. Sure, the boundless sea was vast and plentiful, but that doesn't mean it's easy for the Vanished to procure new supplies. For one, there's no port they could dock for repairs and supplies, let alone open communication with civilized society. Drifting so blindly on the sea forever was an inefficient means of exploration. Obtaining information about this world must be from the land. This was Duncan's deepest impression after walking through the spirit world. Putting that aside, even if it's for his own physical and mental health, he had to try to get more in touch with the city-states and civilized society of the world. Otherwise, he worries he might truly become twisted and gloomy like a real ghost captain. Thinking of this, Duncan turned his head slightly and looked at Ai, the dove who was obediently roosting on his shoulder and combing her feathers. His main focus remains on the compass hanging around the bird's neck. The dove tilted its head to look at its master and coldly said, "Set up the base. Spread the pores. Hey, do you know how to operate or not?" Duncan went silent for a moment over those words. The bird usually spouted unrelated nonsense, but she does occasionally utter some useful helpful stuff like right now. Although spirit walking does come with the risk of uncertainty and accidents like Ai tagging along in the return, Duncan knew he must do so soon nonetheless. Not only to gather intelligence but also to verify and master a useful ability. If she can bring back the ritual blade, can she bring back more? What are the rules and restrictions on what this bird carries? Can this process be controlled artificially? After pondering for a moment, Duncan decided to ask the bird directly, "Do you know how you brought that dagger back?" The dove thought for a moment and said in a deep tone, "Insufficient crystals mines." Duncan. That's enough. He's giving up on communicating with the bird for the time being. It's too much of a headache. Besides, what could be better than to personally test the theory out on his next trip? Inside the cabin, Alice finally figured out how to use the pipe for fetching water. She also managed to learn how to wash with the cold water. But for a doll, the cold temperature wasn't a problem at all. However, before jumping into the tub, Alice decides to greet everything in the cabin first. She patted the huge oak barrel, knocked on the pillar that supported the cabin, tapped the floor under her feet with her toes, and tiptoed up to pull the ropes and hooks hanging from the roof. "Hello, my name is Alice," she greeted the inanimate things happily, the same way she greeted the goat-headed gentleman from before. "I'm going to live on this ship from now on." Nothing in the cabin responded to her greeting, but Alice didn't care in the slightest. The goat-head said the Vanished was a living vessel, including the many things aboard. Although none of them seemed to have true intelligence like that of the goat-head, or the ability to communicate, this did not prevent Alice from treating the entire Vanished as a neighbor who needed to be greeted. The Vanished was a living object, and so was she. Convinced that her greeting was polite and decent, Alice's mood became more pleasant, and then she shed her ornate dress and awkwardly climbed into the oak barrel that had been filled with water. The first step was to remove her head and rinse it since the joints around her neck aren't very strong. It's a reasonable choice in Miss Doll's mind, removing her head. The late pale night has finally descended upon the city-state of Planned, bringing an end to the hustle and bustle of the city. It's time to sleep for this prosperous pearl of the sea. But in the quiet darkness, the night watchman remains on alert, watching and protecting those who slumber. On the big clock tower, the tallest building in the city, a tall young woman with long grayish-white hair stands in front of the window overlooking the city. The lady's facial features were top-notch, but a noticeable scar across her left eye marred her beauty. As a woman, she's definitely on the tall size, higher than most men around here, and she was obviously well trained with healthy proportioned muscles in that armored dress. Also, the lady brandished quite the sword on her waist. Inscribed with runes symbolizing the waves, the blade embodied her faith. Meanwhile, the sound of mechanical operation could constantly be heard behind the lady. Steam engines, the grinding of rods, and the pumping of pistons, these are all the mechanical marvels running this magnificent clock tower overseeing the entire settlement. Judging by the sound, this large and sophisticated machine was in good working order, and no evil forces were invading the sacred steam core tonight. But a faint uneasiness still plagued Inquisitor Vanna's heart. She believed something terrible would happen for some reason, and she was doomed to failure in stopping it. Eventually, footsteps from the direction of the stairs caught the lady's attention. It's a priest carrying a copper incense burner to replace the already used one hanging up on the guardrails. Once done with his work, the faithful made sure the smoke from the incense floated smoothly into the air and around the gears before whispering the name of the storm goddess. Then turning to face Vanna, "Good evening, Your Honor, are you personally taking the night watch again? I keep having this bad hunch over the past few days, especially tonight." "Bad hunch? In what direction?" The priest looked up, his heavy eyes concerned. "The storm goddess gave you an omen." "Not a clear message," the young female inquisitor shook her head. "I vaguely feel that there's something close to the city." Chapter 29. Those who protect the city. The gods of supreme power dwelled in the bedrocks of this world, watching their followers' actions with a transcendental gaze using this connection. In return for this privilege, devout believers who acted in God's name would gain the ability to glimpse into the future and the direction it takes. This kind of voyeurism was not bound by time and space and implied the risk of being eroded by subspace. But for those determined and devout believers, this dangerous and powerful force was what allowed them to protect the fragile light of civilization in this endless ocean. For this pious inquisitor, a similar foresight had replayed itself in her dreams for many days now. She saw the boundless sea stained with a layer of ink with thunderous noises coming from the depths. Then with a loud splintering crack, the ocean splits apart in two, revealing a terrifying trench that reaches the very seabed. From within came a huge burning ship, rising from the depths into the air, its course, the city of Planned. Her home. In Inquisitor Vanna's life so far, the omen of such sheer scale has appeared only twice. The first occurred during her childhood when she awoke from a blood-soaked nightmare and then lost her parents in a cultist attack. That incident left her scarred on the face for life. The second time had occurred 4 years earlier when she saw a dark sun rising from beneath the city grounds. That foresight led her to wipe out the biggest stronghold of the sun god cultists hidden within the city. Now she finally got her third foresight: a flaming ghost ship was returning from the ocean's depth and would bring forth an indescribable giant into the world. So, she had lied to her fellow priest here tonight. The omen wasn't vague at all, it was so clear that she couldn't sleep for days as a result. The priest hesitated for a long time before speaking again. "But you didn't receive any negative feedback from the Lord. The goddess doesn't necessarily remind you of all the risks, and sometimes the tribulations are the test," Vanna said quietly. "Let's drop this subject. What news do you have about the Adventurers Association?" The priest immediately nodded. "Our mediator on the side of the association has just made contact using the relic inside their headquarters. But the communication device aboard the ship seems to have malfunctioned, so we're not able to speak to the captain yet. We can only determine the ship is approaching the coast of Planned at normal speed." They disappeared from the perception of the holy relic, then reappeared out of thin air away from the intended route. "We also can't make contact with the crew who had been tasked with transporting an anomaly object." Inquisitor Vanna's brow instantly furrowed at this detail because her intuition was raising all the red flags from years of experience. "I remember that ship is called the White Oak, right?" "Yes, White Oak, captained by Lawrence Creed, a member of the Adventurers Association. He's an experienced sailor. Due to the cargo they're carrying, the ship had reported to the church beforehand at city-state Rensa," said the priest while recalling what he knew. "By the way, the accompanying cleric aboard the ship is a registered priest of the Deep Sea Church. Fellow brothers of the church. Pray the situation is not too bad," said Vanna in a heavy tone. "In short, the situation of the ship is not quite right. The entire route from Rensa to Planned is in the stable zone under the control of the Adventurers Association, but the ship managed to disappear from under the Holy Relic's watch. I suspect the White Oak had briefly left the fabrics of reality, or even entered places it shouldn't have. Inform the port guards that they are to keep an eye out for the ship. No one is allowed to disembark from the White Oak when it arrives until a full inspection is completed. Are the security forces aware of this yet?" "Rest assured, your uncle, the magistrate has ordered the officials to control the perimeter around the port and has raised the alert level. From now on until the level is lowered, all ships entering and leaving Planned will be on standby at the West Dock." "That's good. Uncle has always been a cautious man," said Vanna, who finally relaxed a little with the tense expression on her face easing up. "We only need to make sure the common people inside the watch stay out of this matter." The priest looked into Vanna's pale grey eyes, carefully choosing the most appropriate wording. "You think? Is that ship already polluted?" "It is uncertain at this time, but even if a ship that has left the real world returned shortly thereafter, it is rarely unscathed. It may be that some items on the ship have unconsciously evolved into an abnormal item, or the crew's hearts have morphed into insanity. In the worst-case scenario, the real sailors had all been replaced by something entirely different. Regardless of the truth, Any ship that came into contact with the supernatural must be treated with wariness. Alas! May that ship and its crew be all right. The priest could not help but put his hand across his chest and recite the name of the storm goddess. May the storm goddess shelter those who bravely challenge the sea. May they all be well, said Vanna softly. Then, lowering her eyes and whispering a blessing before following it up with a reminder, but if they are unfortunate enough to not be well, we must also be prepared. Yes, I understand, the priest said solemnly. But just as Vanna was about to refocus her attention on the city outside the window, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the stairs. The next moment, a guardian in a silver-rimmed uniform that showed a dagger insignia across the chest ran over. Inquisitor. We have found the underground sacrificial site of the cultists in the sewer. We also caught a group of those sun god believers. Vanna's expression instantly got serious. Those cultists who worship the dark sun? Wait, you said you found a sacrifice point? Not a hiding place? How dare they hold another sacrifice? Yes, it was the site where the sacrificial ceremony was held. We found evidence that sacrifices had taken place, said the guardian quickly. We also found many victims in the crypt not far from the site, most of them having been sacrificed by gutting their hearts. It's just that something is not quite right at the site. Vanna saw a look of absurdity and confusion on the guardian's face. Without hesitation, this female inquisitor picked up her heavy sword, blessed by the storm goddess, from the side and carried it on her back. Pointing to the stairs, lead the way. I will personally go examine the situation. Yes, milady. The sound of the huge sword banging against Vanna's metal pauldron was constantly ringing along the staircase. By the time they arrived at the entrance, 2 steam walkers were already parked outside in the square, rearing and steaming for her to get on that spider-like body. Vanna wasted no time and jumped atop the closest walker's carapace. The huge machine resembled one of those steampunk contraptions that you would find in a book, but this was far more refined and well-designed through generations of improvement. Pure technological creations could hardly exert enough influence on anomalies or events, but a crushing fire would most certainly remove any heretic that hides in the shadows. Of course, this hybrid of spider and tank could not be used inside the sewers due to its limited space. However, acting as a blockade at the exit fitted its purpose. After all, a barrage of 8mm bullets blessed by the Lord would send any escaping heretic into the afterlife. Chapter 30. One hell of a messed up scene. While Inquisitor Vanna mused over the troubles ahead with the 2 drivers steering the hugely heavy mechanical spider, it soon folded its long metallic legs into its abdomen to allow the wheels underneath to glide it across the city streets. Cultists who worship the sun god are a big problem for modern civilization. Unfortunately, there was more than one similar plague out there. There are always malicious eyes thrown from the depths of subspace to the human world, and there are always those stupid mortals who would try to infect those ominous forces. Between this collusion of ancient gods and mortals, there are also twisted items, forbidden airs, and remnants of taint left from ancient times lurking in the depths of the city-state, always trying to move, always trying to pry the order of society apart. Of all these threats, the sun god's followers were the ones who most alarmed and troubled the protectors of Planned. They are not only cultists that randomly gathered together but the product of the lost history from the old world. Worst of all, these heretics had a structured faith in place, like the Church of the Deep Sea that Vanna was a part of. This faith revolves around the era of order under the old sun, which was not only self-contained but even had a corresponding true solar calendar. Of course, the calendar wasn't recognized by modern society. To these heretics, they are the descendants of an ancient civilization that has long been lost, and believe that the glorious ancient civilization will be revived one day. As the Inquisitor of the Deep Sea Church, Vanna was not interested in the heresies of the cultists, but she wouldn't ignore how stubborn and unified the followers of the sun god were in their goals. The fact that they could survive one blow after another over countless years told the threat they posed to the city. But their resurgence in plan still surprised Vanna. Since that unprecedented blow 4 years earlier, the sun god believers here had been so badly wounded that, according to several investigations, the heretics must have moved their main members to the nearby island cities. Some are even believed to have moved farther north to the Frostport city-state, leaving only the stubborn few basically unqualified to be in the inner circle of the cultists. These minions hid in the sewers, relying entirely on their knowledge of the underworld and the little twisted blessing given to them by the Black Sun to evade the Guardians. For 4 years, their numbers got smaller and smaller, and all they could do was cling to what little they had to survive. But now, 4 years later, they suddenly gathered again and even dared to risk exposure to hold a sacrifice ceremony in the assembly hall. Who gave them the guts? Or rather, was something big going to happen in this city-state? What reason could be worth it for these heretics to risk being snuffed out for good? The vibration and noise of the steam core running in the mechanical spider's body eventually forced Vanna to put the wild thoughts away for now. The task force had just entered the industrial zone where huge steam and hydrothermal pipes straddled the factory buildings. These were like giant blood vessels, connecting building to building through the sky, a marvel of human ingenuity in this modern age. This picture brought back some bad memories for her though. The weather was similar to this one all those years ago, quiet with a slight breeze. It should have been peaceful for the slumbering residents of the city. Yet, it was a bloodied night, a nightmare. Her uncle had escaped from the fire with her on his back, and the streets were filled to the brim with the walking dead. Even now, Vanna would feel sick to the stomach at the disgusting stench of chemical grease oozing from the pipes. Eventually, the flat road had ended and ahead was an abandoned area on the city's outskirts with potholes and undulating roads. The two mechanical spiders could no longer have it easy by using their wheels and instead stretched out those long spider legs to walk on this uneven path. It didn't take long for the squad to reach an abandoned sewer entrance where a team of 8 had already been on standby. They had cordoned off the nearby area to prevent unrelated personnel from approaching the entrance. Vanna greeted them before following the person in charge of the scene directly into the depths. Once past some winding corridors and grimy paths of filthy goo, Vanna finally arrived at the secret meeting hall where more guardians and priests were already hard at work in purifying the place. From what she saw, a makeshift altar was located in the middle of the assembly hall. The wooden stage seems to have been burned by flames from first glance, and on the high platform, one could see the blasphemous totem erected by the sun god cultists. The totem has been burned by the flames as well, but the basic structure remains intact. At the same time, about a dozen cultists were crouched on the ground with their hands tied. Most of whom were trembling in fear and muttering some blasphemous prayers. But with the ceremonial site destroyed and the storm goddess already paying attention to this spot, these heretical prayers held no weight anymore. Then not far from the altar, the remains of the victims found in nearby caves were carefully placed on linen cloths painted with runes. The morticians were examining the condition of each body and doing their job as expected. That leaves the priests from the church itself. These clerics are all currently walking around the altar with incense burners strapped to some copper chains and letting the white smoke wisp into the air that promptly turned an ominous black when drawing near the altar. This process would take away the pollution and slowly erode the grip of the black sun little by little. "Inquisitor, please come here. This is what we have found," said the young guardian as he pointed at the corpse closest to the altar. "Please be careful. The ground here is not very clean." Vanna walked straight to the corpses, and after seeing the situation of one of them, she subconsciously frowned. It was a cultist with a golden mask, no doubt the priest directly in charge of the sacrificial ritual on the blasphemous altar. "There's a terrible hole in his chest. What's going on?" Vanna frowned even harder. Did this fanatic get too excited at the end of the ceremony and sacrifice himself? I hadn't heard of cultists who worshipped the black sun doing such a custom. "This is exactly what is strange and bizarre about this. He did not sacrifice himself," said the guardian who brought Vanna over. Shaking his head with a slightly odd expression on his face, according to the description of the cultists caught at the scene, their emissary was sacrificed by a sacrifice. Sacrificed by a sacrifice. Vanna suddenly raised an eyebrow. "What is this crazy talk?" "It's indeed very much like crazy talk," the guardian spread his hands helplessly. "In fact, by the time we arrived, most of the cultists here were already in a semi-mad state." "Already in a semi-mad state?" "Yes, their sacrificial rituals obviously went terribly wrong. Many of them were infected with madness, and most had even begun to slash and kill each other. They all seemed to think of each other as if they were some kind of monster occupied by a terrible existence. It's their frantic frenzy that alarmed the watchmen patrolling nearby, resulting in the exposure of this site. There were only a few left who could soberly answer our questions when we apprehended them. The ones that did insisted that the emissary had been sacrificed. Caught in the madness? Hacking and killing each other? And think others are occupied monsters." Vanna's expression immediately became serious. "Have you checked? Is it the result of being polluted by the black sun? There is no trace of outside contamination, but rather a spontaneous madness. The factors that caused the madness are rooted in their own mental world," said the guardian. Then he raised his finger to a young lady in a long black dress walking among the cultists. "Ms. Heidi has arrived. If it is confirmed that these cultists are not contaminated by the black sun, we can only think of a way to resolve the issue using hypnosis." Chapter 31. Residue. Vanna turned her focus on the black-dressed lady who was examining the mental state of the cultists, who also greeted her with a slight nod. The other party appeared to be in her early 20s, but due to that calm temperament, she gave off a mature air that's older than the perceived age. It also helped that she had tied her long black hair into a bun to appear older. Then matching with that pale blue crystal earring, this young lady was what you call a seductress in a brothel. Truly a fine female specimen that oozed allure. Heidi also came. Did City Hall send her? Vanna asked the young guardian beside her. No, Miss Heidi was right here when it happened, so she came straight over when she heard the news. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Heidi may be an employee of City Hall, but she also has a long-term cooperative relationship with the church. Make sure to register her as a person on site afterward. Vanna shook her head and quickly refocused her attention on the matter at hand. Asking casually while examining the cult priest who had lost his heart, what else do these cultists have to say? What was the situation at that time? Their language was confusing to piece together, but we did get 2 members of the cult mentioning the normal ritual had ended when they caught an escaped prisoner. So, the emissary decided to make an exception and performed a second ritual for the sacrifice, the guardian said as he recalled. The 2 cultists were standing further away from the altar, so the specifics are unknown. They only said that the sacrifice had its heart pierced but didn't die, that it turned things around and designated the priest as the sacrifice by shouting the sun god's name. A person who was selected as a sacrifice turned the ritual around and sacrificed the presiding assailant. Vanna showed a face as if she had heard an absurd story. Nevertheless, she restrained her urge to lash out, knowing these subordinates were absolutely loyal to the church. How can there be such an outrageous thing? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean the one with the faster mouth can dictate who gets to be sacrificed during the ritual? It doesn't make sense at all. I agree, it doesn't make sense. The presiding priest occupies a dominant position during the ceremony. There's no way a weak and ordinary person can overcome their captors under such circumstances with only a sentence. Moreover, through our examination of the priest here, this individual has been eroded by the depths, a real baptized person. Also, according to the other cultists, he was still holding the blessed ritual dagger in his hand when he died. The young guardian shook his head as he spoke before moving over to the corpse next to himself. But, look at this, this is the sacrifice that killed the priest. Vanna glanced over to the indicated corpse, which had been entirely devoid of life for a while based on the level of decay. However, it's precisely this level of decay that caused her eyes to sharpen. It was a thin young man, too thin to be healthy, but more than that, the gaping hole around the heart area left her on alert. He has been sacrificed. Yes, this is a sacrifice that has already been sacrificed. Judging by the evidence on scene, plus the confessions we gathered, this sacrifice may have lost his life long before he was placed on the stage. The guardian grew heavier in his voice, so, the real situation at that time was that a moving corpse, in full view of everyone, walked up to this stage and killed the priest in charge. Necromancy. Vanna thought to herself, no, the power of the Black Sun has great constraint on necromancers, and the walking dead would never be able to draw close to the totem. Could an anomaly have controlled this corpse? Have you checked the lights around here? She suddenly raised her head and looked at the guardian beside her. Within 500 meters, is there an underground space that's completely lightless? We checked, and there was no lightless crypt. Even the cultists knew the dangers of the darkness, so they were very cautious in making sure every area had some sort of lighting using torches and lamps. This includes the caves used to discard the bodies. Vanna did speak for a while and instead bent down to examine the corpse further. She had no way to confirm the story of what happened, but she could look for clues of outside forces at work here, which she did by flipping open the body's eyelids to peer inside using her powers. All of a sudden, a glimmering flash seemed to overtake her side. A spark of faint green fire jumped out of that hollow eyeball. Before she could react, the flame had already drifted out into the air and disappeared from existence. Vanna's eyes flinched out of reflex once she returned to her senses. Then, without hesitation, her hands instantly drew the dagger from the waist and cut down on her index finger that made contact. As a follow-up, she pinned the rune-engraved dagger into the corpse's forehead and caused the body to burst into flames using her holy power. It took her less than a second to complete all this, and at the moment when the corpse was engulfed in the burning heat, she got up and took 2 steps back. Then with practiced maneuver, she took the blessed holy oil from her waist, bit off the cork, and poured the oil onto her wounded right hand. The holy oil did its job because the flesh and blood instantly started sizzling with large puffs of white smoke coming off of it. Intense pain seared into the Inquisitor's heart, but Vanna's face never once wavered as the other guardians promptly drew their weapons and cut off the sacrifice's head. They were trained for this stuff. Without delay, the closest threw some kind of potion mixed with seaweed extract and silver powder into the fire that caused a continuous series of explosive flares that brought up the heat. Before everyone knew it, the corpse had incinerated into ash from the chemical explosion. The surrounding officials had also noticed the commotion and drew their rune steel swords and circled around Vanna. Some even had large-caliber revolvers out aimed at the surviving cultists. As for the two priests at the scene, they too brought out a strangely threatening gun of sleek design, albeit smaller than the others, but no less lethal based on the runes inscribed on the surface. It also helped the clerics were chanting the storm goddess's name and giving off a faint glow with their guns. Inquisitor. The young guardian with the steel sword rushed up to Vanna. Are you all right? Just now. There is some power that remains in that sacrifice. It managed to bypass all of my defenses from the goddess. Vanna raised her right hand and saw her blessing taking effect as the flesh began squirming to regrow itself. Something is wrong here. Not only is the Black Sun involved, but another powerful force. The Inquisitor immediately made a judgment on the next course of action: transfer all the evidence away and take them to the church. Any further inspection and interrogation will be carried out under strict supervision. Have more priests come here and thoroughly purify this area. Is there anyone else here aside from us? A nearby guardian immediately replied, yes, we have previously rescued a batch of predetermined sacrifices in another cave nearby. They are now temporarily placed in the pipe room next to us. Take them to the church as well. Although they're victims of this, it's too dangerous to let them go for now. Subject them to strict examination for the next few days before allowing them to go home. Vanna said quickly before adding like she remembered something, what about Miss Heidi? Is she okay? I'm here, a calm female voice sounded. It was the psychiatrist in the black dress as she unhurriedly walked over. Don't worry, I didn't react in time at all just now. Mind explaining why such a big commotion? Like many classic stories, these cultists have provoked something far more evil. Vanna glanced at the psychiatrist before continuing, I strongly recommend that you get yourself checked by the church too, and if you want to hypnotize the cultists later, do so only with extra protection. There is a force here that shouldn't be, at least a lingering remnant remains. Chapter 32 Breakfast on the Vanished. As the night faded and the pale scar that occupied the sky dissipated, Duncan stood on the aft of the deck and stared upwards to not miss a single detail about the exchanging night-day cycle. From what he observed, the scar first became transparent and illusory like a gradually waking dream, followed by the grey-white light merging into the horizon until the entire thing faded away. During the process, the scar's position never changed. Is this an indication that the scar up there is not some distant astronomical object, but instead, an imprinted illusion projected upwards from the boundless sea? Or is it because the planet, if this really is a planet, running in sync with the scar? Or the scar actually moves but only appears stagnant because I'm looking at it with only my eyes? All kinds of conjectures came and went inside his head. Still, Duncan wouldn't be foolish enough to believe any of his conjectures as fact. Until there's sufficient evidence and reliable experimental verification, it's just his own speculation. Then the sun rose. First, the golden radiance emerged from the sea, followed by the huge luminous structure that gradually surfaced from the water line. The sun rose majestically under the gentle movement of the circling runes, and this majestic process seemed to carry some kind of noise in the air. It was a low, powerful, echoing murmur inside Duncan's mind. But when he wanted to concentrate and listen, the sound suddenly vanished. He frowned, somewhat baffled if he had just an auditory hallucination. Yet the memory of the sound was so vivid that he could not deny it. Is that the sun's announcement to the world as it rises? Or is it just one of the many illusions that the boundless sea brings? No one could answer Duncan's doubts, and the vast and boundless sea kept all its secrets as always. The dove squatted comfortably on Duncan's shoulder as usual, and then it stood up very suddenly to flap its wings vigorously. French fries! French fries! Duncan couldn't help but laugh as he glanced at this strange dove. For once after their meeting, he found comfort in having such a bird around him because it reminded Zhou Ming of home. It's a pity there are no fries on board, he casually stroked the dove's beak before turning for the captain's quarter, but you are right about one thing, we have to get something to eat. Moments later, the captain of the Vanished had prepared a traditional breakfast suitable for what a ghost ship should expect. Duncan didn't have a dining table, so he converted the mapping table for the task. On the menu tonight was the usual jerky and cheese with water. This had served him well for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the past few days. Carefully draping a dining napkin around his neck while the goat head sat across from himself, Duncan made sure to do this ritualistically. Of course, let's not forget Alice, who sat to his left and had come early this morning to greet him. As for Ai, the dove was roosting atop of the table to his right. This arrangement pleasantly pleased Duncan inside despite how adamant he was about being a ghost captain. The goat head represented his evil side, and the dove acted as his knowledge. As for the cursed doll, he would eventually think of something to describe her status here. Regardless, it's nice having companions for once. Now that leaves one itsy bitsy problem: the food on the vanished. Duncan sighed and stared down at his plate. Unlike in the great pirate movies of Hollywood, the real-life dining experience of a ghost ship could only be described as deplorable. Picking up the cheese with his kitchen knife and cutting it, he nearly puked at the texture of sand grinding against his tongue. Then he poked the dried jerky with his fork, finding it near impossible to chew since it was harder than anything he's ever eaten. Alice stared at this scene curiously and finally asked, "Captain, today is the same as yesterday's meal?" "Tomorrow's too." Duncan glanced up at the cursed doll. "You want to try?" Alice thought about it and picked up one of the dried jerky meat. But after a quick chew and some crunching sound, she immediately spat it back out in disgust. "It's not delicious at all. It's not like you can eat it anyways. Do you even have a stomach?" Duncan raised an eyebrow and glanced towards her stomach. "I'm more surprised you actually dared to try the food." That said, he stared down at the unappealing food on his plate and grew more depressed. The only edible items that could be found on the ship was this, the taste of the dried meat that's as tough as firewood with a lot of salt. The cheese was easier to chew, but it fell apart like sand and needed water to rehydrate in his mouth. Of course, he tried boiling the meat and cheese together with water, but none of that helped in the flavor department. The good news was that these foods are not poisonous or mutated in any weird way, but the bad news was that they're still very much undesirable to eat. In fact, Duncan had every reason to believe this cheese and jerky had an age span far older than himself. For one thing, he never tried a cheese that's as nasty as eating sand nor a jerky that could be used as a weapon. Sure, he didn't need to worry about catching scurvy on this ghost ship, but Duncan still wanted to lean on a healthy diet. At the very least, the food being as young as him would work too. It's then the plan of resupplying the ship and exploring the world resurfaced in his mind again. Sadly, these two goals are not achievable in the near future. Duncan sighed and continued to cut the firewood on his plate using the posture of someone seeking revenge. Insufficient crystal ore reserve. Ai suddenly poked her head over and pecked the jerky to make a metallic sound. Pricking an eye up, Duncan glanced at the dove and casually crumbled up a cheese corner and threw it over. With another peck of the beak and a swallow, Ai abruptly went stiff and dropped dead like she's been poisoned. This clown show lasted for no more than 5 seconds, but it was this 5-second of delay that the dove went crazy over. Flapping her wings wildly, Ai made a jolt for the nearest shelf before speaking in a depraved and outraged voice, "I would rather starve today before eating that." That actually hurt a bit since it's so true. Perhaps the statement offended the goat head, who had remained quiet throughout, but the statue had clearly reached its limit and started making that creaking wood sound. "Go ahead and say it," Duncan gives in and lifts the ban with his order. "Yes, Captain," said the goat head, who finally got to talk from the gag order. "I have wanted to ask this since yesterday. This bird you brought back is called Ai, right? How come I can't understand what she's saying? Like that phrase about charging Q coins, what does it mean?" Duncan immediately raised an eyebrow because he didn't expect the goat head to hold back until now to vent this question. Talk about restraints. You don't have to care, her thinking is weird so there's no need to understand. Duncan did not stop the carpentry work in his hand and spelled out the excuse he had made up during the night. It seems to communicate with people in a language that only it can understand. If you listen to her more often, it's possible to make a good guess approximately. Is that so? The goat head pondered the idea, but I always feel as if there's some kind of logic hidden in her words. It is as if there is a complete, self-consistent set of patterns hidden behind the language. Did you discover Ai during your walk in the spirit world? Could it be some kind of projection from the depths? You know it too. The deeper you go, the more likely it is to see a projection from some misplaced time and space. This may include some lost civilization, or a fragment of the future, and even a world entirely somewhere else from our own. The cutting work in Duncan's hand paused for a moment in a magnitude that was imperceptible to the naked eye, and then everything went as usual while he spoke in a flat voice, then I pray for you to summarize the logic behind AI's language soon. The words of the goat head may be a casual guess, but the information revealed in it inevitably made waves in Duncan's mind. My soul got closer to the depths of this world. The deeper I go, the more likely I will encounter projections from space and time. Some could even be from different timelines. Duncan didn't see any scenery in different timelines when he spirit walked, but the goat had guessed one part right. AI had come from a different place. So, did Zhou of Earth bring this dove into the world, or was she from the deeper parts of this world to begin with, like the goat head said? Chapter 33. Fish. After a not-so-satisfying breakfast, Duncan's mood did not improve. Instead, he became slightly irritated due to the information inadvertently leaked by the goat head. He looked at the dove, strolling on the nearby shelf, and found his wild thoughts getting more and more outrageous. Duncan had always believed that this dove full of earth words had been born because he had the soul of an earthling that activated the brass compass during the spirit walk. But what if this was not the case? What if, as the goat head said, the dove was just some kind of phantom coming out of a deeper place from the depths? That it's a coincidence that AI's hanging around? If going by that logic, wouldn't the earth words coming off of that beak have nothing to do with Zhou of Earth, but a projection of the history from this world itself? The possibility behind this theory unsettled Duncan. Need me to wash the dishes? Interrupting his train process was Alice, who had gotten up after breakfast. Scratching her hair in an embarrassed manner, I think I should find something to do since I'm aboard the ship now, otherwise, I will feel like a freeloader. But you don't eat at all, Duncan reminded her. It's good that you have that in mind though. Take the dishes to the water room and discuss it with the sink. If it doesn't mind, you can go ahead and wash the dishes. After saying this, he stood up without waiting for Alice to answer. Then commenting before heading outside, I will go and inspect the deck. If there is nothing else, do not disturb me. The dove strolling about on the shelves flew over to Duncan's shoulders then and left the room as well, leaving Alice at the mapping table with the goat head staring back. Isn't the captain in a good mood? After a moment's hesitation, Alice carefully asked the statue. The goat head replied in a deep voice, the captain's mood is like the weather of the boundless sea, don't speculate, just accept. Without waiting for the goat head to go on his run-on speech, Alice quickly continued, by the way, just now, the captain said to discuss it with the sink. How do I ask? Simple, you go wash things, and if you get splashed with water, it means that the sink doesn't like you. Speaking of which, do you know how to wash dishes? If not, I have some theoretical experience. Before letting things get out of hand, Alice quickly packed up the tableware on the table and rushed out the door while shouting, no need, I will learn on my own. Thank you, Mr. Goathead. Goodbye. Silence returned to the captain's room, leaving only the black goat head on the table staring blankly in the direction of where everyone ran off to. How good it is to have legs. The statue sighs at his own misfortune. Then its gaze returned to the chart at hand, where the fog around the vanished was still dispersing steadily. He's been charged with the helm by the captain, and the goat head had every intention not to fail. Under the precise control of the driver, the large and living ghost ship deftly adjusted the angle of each sail as it loafed along the waters. During this, the goat head never once stopped humming his pirate tune. Raise the sails, our sailor ye be leaving home. Wind, waves, from death we be only a plank away. Toss those anglers, widen the masts, tie the ropes, ahoy they ship. We be coming for your treasure. Stay away from the fish, farther away from thy fangs, us sailors want to live. Stay away from Embers, further away we sail. Peace to our souls. Meanwhile, Duncan had circled around the supply room and kitchen again before finally coming up to the middle portion of the ship. No matter how many times he rummaged through the storehouse, the ship didn't offer anything more than the cheese and jerky. The good news was that he didn't have to eat maggot-infested biscuits like the sailors from those medieval-era stories. The bad news was that there weren't even maggots on this ghost ship to begin with. Putting aside his previous wild thoughts for the time being, he took the quiet AI to the edge of the deck and peered out at the boundless ocean. No matter what, I need to find a way to replenish the necessities on the vanished. Although I can't put too much attention to the quality of life on a ghost ship, I still can't allow myself to devolve into the barbarism of a ghost. Alice may also need to change her clothes at some point, and there is no suitable dress for that need aside from rags in the cabin. And the vanished has drifted on this water for far too long. Things could have advanced beyond what the goat head knows about the people on land. Like those revolver guns used by the cultists from the underground sewer, that alone is enough to tell the world is a developing and advanced one. It may be true a century ago this ancient ship might have been invincible, but who knows what could have changed. Perhaps, the only advantage the Vanished has now was its reputation, and reputation doesn't solve problems when in naval combat. Then glancing at the dove on his shoulder. Maybe. If I rest a little today, we can try another spirit walk. Goo goo. AI tilted her head and finally came up with some noise that a normal dove should have. Smiling at this behavior, Duncan suddenly noticed an afterglow from the corner of his eyes. Drawn by the movement, he subconsciously glanced downwards to see what was swimming below in the water. After a moment of disbelief, the guy facepalmed his own face in realization. My God! How can I be so slow? This is the sea. There are fishes in the water. The sudden possibilities of what this implied sent Duncan's mood up into the mountains. Establishing contact with land and resupplying the ship couldn't be done in a single day, but fishing could. He's fed up with the jerky and cheese. With enthusiasm at an all-time high, Duncan remembered the heavy fishing rod in the storage unit below deck. As for the bait, would the jerky and cheese work? Just like that, everyone aboard had found a job they could do. The cursed doll was washing dishes, the blabbing-mouthed goat head concentrated on driving the ship, and the captain of the Vanished was busy running between the cabin and deck. It didn't take long for Duncan to return with 3 heavy-looking fishing rods and some bait from the food inventory. Amateurishly fixing the things to the side of the ship, he quickly tied the bait to the hook and tossed the line overboard. He also moved an empty bucket over to serve as a chair while waiting. Truthfully, Duncan actually had no experience in fishing at sea, though he did have limited experience doing so at a pond in his hometown. But no matter, the guy's got plenty of time to learn anyways. What if he succeeds, right? It's a good way to rest before the next spirit walk, and a chance to improve upon the ship's food shortage, a win-win outcome. Slowly but gradually, Duncan's mood returned to normal as he waited for the fish to bite. It does get boring just waiting, especially when the weather shows no signs of a storm coming. Before the guy knew it, he had fallen into a half-dreaming and half-awake state. Inside his dream, Duncan was barefooted on the calm sea water with a burning warm sun hanging in the sky. Naturally, this familiar sun was the normal sun in his memories. Then his attention was caught by the splashing sound of water nearby. It was a flock of little golden fishes about the size of his palm, each spitting bubbles into the air and wagging their tails as if they were swimming in the water despite not. They had circled him to give Zhou-Ming a perfect view, those big bulging eyes, fine scales reflecting a wavy pattern, and the opening and closing of their mouths. All he had to say was that they're beautiful and very yummy. Yes, they must be very, very yummy. Chapter 34. Harvest. Duncan awoke from his dream after hearing the sound of waves banging against the ship. With his eyes shot open, the guy found himself glancing back and forth around the deck. As for the fishes in his dream, he could hardly remember their faces, only a faint thin silhouette, and how delicious they must be. Do fishes swim in the air? Duncan blinked in thought. He's got this strange sense of reality briefly intermingling with his own fantasies there. Then as soon as he saw the fishing rods with no sign of landing a hook, he deflated, realizing what had happened. Immediately, he peered out into the sea to see what had awoken him. The waves were getting bigger, and the weather had deteriorated to the point where a storm had started brewing overhead. It might not be a good idea to fish today, he muttered, considering whether it was time to put away the fishing rod. However, it's at this moment an afterglow caught the corner of his eye. One of the rods had started to bend. Any fisherman would know what this signaled. The grinding sound of tension, the screeching noise of wire being tugged at, it's all for this moment. The fish is here, and it's a big one. He instantly dismissed the idea of pulling the rods off and resting. The enthusiasm of a fisherman burned was on fire. Grabbing the tugging rod with both hands, he made sure to lean hard against the sides to avoid falling off. Didn't I say it? How can I come back empty-handed? Duncan yelled with excited glee as he mustered the energy to fight this massive prey. It was a difficult fight. Every pull he did got returned with a tremendous tug. No matter how one looked at it, it would appear the guy was losing the fight. Eventually, after much frustration and the line near snapping, this ghost captain finally came up with an idea. Huffing steam of pure ego from his nostril, he summons a plume of green fire on his hands that quickly expanded to infect the fishing rod. The green fire burned violently there, shooting forth from the line until it was dead into the water. Before he knew it, his eyes had caught onto what's biting. It's an illusory green silhouette circling around the ship below the waters. This shadow looked more like a swollen and contracting ball of flesh than a fish from above, almost covering the entire sea surface within a few hundred meters around the vanished. Nevertheless, Duncan didn't have the attention to care about some unknown shadow inside the ocean. He's pulling vigorously and pumping his feet against the side of the deck to give himself maximum leverage. Eventually, the anticipated moment had come. He could clearly feel the tension loosening around the rod, meaning the prey had grown tired and it's his time to stroke. It won't be long now. Alice was startled by the roar and commotion coming from outside the cabin. Due to the violent fight between man and fish, the entire vessel shook vehemently with the furniture clanging and crashing around. Thankfully the doll had hands, which she used to grab onto the nearby railings for support. What happened? Initially, Alice assumed the clanging and banging was from the collision just now, but that soon changed when she realized the noise actually came from the items themselves. They were communicating with each other. Sadly, the doll couldn't understand the language. All she knew was that something might be wrong outside. Without delay, Miss Doll decided to go up to the deck and have a look. Through much stumbling and a close encounter with a rampaging barrel that rolled across the corridor, she finally came to the end of the stairs and pushed open the door. Huge waves were battering the vessel. The sky looked dark, inkish even, and the ominous clouds gave off such a condensed, heavy atmosphere that it's difficult to look. The doll didn't know if this weather was typical for the vanished. All she knew was that if she didn't find the captain soon, she would regret it. Thankfully, it took little effort to locate Captain Duncan, who was still at the edge of the deck. The bad weather of wind and battering waves was certainly a pesky thing, but Duncan, who was about to succeed, only found it trivial and annoying. He's now using the ghost fire, and through the feedback from the rod, his prey has stopped resisting. Just a little more, a bit more, and he would drag this catch right out of the water. Come on you! He shouted happily. With another hard pull, a giant fish half the size of him directly plopped onto the deck, flailing and splashing about on the wooden vessel. However, instead of joy, he only felt distress at what he saw. It's so ugly. The big game of a fish indeed had an ugly appearance. Instead of a smooth, sleek body, it had rough and bumpy skin with fins that were so sharp and spread out that it's borderline menacing. Then there were those eyes. Instead of a clean pair of sockets, those are white hollow-looking things that would usually be reserved for ghouls and zombies in a horror flick. God knows why, but Duncan got this very uncomfortable sensation that it's glaring at him, telling the man who dared to fish him to try it. But the next second, the fish convulsed violently, and its eyes that were watching him burst apart with blood gushing in all directions. Then it was dead. No more jumping or flapping around like it's been tasered. The ugly atrocity had quieted down with only the pool of blood signaling it was alive seconds ago. Duncan got taken aback by this twist of event. Then to his surprise came acceptance over what he remembered: most fishes from the deep are incapable of surviving on the surface due to the water pressure. If hooked, their blood vessels would burst like now and quickly die, which explains what he just saw. Just as he was dazing around still, a crackling sound suddenly caught his ears again. Looking over curiously at what it could be, the man was caught off guard by the smaller strange fishes landing on his ship. They looked exactly like the behemoth, but just smaller, about half a meter in size. And like the big game, they're all bleed profusely from the eye sockets and about to kick the bucket. Dumbfounded, he took a good moment to react: Jesus, buy one get a dozen. Meanwhile, from Alice's perspective, the doll was staring nervously at the ferocious fight that just transpired before her very eyes. First, it was how Captain Duncan stood at the edge of the deck, staring down at whatever massive shadow lurking within the waters. Then a tentacle thicker than the mainmast of the vanished had sprung out of the water. It barred countless menacing eyes across the body, and innumerable sharp teeth next to the eyeballs. At that moment, Alice thought for sure the whole ship would be torn to pieces by the main body beneath the waters. In her panic, she gasped and wanted to cry out for Duncan to dodge. But before she could act, the tentacle had already started smashing down. Yet, instead of panic or rage, Captain Duncan only smiled gleefully like a fisherman about to make a grand harvest, and that's when their gazes met. The monster tentacle and Duncan were staring off at each other like two predators challenging for supremacy. Then, beyond the doll's expectation, the eyes on the tentacles all burst apart with blood spraying everywhere on the ocean, followed closely by the thrashing and flailing of the monster in the depths. Whatever Duncan did, it was hurting the dark creature hiding in the water because it had cut off its own appendages. Next second later, the filthy and vile thing had crashed onto the wooden deck and rolled in front of the captain's feet. Chapter 35. Calm and normal. Alice watched as the tentacle fell onto the deck and rolled in front of the captain's feet, the vitality quickly fading from the flesh. At the same time, the behemoth coiled under the water before diving and disappearing entirely from the vanished's view. From how fast it moved, one might even suspect it was fleeing from them. Then the doll glanced upwards and found the thick gloomy clouds that had covered the sky dissipating at speed so fast that it was abnormal. However, that's not the most important, but rather the shape it appeared as. Just like the shadow lurking in the water, it clearly looked similar, if not a projection of that creature. But the wandering thoughts soon got interrupted by the crackling sound of flames coming from the edge of the deck. Turning to face that direction, the captain in question had returned to his usual appearance of pleasantry instead of that burning pyre of green. He's beckoning her to come over with a wave of the hand. "Look, I caught a big fish." Duncan kicked the now lifeless ugly creature on his deck with a rosy grin. "Big fish," Alice sluggishly replied as she glanced down at the lump of flesh and bloodied eyes on the floorboard. No matter how she tried to match the idea of a fish to this thing, it simply didn't add up with those sharp, glowering teeth and menacing eyeballs. Worst of all, the kick indirectly made half of those eyeballs blink, which freaked the daylights out of the doll. "Yes, big fish," said Duncan cheerfully as he pranced like a child. "You see, it took a lot out of me to get this thing aboard." Although she was only a puppet, Alice still felt as if there were muscles in the corners of her eyes that shuddered over what she just heard. Her mouth moved in an attempt to object, but she simply didn't know how to correct the captain on this topic regarding that fish at Duncan's feet. Sure, it's taking the shape of a fish now after being cut off, but the blackish-grey potholed skin was still gross. There are also the many little fishes scattered around the deck. Alice lost all expressions for words as she stared wide-eyed at the scene. Miss Doll here didn't have much experience in life, so she didn't understand what doubting life meant, but if she did, this would surely fit that description. From a monster's tentacle transforming into a bunch of fishes, everything about this was wrong. Perhaps her momentary sluggishness was too obvious because Duncan immediately noticed Alice's abnormality. "What's wrong?" Alice opened her mouth, but just as she was about to say something, the sudden recollection of the goat head's rules came up. On the vanished, Captain Duncan holds absolute authority, and his words are absolute facts. If the real world contradicts Captain Duncan's words, then the captain's judgment will prevail. "No problem." Alice swiftly changed her overly antsy tune and swapped topics. "By the way, Captain, that storm just now was terrifying." "Storm? You say that wave?" Duncan looked doubtful at Miss Doll. "That wave is indeed quite big, but far from being called a storm. But then again, have you ever seen a storm before?" "Alice, you're right. If Captain Duncan called the storm that covered almost the entire sea a wave, then it must be a wave. If he called a giant tentacle with eyes and fangs a fish, then it must also be a fish. It doesn't matter what she saw or thought. I get the feeling you're a little nervous right now. Are you okay?" Duncan still sensed something was wrong in Alice's tone and grew more worried about her. "Is it seasickness? But do you even get seasick?" "I'm fine." Just now the ship shook a little. Alice looked at the captain in front of her with a concerned expression. She didn't know whether to feel at ease or more afraid toward this man. "By the way, what are you going to do with these fishes? Does this still need to be asked?" Duncan burst out laughing. "Of course I'm going to eat them." Alice's expression became momentarily stunned. "Eat? What else? Didn't you find the food stock on the vanished too bland?" Duncan obviously sounded pleased with himself. "I'm going to fillet one right away. We can stew, grill, or even dry the smaller ones with salt." He happily went over his plan for the fishes. Although he had a confident attitude with that tongue, but in truth, the guy had no idea if he would succeed in his culinary skills. For one thing, he's been an instant noodle user all his life. Asking a guy like that to cook something of such high skill was asking a lot. But there's no way to know unless he tries, right? So long as it doesn't make his stomach churn, anything goes. No matter how happy Duncan was at landing a catch, he still retained some semblance of sanity. After all, a fish that ugly would give anyone the idea of it being poisonous. The safe route would be to find a hapless egg to try it first. Of all the candidates, his first thought was about the goat head in the captain's quarter. Sadly, he ruled out that option right away. Then he glanced over to the cursed doll opposite to him. Alice wasn't feasible either since she had no stomach. Finally, his eyes fell upon the dove on his shoulder, which got returned with a tilt of her head. AI didn't look like a normal creature at all, but if there's going to be a crew member with flesh and blood on this ship, it looks like she's the only one left. Moments later, Duncan left the deck with his harvest lunchtime approached, and he couldn't wait to improve the food quality on the Vanished. It took a moment, but Alice eventually followed along to the captain's quarter. She hadn't intended to come looking for the goat head so soon after experiencing the first mate's nagging skills. If possible, she did not want to go in there again. But what had happened today was so strange that she felt compelled to consult with the experienced Mr. Goathead if this was a normal phenomenon on the Vanished. She did not violate the crew code. Inquiring about the situation shouldn't be taboo. After hesitating for a full 10 seconds, Alice finally plucked up the courage to push open the door of the captain's quarter. The next second, she was shocked to see that the Goathead had already turned in the direction of the doorway and was staring hard at her like he's been waiting. What's going on outside? The Goathead opened its mouth in a highly concise manner. Alice sensed something was wrong with the other's perverse behavior. Quickly closing the door reflexively, she came up to the mapping table and reviewed everything she saw. Once done, an extremely uncomfortable and eerie silence fell upon the room. Despite the wooden statue not being able to make an expression, Alice could clearly tell the situation had gone beyond the control of the first mate. Tensing up as she subconsciously leaned forward, isn't this a normal occurrence on the Vanished? Could it be that the captain really? Everything is normal for the Vanished, the Goathead finally awoke from the silence and replied. The way he sounded, it was as if the statue had plugged some kind of loophole in its logic. Listen, the Vanished is normal, always normal, and the great Captain Duncan is as always. That. I only assumed based on your reaction. Things are a little beyond my expectations, but this is due to my lack of imagination and knowledge. The goat's words quickly flowed with the usual speed of its chattery personality. Yes, the great Captain Duncan, he deserves to be greater and stronger. There's nothing out of the ordinary, Miss Alice. Listen, it's business as usual on the Vanished. Let the captain do what he thinks is right and don't discuss the topic. Just remember this fact from today onward, there are fishes in the kitchen of the Vanished, and fishes are a delicious ingredient. Chapter 36. The Day and Night Cycle. It's not easy to cook such a huge fish for lunch. This was not only technical work but a physical one as well. Fortunately, the fishing man's sense of enthusiasm and mission for improving his diet drove Duncan to work with full motivation. After a long struggle in the kitchen, he finally successfully removed the bone spurs on the neck of the ugly monster fish. Then with some stumble, he splits the fatty body into several pieces, leaving only the head that had no meat to the side. I wonder what others will think if they saw a ghost captain working in the kitchen. Will they be so shocked and faint? Or will they drop their jaws and scream? Duncan came up with these thoughts while splitting the flesh from the bones. It made him chuckle at the silliness but also a motivation for that day to come, inviting friends over to the ship, sharing a drink on a good afternoon day, and chatting away about various topics without being called a natural disaster. That's the type of life he wants, not this lifeless solitude by himself. After a simple cleaning of the catch, Duncan temporarily puts most of the fish into a barrel covered with sea salt before pushing the container into the warehouse. As for the remaining smaller fishes, he's going to process them later by marinating and drying them against the breeze. Unfortunately, no alcoholic spirits were found on the ship, otherwise, the fish could have been handled with more means. It's certainly a good thing to have fresh fish to eat every day, but Duncan knows that fishing depends on luck. Today's harvest may be good, but the next time may not. It's not like he's going to know how to process the excess ingredients every time as well. After all, he had no means to verify if the jerky and cheese in the inventory were special, or that the Vanished was doing the preservation with its ability. Also, he's not going to take a gamble on the hard-earned fishes by letting them go bad. Dried fish still tasted better than jerky and cheese from a century ago. Tossing the most tender pieces of fish into the simmering pot along with a piece of jerky, Duncan's going to stew this until the meat falls apart. Any real chef would lose their mind by now after witnessing the guy's sinful creation. The most tender parts of a fish should be moderately fried to bring out its natural flavor. Duncan knew this as well, but he had to do this to ensure it was safe to eat. Catching unknown things from the sea carried a risk regardless of the water quality, like parasites for example, or naturally toxic flesh of the fish. By fully cooking it to mush, this risk would be minimized to the lowest. Whether or not a ghost captain would be affected by these risks was another thing entirely, and he didn't want to test that water. After almost spending the entire afternoon away, Duncan finally got his belated lunch ready, a bowl of fish soup. But before he could poke his fork into the flesh and savor in the flavor, he blew it cold and placed it before Ai the dove. Of course, Doves don't eat meat, but AI could hardly be said to be a normal bird. Duncan needs to satisfy his curiosity, and he has so many things to try on the vanished. As for what to do if this abnormal dove gets poisoned, he also had a plan in mind. First of all, he handled the ingredients as much as possible, and letting AI try was only a formality. Secondly, if AI's situation really does take a turn for the worse, he could immediately use the green fire to pull her back into the spirit form. Once in that state, decomposing her body and reforming it would be simple. In any case, the toxin would have no effect. AI tilted her head to watch Duncan's gesture, and after confirming that the piece of fish was for herself, she pecked at the table and then glanced up to the ceiling. Are your melons ripe? Duncan, just say you will eat it or not. AI flapped her wings and copied Duncan's tone, just say you will eat it or not. Then it lowered her head and pecked at the already cold fish. At a surprising speed, she unceremoniously wiped out the food so fast that it's unsuitable for a bird. After eating, AI stretched her neck vigorously and then hopped around on the table with a pleasant air. Tasty. Tasty. Duncan appeared stunned before sighing inwardly over the bird's behavior. After a while, he relaxed and began to dig into the meal with his pet, and indeed, it's very tasty as Duncan had imagined. As the setting sun draws closer to the walls of the city's edge, things were as usual with the towering chimneys, pipes, and towers of the city-state of Plant being bathed in the setting golden glow of the evening. There are chimes from the storm cathedral, the whistling of steam valves releasing their pressure after the factory closes, and the people returning to their homes to settle for the night. They all know, the exchange of day to night has begun, and the influences of the depths are coming. Thankfully the effects are mitigated if one stayed home and kept to a brightly lit place. Gas lamps blessed by the clergy would effectively dispel the malice lurking in the shadows. In any case, the Holy Storm Cathedral would continue to watch over the city-state of Plant during the time where civilization was at its weakest. Though there's the occasional anomaly appearing in the city's premises at times, but those are usually small and harmless problems. Of course, there are always going to be fools who yearn for the darkness even under the watchful eye of the Church. These are the idiots of society, the deplorable ones who drove themselves into a frenzy for a glorious age that's yet to come. Fortunately, in the city-states where the forces of order dominate, these subversive individuals often only manages to spend their time curled up in the shadows. Like tonight, in the abandoned sewers of Pland, several figures in black hoods are doing just that, curling up in the corner of a forgotten room and cursing at their luck. Damn those church hounds! A weak and confused-looking 30-year-old man was lying on the ground with his rags. We have lost a large number of our compatriots, and the emissary has died in the ceremony, said another in a hoarse voice. How can the sacred ceremony suddenly lose control? That sacrifice, it's because of that sacrifice. He is clearly a heretic. All of you listen. A black-robed suddenly gestured them to shush and cocked his ears up. It's the sound of the twilight bell and steam whistle. It's almost night, the black-robed who was the first to curse said in a low voice before looking at a fellow compatriot who was lying motionless on a sheet. They're all in pretty bad shape, but one was far worse than the rest. Damn it, hopefully he will get through this night. Chapter 37. Life and Death Cycle. The twilight bells and whistles, representing the day-night cycle, echoed faintly through the deep, damp sewers hiding the cultists resting in the forgotten rooms of this underground labyrinth. One of them was seriously ill, and now he was going to die in this dimly lit underworld. He's still alive, said one of the cultists hesitantly. Then he glanced at the compatriot lying on the ground and saw that the other's eyes were half open and half closed without any focus. He's only alive for now, said another cultist in a low voice, and the twilight bell has rung. He cannot die in this room. The Lord's patronage will bless him with a peaceful slumber in the darkness. The man lying on the sheet twitched his fingers twice over the comment, obviously aware of his own health condition. He did not want to die like this, but death had already clung onto his shadow, and for the time being, his dear fellow sunmen considered him a hidden danger worthy of removing from the shelter. An extremely oppressive silence hung in the air due to this difficult decision. But after an unknown amount of time, the black-robed man who had cursed the storm church before suddenly broke the silence. Let's wait a bit. At least. A person won't change right away after their breathing stops. Then we will wait, the low-voiced black-robed disciple says after glancing at the struggling, dying sunman. But why did he suddenly fall ill? Are you sure this is normal? I know him. He runs an antique shop in the lower sector of the city. It's only counterfeits though, so his business isn't doing well, said a believer next to him who had never spoken much. He was already sick before this, so he's likely having a relapse from spending so much time with us in the sewers. The shock today is probably what worsened it. The black-robed believer with a low voice finally relaxed a little after hearing the explanation. Although he was not a noble priest like the emissary, he did have more experience from being a converted for many years, effectively making him more or less an expert who knew a lot of occult knowledge. Like how there would always be hidden dangers that came with a failed ceremony like today. The only thing he didn't know was who had become a carrier of said danger. If it weren't for the restraining notion of all the people of the sun are siblings, plus there were still a few fierce believers around him watching, he would have thrown this unlucky sick guy into the darkness outside already. After a long silence, the black-robed believer suddenly made a move and brought out a pale golden amulet from his pocket. He placed the item onto the chest of the dying compatriot. "You are," a believer next to him spoke curiously. "I got this amulet from the emissary at great cost," he said in a sincere voice. "May the shining grace of the Lord protect our siblings and him from the erosion of darkness." The two believers next to him immediately applauded. Then with reverence, they started to chant while pumping their fist against the chest, "All who worship the sun are brothers and sisters." After the sun had completely fallen below sea level, the starless and moonless sky once again appeared before Duncan. There's still the pale crack sweeping across the horizon, illuminating the boundless sea with its cold glow while the vanished sail along the ocean. He sighed at this picture while standing at the aft. No matter how many times he searched, he could not find the stars beyond the pale glow. But compared to the last time he saw this starless night though, his mood did feel much better. He's adapting to life in this strange world, and he's gotten the pleasure of tasting the delicious fish he caught. As an optimistic man, and any slight improvement in his life was something to be happy about, not to mention that there were more gifts of nature than he had imagined. At this pace, even if he could not establish a stable connection with land in the meantime, he could at least improve the living conditions on this ship. During his musing, he turned to face the dove roosting on his shoulder and casually spoke in a playful voice, "You say, wouldn't it be easier if I did something befitting of a pirate captain? For example, find a busy shipping route and do some piracy." The pigeon tilted its head, and the two beady red eyes browsed around without focus. "Doesn't sound like it, doesn't sound like it, doesn't sound like it. Guess you're right. It's not in my character," Duncan smiled, "and doing it is not as easy as saying it. At the very least, I need to find a shipping route first." He had no idea how far the vanished had drifted from the coasts of the mainland. Sure, they did come across the White Oak carrying Alice before, but Duncan was certain that's a one-off. There's no way shipping an anomaly was something of a daily occurrence. Exactly then, a voice suddenly came from the side and interrupted Duncan's train of thoughts. "Captain, are we going to pirate other ships?" Duncan followed the sound and was met with Alice sitting on a high plank staring curiously at himself. In the pale and scarred glow of the sky, the Gothic doll in the black dress gave off an air of serene calm found only in those classical paintings of old depicting nobilities. This took Duncan by surprise for a moment. After a few real-life moments of hectic running around, he had almost forgotten how elegant this doll could be when idly sitting in one spot. For a second, he was awed by her beauty and air. Alice didn't know what the captain was thinking of course and asked curiously again, "Captain, are we going to pirate other ships?" Without question, this sentence did a lot of damage to her image. "Do you like piracy?" Duncan smirked. "No," Alice shook her head, "it sounds boring." "But you were pirated by me to get on the ship," he reminded her. "True," Alice thought for a moment, nodded, and then asked again, "So are we going to be pirates now?" "No," Duncan waved his hand and unhurriedly walked toward his personal quarter. "I also find piracy rather uninteresting. Taking a stroll is more suitable as an after-dinner exercise in comparison." Duncan returned to the captain's room alone and briefly commanded the goat-head to take the helm using his psychic. He had already decided to take a second spirit walk tonight. But unlike the last time, he will test this ability with the dove as company. A cluster of green sparks jumped around Duncan's fingertips once he summoned the ghost fire. At the same time this occurred, the bird who was wandering around the table disappeared and reappeared around his shoulder. Feeling the kind of connection between AI and himself, Duncan slowly calmed his breathing and remembered the feeling he had when activating the brass compass. He was going to communicate with the dove using this method. The ethereal green flame turned into a thin line and wrapped around AI's wings following his will, and the next second, the white dove suddenly burst into a ball of fire. The feathers of the white dove turned into her illusory form following the transformation, rising and flapping like a miniature phoenix while constantly forming and reforming without a set body. In the meantime, the compass hanging around AI's chest also activated, snapping the glass lid open while the pointed dial spun wildly as numerous occult runes shimmered into the air. Then, like the first time, the needle abruptly stopped, pointing straight towards a specific direction. The surrounding scene disintegrated in the next second, and the familiar dark tunneling space appeared in Duncan's view that was promptly accompanied by the mysterious streams of lights. He needed no instructions, allowing his heart to look for the next target suitable for contact. Suddenly, his awareness was attracted to one of the clusters of starlight in the distance. He didn't know if that was the Captain Duncan's intuition mentioned by the goat head, but he was going to follow that feeling since it felt right. No matter who was behind the starlight, at least for now, the individual has become fated to meet him, the great Captain Duncan. In the abandoned sewers on the edge of the city-state of Planned, the sun god cultists who had luckily escaped from the church's guardians wordlessly rested in their hideout. The above-ground world has fallen into a deep slumber, and the underground world has only a faint cluster of lights sheltering the abandoned. No matter how ferocious and vile they deem to appear on the outside, they're still human, meaning they're going to be nervous and terrified by the darkness so long as the sun doesn't rises. Finally, under this oppressive and difficult mood, the dying companion among their group had breathed his last breath. "May the sun continue to shine on your soul in the darkness," said the black-robed disciple with a low voice. Then waving his hand to signal the others, "Take him." Unfortunately, his words stopped there as he spluttered to gather his wits. In front of everyone's eyes, the corpse without signs of life began to breathe again. Chapter 38. Offline. The black-robed believers in the room all watched this in shock and disbelief. They had no idea the person had actually died already. In their view, the fellow compatriot only looked like he's passed out for a split second before making a full recovery. "Thank you, Lord, for your protection." A younger black-robed believer finally reacted and couldn't help but praise excitedly, "You survived. I thought you would." "Wait. This isn't right. Back off." The low-voiced believer who was most skeptical suddenly raised a hand to halt his brethren to back off. At the same time, he glared daggers at the newly awakened man, his breathing clearly stopped for good. "I am not mistaken, something is not right." Duncan finally adapted to the surrounding environment after the initial days. He could see the group nearby, and for the first time, he's thinking WTF due to how familiar the environment was. The spirit world should be random, and when he chose the target, he was completely following his intuition in the chaos. The fact that he ended up in the same place with these cultists are beyond lucky at this point. Then he noticed the strange looks coming his way and the black cloak on himself. After 2 seconds of silence, he now understood what's happening. Last time he was sacrificed by the cultists, and now he's actually a cultist. Talk about being fated. Something is not right. Just then, a low, hostile voice interrupted Duncan's chaotic state of mind after awakening. Following the noise, he was immediately met with a pair of vigilant eyes gleaming warily at himself. Duncan was stunned over the hostility, then realized he might have possessed a corpse like the last time. "Oh wow, I just did an undead rising right in front of these cultists." After connecting the dots, the nervous tension from these black robes made a lot of sense then. Quickly working the brain to come up with an excuse, he was ready to explain when a burst of fragmented memories vaguely surfaced from within. It's his name, how he joined this cult, and why he drank the blood of the innocent to gain the sun's blessing. Duncan didn't know how long he fell into that sluggish state, perhaps for only a second, but he felt sorry for this body's original owner. No doubt, it's a hateful yet pitiful life story. Then it dawned on him. Unlike the first spirit walk, he was able to read the life story of whoever he possessed. A new ability? But why? Is it because this corpse is still fresh? Or is it because of AI's connection this time? Not dwelling on the discovery, Duncan slowly got up from the floor. He knows, whatever the reason it might be, this was not the time to relish on the issue. There are still the nervous-looking cultists in front of himself that needs handling. With Duncan's movement to get up, the cultists also backed off with one raising a blade in a defensive position. "Don't move. Tell me, what is your name?" "Ron," Duncan replied naturally, "Ronstrian." "His name is Ron." A young black-robed believer on the other side immediately confirmed to the leading cultist. However, the wary cultist did not let his guard down and continued to stare daggers at Duncan. Then chanting a spell using a devoted voice, "In the name of the sun, may the glory of the Lord shine, and in the name of the sun, may the blessings of the Lord come." Listening to the sudden insanity of the cultist on the other side, Duncan just stood there in stunned silence until a burning sensation locked onto his chest. He subconsciously pulled out the thing under his shirt and found it to be a golden talisman of the sun. It's radiating a strange heat from the surface. Then without warning, the talisman suddenly burst into flames that's full of malice. The glory of the Lord is eating him. Seeing this scene, the cultist who had just recited the prayer reacted instantly and shouted, "His soul has been replaced. Kill this heretical filth." The other cultists moved noticeably slower, but they did not hesitate to draw the short swords from their waist to attack. Kill him. While Duncan watched the black cultists attack him, another shadow had suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes. It's a ghostly green undead bird flapping its wings across the ceiling while emitting a strange scream from its beak. The cultists were naturally attracted by this undead bird and looked upwards, but this was a mistake on their part. In real time, their bodies started to overlap with the shadows, fading and blurring between reality and darkness until they were frozen to the spot. With great horror in their eyes, they watched as the undead bird eventually circled around them to land on Duncan's shoulder. Then, with even greater shock, the sun amulet still burning yellow in the man's hand had snuffed out to be replaced by a ghostly green flame like the undead bird. Pleased by what he's done, Duncan gradually came up to the frozen cultists and said the most terrifying words possible, "If only you had pretended not to know anything." The next second, the figures of the cultists flashed violently in midair like fireworks at a party until they too were gone from existence. "Aya, the page is missing. Try refreshing." AI randomly chirps this while still in her ghost form. Chapter 39. The Captains on Land. Duncan didn't understand the logic behind the cultists disappearing before his very eye. All he knew was that this was AI's ability. After a few seconds of confirming that the cultists really couldn't come back, he turned his head slightly and asked the dove on his shoulder. "Where did you send them?" AI flapped her wings, which had become translucent and ghostly, with her beak before answering, "They've retreated into the shadows." Duncan frowned over that. He's been adapting to AI's language and could vaguely guess. "You mean, you banished them to some sort of parallel space? Or did you turn them into some kind of untouchable state?" The dove looked up, her eyes fluttering at Duncan all innocently. "Goo-goo. She's now pretending to be a real dove again." But no matter, Duncan believes he's gotten the truth already. First patting the dove on the head, he glances around the dimly lit shelter to see what he has to work with. A square room similar to the sewers he walked through from the first spirit walk, flickering oil lamps against the wall and some sheets on the floor for rest. There are no signs of the sun god cultists around, they've completely disappeared from this world. However, upon further inspection, Duncan felt the hair-raising sensation that they were still around. He couldn't see or touch them, but the ominous screams of their struggles somehow reverberated in his ears like some phantom cry. Eventually, Duncan was able to confirm his theory. Amid the flickering of the oil lamp on the table, he saw the faint scratch mark of a blade grinding against the wall in the perfect interlacing of light and shadow. But upon blinking his eyes, it's gone. This would be the last contact the cultists here would ever have with the real world. Whatever or wherever they were sent off to, they are not coming back. Heaving a long sigh over this, Duncan didn't comment and turned to leave after knowing what he's done. Outside the abandoned hideout, there was a much narrower corridor than the sewer tunnels he's been in before. It's a forked path, one going deeper underground and another upwards. Going by what he knew, Duncan briefly judged the path going upwards led to the surface based on his fragmented memories. There's no need to hesitate. He wants to explore this world and the surface. Soon, fresh air currents hit his hair, followed by the vague rumbling of factories in the distance on his ears. He could also hear the faint sound of waves crashing against the reefs, which made him trot the last stretch of the way due to excitement. The era is calling. Era is calling. AI flaps her wings and transforms back into her regular form with a happy chirp. Pausing his feet, Duncan stared at the dove after remembering something. Don't talk casually outside anymore. Doves don't speak human language. AI thought for a moment and flapped her wings vigorously. Captain. Duncan was surprised by how proper the reply was. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or deliberate, but he quickly left it behind to move on. There's a whole new world awaiting him after all. But before then, he must ditch the black robe on his body. Wearing such attire out into the public street would draw the attention of all the policing officials. Secondly, he must also be out of sight from the night watchman. Planned had a strong curfew in place. If citizens wish to walk outside during the night, they must be equipped with a legal document permitting them to do so. Since this body was a formal cultist, he clearly didn't have such a document. Duncan quickly sorted through the fragments in his mind, most of which were messy and vague because they were inherited from a corpse. Nevertheless, he got enough information to have a vague idea of what he needed to do next. He first took off his robe before reaching the final exit. Underneath were the regular clothes so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Of course, Duncan considered burning the robe on the ground too, but the flames would surely attract attention from the smoke. In the end, he rolled it up and hid it in a corner and out of sight. The sun amulet he's holding was also something that could cause trouble, but the potential this item carried was too valuable for Duncan to discard. He must return to the Vanished with this and do further testing and studying. Once he's done all this and cleaned up his appearance, no longer looking like a frantic and fleeing cultist, Duncan finally made the final stretch up the tunnel. Solid, stable, bathed in pale shimmering, these were the first impression he had of the earth beneath his feet. Then Duncan's eyes stretched wide after catching his first glimpse of the city proper. It's just like he had imagined. Buildings and infrastructure, as far as the eye could see, this was the representation of human civilization. Duncan burst out laughing using a silent voice that left him gasping for air. But after a moment, he forcibly stopped the crazed laugh and began walking. This was not the place to stand idle. Cultists also have their own normal lives. Except for a few priests who completely took up the mantle of being a scourge upon civilization, most are merely people who got deceived from the onset. Like single elderly individuals without families, impoverished lower-class citizens, or the young who have never experienced life yet, these are all prime targets for the cultists to recruit. As for the corpse possessed by Duncan here, the poor fellow by the name of Ron, was an ordinary man who owned an antique shop in the lower sector of the city. Through misfortune and fate, Ron found himself diagnosed with a lethal illness, hence the eventual fall into darkness. Chapter 40. Landfall. Vanna jerked awake after a grotesque and chaotic dream that night. The sun was still out, and the creation of the world continued to shine down with its pale white glow through her windowsill, giving the night a peaceful and serene appearance. Nevertheless, Vanna just couldn't shirk away the grotesque image from her mind, a great ship howling with the desolate cries of the damned while wanting to crush land with its gigantic flaming presence. At the same time as the ship descended, she also saw a blazing sun rising from the city's depths, not the rune-bound sun known to the world but the celestial star body described by those sun heretics hiding in the sewers. During that purgatory dream, the Church of the Storm remained motionlessly to one side as it watched the catastrophe claim her home. No guidance came for her believers, only meaningless bells and prayers that went unanswered. Vanna quietly sat up from the bed and came to the window in her pajamas. She stared down at the city structures and saw nothing but calm and serenity for this night. Yet, the unease and irritation only grew as she knew it was not true. Moments later, the young inquisitor retracted her gaze and came before the dresser. Inside one of the drawers was the curved ritual dagger of her faith representing the storm goddess. Vanna's gaze lingered on the blade for several more seconds until she couldn't hold back anymore. First cutting a tiny line on her fingertip, she allowed a droplet of blood to ooze forward before chanting the storm goddess's name to seek guidance. However, for some reason, she only heard some illusory waves roaring in her ear. The psychic induction that she could so easily tap into in the past wasn't answering her today. It's as if a huge invisible curtain had suddenly cut her off from the storm goddess. Vanna's brow furrowed a little over this disconnect. The disturbance of the connection between believers and gods was rare but not unheard of, since the relationship between subspace and the real world was a complex balance. But the storm goddess Gamona should have been the one exception due to the boundless sea. This was one of the reasons why the Storm Church could become the strongest religion in this world. Can the problem be with me? Vanna naturally began to doubt her own state, but when she glanced down at her fingertip, the wound she had cut had already healed. This proved the blessing she got from the storm goddess remains. There must be a correlation between my dream and my failure to hear the goddess's voice. A ghost ship burning with green flames, ghost ship. Vanna's mind quickly recalled and compared the occult knowledge she had mastered, and then her eyes suddenly became serious. She was no expert in the field of sea navigation and had little contact with the absurd, superstitious myths circulating among superstitious sailors, but even in orthodox ecclesiastical texts, there was a ghost ship that occupied a special place. It was an ominous ship returning from subspace, and its captain was the terrifying man who caused the 13 islands of Weatherland to be swallowed up by the border collapse a century ago, Duncan of the Vanished. Vanna hurriedly got up from the dresser and wanted to confirm her suspicion, but then she remembered the hour was late and the cathedral's archive wouldn't open to anyone at night. And from a perspective of security, she had best not discuss the details of the dream with others only a few hours after its occurrence. After all, it only takes that much to create a connection with the Captain Duncan and allow an opening for him to return from subspace. The most consistent and safe way would be to wait patiently. Once the sun rises and regains its dominant place in the world, any connection established by the dream would wane and dissipate. From that point onward, she would consult the relevant information in the archives or seek the church's archbishop for advice. In any case, she must do all that she could to stop that legendary ship from making landfall on planned. As its protector and citizen, Vanna had every duty to do so. A tall, thin black figure quickly swept through the deserted streets of the downtown area and left only a brief glimpse of his shadowy silhouette behind. These are unfamiliar buildings and streets, but through the memories he devoured from possessing this body, Duncan knew exactly where to go. This made him very happy because he finally succeeded. Not only did he make landfall, but the guy also got plenty of information regarding this world's technology using this complete disguise instead of a rotting corpse. Frankly speaking though, the health of this body was actually not very good. Thankfully the ability of Spirit Walk allowed him to ignore the state of the body, so he had no complaints. The distant bark of dogs from the end of the alley eventually caused Duncan to stop running, forcing him to hide between the cracks of the two nearest buildings. He didn't know if these were patrol dogs led by the church night watchman, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Eventually, the noise died again as the steam pipes quietly whistled its exhaust into the night. Duncan stepped out of his hiding place and carefully observed the streets for any hidden dangers. Then through his memory, he kept to the left side, knowing the house to the right tended to rouse attention due to its occupants being drunks. Between a row of low, 2- or 3-story buildings, he eventually arrived at a shabby old building with a dirty sign hanging on its front. This building had clearly been mishandled because the window was filthy dirty, barely able to peek inside due to the grime, but it was home nevertheless. Ron Antique Shop, Duncan muttered in a low voice, what a simple and direct shop name. When finished, he searched for the key through what little he recalled. After rummaging around the entrance, he eventually found the spare key hidden under the windowsill. The body's original owner had done the homework to avoid being caught. Like taking a key that could identify himself as the owner of this antique shop, for example. Quickly pushing the key into the door hole, Duncan easily slid inside with a small crack and closed the door behind himself. Despite his best effort to be incognito, the old wooden slab still made quite the slamming sound in the dead of night. Thankfully he's inside now, safe and away from prying eyes. Chapter 41. Inside the antique shop. The interior of the antique shop was just as Duncan had guessed. It was chaotic, decadent, and business bleak. Purely going by how much dust had piled up near the window, it wouldn't take much for one to imagine how bad life must have taken the owner. He first saw the table near the walls that are placed with large vases, sculptures, and totem-like things of unknown meaning. Meanwhile, the wall behind the storage table was decorated with a shelf, which had been used to place relatively small goods in the store. There's also a long bar counter directly opposite the front door where the owner would receive guests. However, instead of the shelf behind the counter being filled with products, it's only adorned with some dusty picture frames and small ornaments, likely sentimental items by the owner. There's also a staircase leading up to the second floor right of the counter, which was groggy and difficult to make out due to the darkness. But Duncan did have some recollection of this area because there's also an out-of-sight door below the staircase. It leads to the warehouse in the back of the shop, which was mostly filled with clutters and stuff. Truly, it was hard to imagine how someone could make a living in this decrepit shop and even have money to offer the sun god religion. Duncan walked toward the counter to further examine the area. As he moved his foot carefully, the wooden creaking of the floor eventually caused him to pause, and that's when he noticed the lamp fixed to the wall. It was an electric light bulb. Duncan's brow immediately frowned at the recognition. The style of the lamp was unfamiliar with that wrought iron frame and greyish lampshade design, but in any case, the structure of the tungsten light bulb inside was immediately recognizable at a glance. Electricity is already this prevalent in the world that civilians in the lower sector of town can also afford it. Then why the gap in oil lamps in the underground sewers? They even used torches in some parts. Huge questions arose from the conflicting information, especially about the arrangements in the underground sewers. He had assumed those gas and oil lamps were due to the world's technological limitations, but that's clearly not the case. Instead, it was deliberate by the management of the city. Diving deep into his fragmented memory, Duncan tried to seek out the corresponding knowledge in his head. Sadly, the only answer he got was that it's common sense and urban planning is so. Either this knowledge was not made public, hence the reason why his body here didn't know anything. Or, the knowledge was so basic that it left no impression on the cultist's mind. With momentary confusion in his heart, Duncan reached out and turned on the electric light. With the click of the switch, the bright light immediately illuminated the area near the staircase and counter. There's also a switch on the opposite wall that controls the lights in other storefront areas on the first floor, but Duncan wasn't going to move it for the time being. It's late at night, and a small light in an antique shop that has been closed could be explained as the owner getting up for a stroll, but lighting up the whole establishment would surely attract unnecessary attention. With the limited light near the staircase, Duncan's gaze first swept over the nearest goods and caught onto the wooden figure. It was less than half a meter high with a strange face pattern of red and blue paint. Then next to it were antique vases that looked like ceramic. These things looked shabby and old, but the outrageous price tag hinted at a different story. The original price was $420,000, and the discount was 36%. Duncan's gaze quickly shifted away and swept through the store. According to his assessment, he suspects there's not a single item that was genuine, and if there were, he would commit suicide by banging his head against the vanished. It couldn't be any more fake. In fact, Duncan was confident no normal human being would ever believe this shop sold any real antiques. If anything, the oldest relic in this entire shop would be that signboard outside the door based on how shabby it looked. But Duncan wasn't surprised such a store existed in these parts. If the owner knew he was selling fakes, then why not? And if the customers knew they were here to buy fakes, then even better, right? This was the lower sector of the city, the area where commoners lived. Who could afford real antiques anyways? So, the signboard hanging outside the shop was merely a formality. Only the informed would visit. Anyways, regardless of whatever crummy lifestyle this body had before death, Duncan only had one thing that concerned him right now: could he use this place as a foothold to transverse between the vanished? He needed a safe location to transport supplies with AI's ability. If this shop could provide shelter from prying eyes, then that would be perfect. Duncan came behind the counter and sat down in a chair to comb through the memories in his possession. He's deliberating if the plan would work and the dangers that might entail. First, the original owner was a sun god believer, no doubt about that part, but only at the lowest level. He's a grunt, a nobody. And due to the city-state authorities cracking down on cult activities in recent years, it's become increasingly more challenging to take part in the events arranged by the organization. Even better, the middleman in charge of contacting him with the higher UPS were all dead from the previous spirit walk Duncan did, effectively destroying any connection between him and the other cultists. They wore masks during the gatherings so no one saw his face. Now, if he did have to consider a hidden danger that bothered him, Duncan would say it's the reason behind why the Sun cultists are sacrificing people everywhere they could. 4 years ago, the city-state of Planned attacked the Sun cultists when they attempted to create a mass sacrifice at the city's heart supposedly to resurrect their so-called sun god. It would have ruined the city if that did happen. Luckily, the authorities and the Church of the Deep Sea, Storm, vanquished the heretics before then. However, Duncan understood that the event was only a prelude to something much more terrible. He had no affection for Planned, but this city was too important to let it be destroyed by some fanatics. Chapter 42. Books Knowledge. The curfew imposed by the city was not suitable for exploring, so Duncan stayed in the antique shop all night. The excitement of stepping on land drove him to explore the entire building tirelessly. There's no question the original owner of this body was a cultist, but he's also an ordinary person. He required communication with others, interaction with civilized society, and sustenance to survive. In short, he needed to interact with the rest of the city. Interaction meant clues, and clues meant Duncan could vaguely deduce what's needed to survive here in Planned. Like the general level of technology used by the citizens in their daily lives, that's something he needed to keep in mind. Eventually, through the memories he absorbed, Duncan found a small amount of cash in the hidden compartment behind the counter on the first floor. This included a handful of coins of varying denominations, which were common in most city-states since they were jointly certified and issued by the governing body of the government and the Chamber of Commerce of the Boundless Sea. These coins are called Sora, and there are over 200 of these, enough for a family of 3 to live for a month in the lower sector of town. It seems that even if the business is dismal, the original owner still managed to maintain his standard of living despite donating most of his wealth to the cult. At the very least, there's a stable stream of customers to support the revenue. After inspecting everything, from the rooms to the warehouse in the back, Duncan eventually returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. There's a picture frame here, and inside was a black and white photo of a family of 3. It's a young couple in plain clothes and a little girl around 4 to 5 years old, and they're smiling at the camera with an artificial background behind them. Duncan came before the thing and picked it up. Through careful examination, vague clues soon surfaced from his memory. The original owner of this body is not in the photo. Does this mean they're close relatives of this body? They must be very dear to him. As he gazed at the young couple some more, Duncan seemed to feel a faint sense of longing emerging from the depths of his memory. However, the rest of the information about these people was a blur to him. It appears everything else regarding this family had faded away following the original owner's death. Putting the black and white picture down, he pondered what an item like this would cost for a commoner until his eyes fell onto the neatly made bed. That's when uncertainty flooded into his heart. Would a cultist, who has completely fallen into the belief of the sun, have time to tidy up and clean on the weekend? The storefronts on the first floor have obviously been neglected, so how can the beds up here be so clean and meticulous? Coming out again, he went over to the smaller room across the stairs. Here, the bed and desk were equally as clean. Sorting through the memories some more, Duncan's sure the original owner of this body had never returned during the past few days. In other words, someone else had come here during that period. Someone else lives here? A loved one? Duncan frowned slightly, and as he searched for clues, he eventually came to the desk and checked the items. There are pens and papers here, but also a book with beautiful floral letters written as its title, The Art of Steam and Gear, General Textbook 3. This made Duncan frown because it's no longer a suspicion that someone else also lived here. Then, out of curiosity, he picked up the textbook and flipped it open. Immediately, he was greeted by an illustrated inner page detailing the art of engineering and steam mechanics. The book owner also left many notes on the pages as reminders, a must for any academic student. Also, since the letters are so slender and beautiful, Duncan could assume it's from a young maiden because he sure as hell wouldn't write this neatly despite being a teacher himself. This discovery was causing his forehead to throb from overthinking. Still, as he dived deeper into the cold and lonely colors of those fragmented memories, Duncan eventually came upon a glimpse of what he wanted. It's a girl with dark brown hair standing in a warm, colorful background, someone whom Ron supposedly cared a lot about in this world. Duncan quickly shook off the discomfort and continued reading. He didn't care about the technical details written and instead looked for the editor's introduction and conceptual discussion regarding each chapter. Eventually, he caught a line that he's been looking for. Flames, or more strictly, flames released by burning oils and mineral crystals from the deep sea, are the cornerstones that supported and protected our society and civilization. The prosperity and order of modern civilization is based on fire and steam. Clean and convenient electricity cannot replace the exorcism effect of fire, nor can it make large machines run stably for a long period of time. Experiments have shown that steam is the most stable form of power when affected by deep space. In this section, we will discuss 3 typical architectures of the steam core and explain the mechanical principles and design ideas in them. Duncan's eyes slightly froze as he recalled the various forms of lighting in the sewers and streets. So is this the reason behind the weird situation? It's so they can resist or fend off whatever danger is lurking in the darkness. Duncan's heart flooded with inexplicable emotions as he continued to read the complex drawings and notes left behind by the owner's handwriting. It was a machine he couldn't understand at all, and it was definitely not the steam engine he knew in his previous life. The delicate gears, the extremely complex cylinders, and the pipes and valves between the various components are far beyond the concept of the steam engine, which was more like some kind of equipment that jumped out of a fantasy book. It's both contradictory and grotesquely beautiful. This is the heart that supports the progress of the world's civilization today. During his contemplation, Duncan slowly placed the book back in its original position. As an earthling, even if he had been a teacher, he couldn't understand what the steam-powered mechanisms in this book were. It's been developed to the extreme, centuries ahead of whatever the Earth had concocted. But even so, a vague enlightenment emerged in his heart. The development of civilization in this world seems to have taken a very different route than what he had perceived. In order to survive in a world surrounded by crises, the mortal kingdom has also taken on a bizarre posture. But no matter how strange the world was, as long as it could still be called civilization, it would have its own developmental structure and logic. The gas lamps that burn in the sewers, the electric lights that are lit in the shops, the steam organs depicted in books and condensed by the wisdom of an unknown number of people all vaguely revealed a kind of sturdiness. Chapter 43. Good morning, Mr. Duncan. After placing the book back in its place, Duncan examined the other furnishings in this room. Aside from the 2 notebooks in the desk drawer, there's nothing else of value, a sign that the small bedroom must have been used infrequently. Then through the content of the notebooks, which were full of subjects about steam mechanisms and engineering principles, plus the occasional complaints of teachers and classmates, it's easy to judge the owner was a young maiden that still attended school. Duncan eventually returned to the master bedroom after restoring everything in the other room to its original state. He needed more time to comb through his memories, which he did by sitting at the edge of the bed. After a while, he got up again and went to the cabinet nearby. By following the reflexes in his muscles to open the cabinet door in one of the drawers, he fiddled around and found what he wanted, several bottles of spirits quietly hidden in the depths of the drawers, plus half a box of analgesic and nerve-relieving tablets, which were left behind by the cultist named Ron in the world. The previous guy had a serious illness that had worsened to the point of no return, so poor quality spirits and painkillers were the only things that could ease the pain at that time. However, pain remedies obviously did not help to prolong a sick patient's life. So, the man, who had lost all hope in his life, turned to the sun sect after the preacher told him about how the healing power of the sun god could solve all ills of the world, including one's ailing body. That's how Ron converted to becoming a cultist. And to a certain extent, the cultists did keep their promise. By performing a gruesome and strange ritual, the cultists were able to transfer the vitality of the innocent into another body of its believers. Duncan did not know the principle behind such a ritual, nor did he know if it really cured the incurable disease. Still, according to the remnants of the fragmented memory, the cultist named Ron did get better after the ceremony. It's the main reason the original owner of this body donated a large part of his family wealth to the cause. He got a taste of the forbidden fruit. But Duncan didn't care about what had happened between the dead cultists. Reaching deeper into the drawer, he smoothly groped around into the dark compartment and soon found a revolver and a box of bullets in good condition. The city-state of Plant does not forbid citizens to bear guns, requiring only legal formalities to purchase and carry. However, a dealer of fraudulent antiques in the lower sector of town obviously lacked the funds and credibility to obtain a gun permit. Therefore, it's almost certain this weapon was obtained illegally. But no matter. Legal or not legal, this gun now belonged to Captain Duncan. Exactly then, a slight noise suddenly caught his attention. It was the sound of a key rubbing against the door on the first floor. "You have a new message." AI untimely chirps this while Duncan peered out the window to investigate. "Quiet," he hushes the bird while holding the gun close to himself in readiness. "You stay here in the room and wait for my order. Also, keep your beak closed while outsiders are present." AI immediately flapped her wings and flew to a nearby cabinet. "Aye, Captain." Duncan hurried out of the room, and just as he was reaching the top of the stairs, he heard the rapid footsteps coming upwards, followed by a young and urgent girl's voice from below. "Uncle Duncan? Are you back?" In the next second, a girl with long dark brown hair in a long brown dress and white shirt came into Duncan's sight. The maiden looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, thin and small, her hair seemingly stained with a little morning dew. The girl's appearance was not too prominent, but she had the youthful beauty that this age should have while showing a surprised face after meeting Duncan at the stairwell. He did not respond, only standing there silently on the second floor and hiding behind the faint light shining through the narrow window gap. Eventually, he finally spoke using an uncertain voice. "What did you just call me?" "Uncle Duncan." There was a moment of surprise on the girl's face, and then she tensed up by grabbing the handrail. The young girl was trying to see the face her uncle was making but couldn't due to the darkness. "Is there something wrong? Did you drink again? You haven't been home in days, and when I saw the light outside." Duncan soaked in the information like a sponge there. According to his memories, this girl should be his niece and his only living relative, according to the original owner's memories anyway. What went wrong? Why would this girl, theoretically could not have known my secret, call out name Duncan so naturally? "Nina," he said after this name stormed out of his tongue, "were you staying at school yesterday?" "I've been living in the school all these days," replied the girl under the stairs. "I thought you would be out for at least a week like before. So, I packed up my things and went to Borough with my classmates." Mrs. White, who managed the dormitory, agreed to my request. "I only came home today because I noticed I left a book behind." "Are you okay, Uncle? I feel like you're acting weird today." "I'm fine, just a little groggy from sleeping." Duncan naturally responded and then strode down the stair to the first floor. A ridiculous theory was brewing in his mind, and now he needed to confirm it. He and Nina crossed paths, allowing both to make eye contact. However, It wasn't until Duncan was at the bottom of the staircase did the girl call out, "Uncle Duncan, are you going out later? Will you stay home for a few more days?" "Depends on the situation." Duncan kept his back to her due to being uncertain what would happen. "I'm just going to check on the front door. If nothing happens, I'll be staying home for a few days." "Ah, okay, then I'll go buy groceries. There aren't many ingredients at home," the girl said quickly and briskly ran upstairs with the youthful air befitting that age. Duncan had already come up to the shop's entrance then. Inhaling a soft breath, he pushed open the door and looked up at the signboard overhead. "It's still the old and dirty thing, but the words have changed like it's always been like this, Duncan's Antique Shop." Duncan frowned and slowly came to the nearby dirty glass window to peer at the reflection. It was indeed a strange face, not of the majestic and gloomy ghost captain, but of a tired-looking middle-aged man with a beard and deep eye sockets. This was Ron's face, the cultist who had already been swallowed up by death in the sewers. Eventually, the noise of the city life had cut him off from the inspection. It's livening up around him. First, the crisp sound of doorbells ringing by doors opening around the streets were rampant, followed by the bicycle chimes and passers-by talking on the streets. "Good morning, Mr. Duncan. Have you read today's newspaper? The deep-sea church seems to have destroyed a big cult den." Eventually, someone passing by the front of the antique shop even greeted him. Chapter 44. Ordinary People's Breakfast. A newspaper printout was worth 12 pesos, the equivalent of a shabby breakfast or one of the cheapest desserts in the city square. Using this knowledge, Duncan carried a few coins in his arms and bought a local newspaper at the newsstand. The owner was a middle-aged man currently immersed in reading, and he waved his hand to signal the newspaper as a self-service without looking up. This roused Duncan to probe at what the other party was looking at. It was an analysis article of the previous lottery. Another one of those wishful players who had unrealistic fantasies of a colorful life. Then he glanced down at the newspaper he had just bought. The paper's front page had a title he was most interested in: "A large number of believers got captured while a number of citizens were rescued." The photograph of the Inquisitor printed on the side of the front page was, to Duncan's surprise, a fairly young woman with a striking scar on her left eye. Still, the beautiful contour couldn't be ignored among her subordinates when her height was a notch above the average man. The Inquisitor wore a tight-fitting lightweight armored battle dress and a two-handed sword that seemed to have come out of the era of cold weapons. It's the look of a sassy female knight in the style of medieval paintings, but contradicting this image was the huge steam robotic machinery behind her subordinates. It's both intimating and wonderful with those cannons mounted to the side. Duncan couldn't stop staring at this picture. The news of the cult's rally site being wiped out was good news for him. Without the fear of exposing himself, he could watch the villains who performed the sacrifice of the living being arrested and brought to justice without psychological pressure on his part. On top of this, he's also gained some new information. Female inquisitors who specialize in dealing with cultists, heavily armed steam-armored robots, church-armed forces with both cold and hot weapons. The information that's extremely difficult to obtain on the Vanished had been displayed here for him to read after spending a measly 12 peso. As Duncan had thought, times had changed during the period where the Vanished was drifting aimlessly during the past century. Even if not from the superficial point of view of who is better than whom, the mortal civilized society represented by the city-state of Planned has developed into a kind of golden era. But the intersection of the street was no place to read the newspaper. Casually rolling up the prize in his arm, he hadn't forgotten there was still a niece by the name of Nina waiting for him at the antique shop. Compared with wandering the city aimlessly by himself, a local born with a trust bonus was obviously a better source of intelligence. As for the Vanished, Duncan didn't worry. Even in the state of spirit walking, he could still clearly perceive the situation on the ship, perceive the state of his other body, perceive how the goat had steering the vessel at the helm, and how Alice was behaving herself in her room. Besides, the original crew code of conduct had the express rule of not to bother the captain while he's in her private personal room. It shouldn't be an issue if he goes missing for a few days due to spirit walking, right? And as the duration continued, Duncan quickly noticed his control over this special mental projection becoming more and more proficient. Perhaps, sooner or later, he could even actively control both bodies at the same time without worry. A sweet smell suddenly drifted from the side and caught him by the nose. Stopping to look, he found himself staring at the newly opened pastry shop across the street. This was the lower side of the city where the poor lived, so there were no high-end dessert shops. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean there aren't sweets suitable for those at the bottom of society. As it so happens, Duncan still had a few coins in his pocket to spend, which added up to 20 pesos, more than enough to buy a piece of cake. After a little hesitation, he went to the cake shop and paid for a piece of the most ordinary bee honey cake. The packaging material the store used was some kind of thick paper of poor texture, which was rough to the touch. Unexpectedly, Duncan's mood was surprisingly happy today as she headed back to the antique shop. Walking the streets, talking to people, buying things, and returning to your accommodation. Such a simple thing finally gave him a sense of being alive again in another world. It's ordinary and simple, yet a daily routine he's been deprived of in recent days. Life on the Vanished was actually okay, the goat head could get annoying at times, and Alice was a fun individual to have around. But this experience on landside was different, a totally refreshing experience. It didn't take long for Duncan to return to the antique shop, and before entering the store, he glanced upwards at the signboard again to confirm a row of letters telling it's Duncan's antique shop remained. The door chimed as he pushed open the wooden slab of wood he called a door, signaling his entry and drawing a rush of steps from the stairs. The long brown-haired girl had a nervous and worried expression after breaking. "Uncle Duncan, where have you been?" she said quickly. "You said you were going to check the front door, but you were gone in a blink of an eye. I thought you had gone to the tavern or gambling house again." Duncan was surprised by the other side's level of care. She's genuinely worried about him, the kind of dependence of a relative looking out for someone you loved from the bottom of their heart. Even if said person was a drunken gambler contaminated with the Sun cult's bloody deeds, it didn't matter here. "I just went out for a walk and bought something on the way." As he spoke, he readily placed the cake and newspaper on the counter to show he was not lying, which seemingly put the girl at ease. "Uncle, hold on a bit, I will bring breakfast down here." "You didn't eat yet, right?" "I cooked corned beet soup." Before Duncan could speak, Nina's figure had disappeared up into the second floor until she returned with a large tray filled with a modest array of food for two. Duncan watched the girl smoothly arrange the table for him. He wanted to give a hand, but the level of diligence from Nina left no room for the guy to butt in. In the end, it left him with a bitter taste on his tongue because he knew what this indicated. A girl, the age of a high school student, must have been forced to adapt to an environment beyond her age due to the uncle's lack of care. "Let's eat." Nina had everything ready at this point, and she glanced at Duncan as if she had said it countless times. "Dr. Albert said that if you can eat breakfast regularly and keep a good mood, it will be better than spirits in the long run. Better than painkillers too." Duncan did not add anything to that comment, only staring quietly at Nina, who showed a suppressed and strained face. It's pretty clear the girl wanted this breakfast to work out, which he gladly obliged by pushing the cake box over. "This is," Nina widens her eyes in surprise and confusion. "Cake bought from the newly opened shop around the corner," Duncan said casually. "You're growing and should eat something more nutritious for breakfast." Nina showed a stunned face. Eventually, she started to murmur skeptically, "Uncle, are you sure you're okay?" "Of course I'm all right," Duncan said with a relatively natural expression. "I just remembered I haven't bought you a cake in a long time." "Indeed, it's been more than a year," Nina muttered before bursting out into a giggle. Then, grabbing a kitchen knife, "Then we can both share half. Dr. Albert said you also need something nutritious." Duncan felt strange about the interaction, but after a moment of silence, he nodded, "Okay." Chapter 45. History. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to know what's happening from multiple angles. The Vanished floating about in the open sea, the goat head's constant yapping and steering of the ship, and the cursed doll Alice strolling about on the vessel as she explored the various cabins. He was Captain Duncan, the master of the legendary Vanished, a moving, walking natural disaster of the sea. Yet, he's also currently sitting inside an antique shop sipping soup and having a peaceful breakfast with Nina, his so-called human niece. As if noticing the attention coming from the side, Nina, who was eating the cake, suddenly looked up curiously. "Uncle Duncan, aren't you going to eat?" Duncan glanced at the food on the other side's plate. "Is it enough?" "Yes, it's not good to eat too many sweets." Duncan nodded and took a bite out of his own slice. Immediately, his taste buds were attacked with the rich sweetness of honey and the mellow texture of the soft fluffy sponge in his mouth. But more than the flavor and texture, he's more surprised by the fact that his stomach was able to process the food. Clearly, unlike the first body Duncan possessed, this second one he's occupying had been revived with his interference. The soul of Ron may have died, but the flesh lives on. It's able to breathe, bleed, and eat like a normal human being. However, there was one thing the ghost captain wasn't quite sure about. He knew his body here must be ridden with a severe illness, that's the most prominent memory and emotion he gained from possessing this body. The spirits and painkillers in the drawers were a testament to this fact. Did my interference cure the illness? Or did the body heal itself after being revived by my arrival? Perhaps, the health of this body is still deteriorating and I'm only not aware of it due to my spirit walking ability. Duncan grew quiet while he mulled over this, and then he suddenly thought of something else. Don't you have school today? Nina lived in the lower sector of the city, where economic conditions were poor in this household. Nevertheless, education was a universal thing in the city-state of Plan thanks to the support of the church and city hall. As it so happens, her subject mostly had to do with steam engines and engineering, a study that was difficult and important for the church and factories. Due to this major, Nina's tuition had been partly paid for by her uncle, while the rest was done through scholarships from the city. Thankfully the girl didn't disappoint. According to her uncle's memory, she's always had excellent grades in all her classes. I don't have classes this morning, Nina nodded, only 2 history classes in the afternoon. In addition, I have to go talk to Mrs. White in the afternoon that I'm not staying in the dormitory during the next few days. Duncan suddenly stopped his gesture of scooping the soup and stared at Nina with a serious face. Don't you think staying here and taking care of someone like me will delay many things? If you stay at school, it might be more helpful to your studies. Nina was stunned by the concern in her Uncle Duncan's voice but promptly got angry instead. You shouldn't talk like that. You're just sick. You will get better if you follow the doctor's instructions and take the medicine. Mom and Dad entrusted you to me. It was your parents who entrusted you to me, Duncan corrected the girl right away and organized his language. You were only 6 back then. But now I'm 17, Nina puffed her face up and stabbed the fork into the last piece of cake on her plate. Your ability to care for yourself is inferior to me. If I did move out, it wouldn't take more than 3 days for you to turn this room into a mess. In fact, I can also help out with the store. At least I can clean up the dirty windows and floors. I can barely see through the glass anymore. Duncan listened helplessly to the girl's preaching since he didn't expect his words would bring such a big reaction from the other party. But slowly, he couldn't help but laugh again. He felt a temperature in this girl named Nina. A warmth that's bathed in sunlight. All right, it's just a casual mention, he said and shook his head before stirring the soup bowl with the spoon. The afternoon is history class. How are your studies going in that class? Uncle Duncan, are you really all right? Nina's got white in surface. You've never been. Well, at least in the past 2 years, I have never heard you asking about my studies. Duncan was about to explain when the girl cut him off by continuing, we are talking about ancient history recently, and Mr. Morris is telling us about the events after the Great Annihilation. To be honest, it's quite interesting. Ancient history sounds much like the stories you find in fictional books, far more enjoyable than modern history. Duncan contemplated what she meant and inquired further, sounds like you're studying well? I'll test you then. What is the concept of the Great Annihilation? Uncle Duncan is acting very strange today. Although I can't tell why, but different from his usual self. But Nina didn't think much of it. The simple girl was just glad that her uncle's mood was happier and not the usual depressed state. So, with a proud smile, she began to tell Duncan what she had learned. The Great Annihilation took place about 10,000 years ago. Although for unknown reasons, ethnic minorities with unique cultural traditions such as the elves, dwarves, and the orcs recorded inconsistent dates in their own calendars, but in general, archaeologists agreed that the Great Annihilation occurred at the end of the Age of Order 10,000 years ago. Duncan calmly listened but got a boatload of question marks in his mind. Elves? Dwarves? Orcs? What's going on here? So there is not only one intelligent race on land? And the elves, are they the same type of race like I know of? Is there also another city-state living in an industrial steam age? He couldn't help but come up with some very strange pictures in his mind until Nina's voice interrupted again. There are certain discrepancies in the accounts of the Great Annihilation in various city-states, but the common part is that the Order era before the Great Annihilation was a far more prosperous, stable, and secure era than it is today. Back then, there were extremely vast continents with an ocean less extensive than what it is today. There is also no reality border like now between land and sea. The era after the Great Annihilation is called the Deep Sea Age, and the Deep Sea Age continues to this day with no signs of it ending. The most striking feature of the Deep Sea Age is that the vast sea covers almost the entire world, while less than 10% of the land is left from the old era. Currently, all of the city-states are on various islands, with ships crossing the ocean as the main mean of communication between each settlement. In the early days of the Deep Sea Age, the remnants of the Old World suffered heavy losses with entire civilization nearly brought to the brink of destruction. Among the many powers that rose afterward, the ancient kingdom of Crete is the first and most notable within the historical texts. Its legacy lasted for nearly a century before its collapse, but its influence on future generations could still be felt today. Like the primitive and crude classification of anomalies in the world, it's the very foundation for our refined system today. Chapter 46. Anomalies and Visions. According to what Nina said, Duncan finally understood roughly what kind of earth-shattering changes had taken place in this world and realized that the original world was not as strange and dangerous as it was now. According to historical records, the world before the Great Annihilation was a prosperous and safe paradise. Back then, the ocean was yet the boundless sea of today, which now occupied 90% of the world's surface, nor were there all these dangerous anomalies and visions running rampant in the world. Although the modern folks looked at their world as normal, to Duncan though, this normal was in fact the weird and twisted version. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing the exact details of the Great Annihilation. Sure, the archaeological community has been making efforts in this regard to search for clues, but the discrepancy between the states and races was too different to give a proper conclusion. All they knew was that the current Deep Sea Age, an era of water and malicious danger, had come out of the chaotic fog thereafter. Nina naturally didn't know there was a ghost captain drawing knowledge through words. Instead, she only thought that her uncle desired to test herself. This brought a lot of joy to the girls' day because they had not shared in these warm moments in a very, very long time, especially when her uncle would return to the irritable state the minute after the spirits and painkillers wore off. So, before her uncle Duncan fell ill again, she wanted to show off her progress, which might keep his good mood going for another day or two at least. Mr. Morris is very interested in the history of the Kingdom of Crete, and he's one of the leading experts on this subject. He told us that although the ancient Kingdom of Crete lasted only 100 years, it was the first civilization after the advent of the Deep Sea Age to rise from the ruins to fight against anomalies and visions. Even now, their research continues to dictate our advancement in the world, especially the classification of anomalies and visions. There's a classification of anomalies and visions. Duncan raised his eyebrows, not forgetting to guide the girl on the path he wanted. He had been very concerned about this topic since the beginning of their conversation. Unlike his original assumption of all supernatural events being called anomalies, there's apparently another classification called visions, which was entirely different if he had to guess. Nina nodded, remembering what she had heard in class. Old Mr. Morris taught us that the easiest way to distinguish between anomalies and visions is the scale they exist as. Usually, the scale of anomalies is small, often limited to an object, animal, or even a person. Anomalies can also be artificially moved due to their limited range of influence, usually to only one person at a time. Knowing this fact, we can move the anomalies to another location for sealing or isolation. In rare cases, we would even exploit the more innocuous anomalies by using tools and such as a medium. The scale of visions is far greater than the anomalies, and the smallest vision is the size of a house, with the larger ones spanning the whole city. In rare cases, the size can become so big that it's hard to imagine. A considerable number of visions are incapable of being moved by man, they are either fixed in one place or operate according to their own will, and their ability to affect is far greater than that of anomalies. Usually, visions can affect so many targets within their effective range that they can almost be equated with the idea of natural phenomena, hence the term vision. Unlike anomalies, almost all visions cannot be sealed or controlled. They exist in the world like the natural order, operating undisturbed by outside forces. Since most visions are dangerous, the only thing one can do is to avoid these dangerous locations and not get tagged by their range. Fortunately, the most dangerous visions usually do not move, and the pioneers of the past have helped us identify these dangers so that we could safely keep our distance from them. Nina said very seriously, and then as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly added, "Ah yes, teacher also mentioned to us that these distinguishing methods and characteristics are only usually effective and not absolute. Anomalies and visions are unreasonable things, so no matter how people sum up their experiences, there will always be anomalies or visions that do not conform to the definition. On top of that, the two can sometimes interchange between the two categories. Like in the new city-state calendar, for example, in 1830, the city-state of Renza had a runaway anomaly called fungal, forcing the local church officials to pay a great price to banish this uncontrolled anomaly to a nearby island, which in 1835 got identified as a vision. Then in the year 1844, the great Saint Palatine took his own life on the fungal island and used his own urn to remove this threat. Nowadays, this urn housing fungal is renamed Mushroom Urn of Palatine in honor of that great saint and his sacrifice. It's currently sealed underground in the Cathedral of City-State Lenza as a relic. Duncan listened intently to what Nina was telling, causing his mind to race wildly from ups and downs. In this short breakfast alone, he had gathered more information than he had spent so many days on the Vanished combined. Once again, he's proven that communication on land and setting up an outpost within the city was the most effective way of aggregating intelligence about this world. A civilization that has developed to the industrial stage must find ways to compress the basic knowledge of the functioning of society into its own education system. Otherwise, it would become difficult for the rest of society to follow. As a result, Nina could never fathom how much of a treasure trove of knowledge she truly held in her hands. For that, Duncan appreciated her kindness and innocence. So, Mr. Morris told us at the end of the last lesson that in dealing with abnormalities and visions, there is only one true and eternally valid rule. That is, no matter how many laws we summarize, there will be anomalies or visions that do not conform to the law in the world. This rule, also known by scholars as Eternal Zero, is by default at the top of all books and papers in the field. Chapter 47. Before the statue. Nina got up and began clearing the dishes once breakfast was over. Based on her hand movements, it's obvious she's been doing these chores for a long time. No doubt the cleaned and maintained bedrooms are also her work. Duncan had every reason not to help. As an uncle who's been seriously ill, decadent, and dedicated most of his energy to a cult's corrupted cause, he would never bother with such things. But he's not that person. So with the urge to help, he picked up the large tray from Nina's hand. "I'll help you carry this. It's bothersome seeing you run upstairs like this." This roused a stunned look from Nina's face. She wanted to say something but stopped after the man began to leave her behind. Hurrying to catch up, "Uncle, be careful, the doctor said your current condition is not stable." "Doctors? Dr. Albert?" Duncan kept his back to her while walking upstairs. According to the corresponding impression in the memory fragments, that's the name of the physician in charge of his illness. "It doesn't matter, we have no clue as to what my illness anyways. The most he can do is prescribe painkillers for me." "Then you should also listen to the doctor's advice." Nina followed Duncan up to the second floor and protested all the way to the kitchen. "He at least knows how to keep one healthy." Halfway through Nina's speech, a flapping of wings suddenly interrupted her nagging and caused them both to swing their heads in the direction. They didn't see what exactly the thing was because it flew in such a blur, but they did catch the direction of where it went. "Uncle Duncan, something just went into your room!" Nina exclaims, her body running out in pursuit. "It could be the neighbor's cat." "Ake, don't!" Duncan only had time to say half a sentence when he saw Nina pushing open the door to reveal the white dove hiding in the master bedroom. AI was standing on top of the cupboard, one claw grabbing a French fry and stuffing it in her mouth when the door suddenly swung open. This created an awkward scene where two humans stared at an unexpected bird. "Ah, Gugu." AI quickly corrected herself and flapped that wing to act all innocent. Duncan's eyes twitched somewhat after he noticed the opened window. This was clearly the work of this dove, which had a direct view of the pier across the rooftops. She actually went to the dock and came back with some French fries. "A dove!" Nina finally came back to her senses and exclaimed, "Uncle Duncan! You have a dove in your room." "I can see that," Duncan grimaced. "I don't know it." AI immediately threw the fries aside and flew over, landing on Duncan's shoulder and shaking her head to rebuke the denial. "Fine, it flew in this morning," Duncan sighed. "It may be someone else's pet, but its brain isn't very clever, so now it's refusing to leave after I fed it." AI listened and made a loud goo-goo noise. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders and Duncan had given the order before, she would have begun to shout a yes 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 at this time for sure. Nina did not doubt her uncle's statement in the slightest. Staring wide with light in those eyes, she leaned over carefully. Do you want to raise it?" "Can I raise it?" The girl's desire was written all over Te face. Without a doubt, AI was a lovely bird with pristinely white feathers, so it was no surprise that Nina would be smitten by its charm. After a moment, he pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding. "Yes, but only if the pigeon is willing to stay. It may fly away at some point, and you can't complain when the time comes." Nina smiled happily. "Great! I knew Uncle Duncan is a reasonable man." In the central prayer room of the Cathedral of the Storm, the city bishop Valentine, dressed in the black robe of a priest, stood solemnly in front of the statue of the storm goddess. He's a tall, thin man with sparse white hair and eyes as calm as the water. Right now, he's currently discussing an important topic with Inquisitor Vanna, who had come to seek his advice early in the morning. If what you saw in your dream is correct, then indeed, that is the Vanished, Valentine says after hearing the full story. Although the status of bishop and inquisitor are on equal footing in terms of rank, but having the latter seek out advice from the former was a common practice since clerics are more knowledgeable in their studies. So it is the Vanished. Despite having the answer in mind already, Vanna still couldn't help but heave a long sigh at the bishop's judgment. I thought. You thought it's just a legend, right? The type of ghost ship mentioned by the nervous sailors bragging about their ventures in the tavern. Valentine knew what Vanna was trying to say and promptly shut it down. The existence of the Vanished is a fact recognized by all city-states and churches. It is not a legend, but something that can be found in the archives. I know the Vanished did exist at one time and that we can even find the blueprints for the ship in the city archives. However, all those details related to that ship are limited to when it's still a vessel sailing in the real world. When that Captain Duncan is still a human, Vanna spoke in a serious tone, and then her expression became more cautious upon looking up at the statue behind the bishop. The point is that the ship was clearly recorded as to have crashed into subspace. A century ago, thousands of fugitives from the 13 islands of Wiseland witnessed the ship and their homeland being swallowed up by the collapse of the border and falling straight into the shadows. In the decades since, although eyewitness reports of seeing the Vanished reappearing in the real world would pop up once in a while, but there is no real evidence, and a considerable number of scholars have doubts about the ship's return. Is it really possible that something swallowed up by subspace can reappear in the real world? To date, nothing but the Vanished has ever returned to reality after falling into subspace. That is a fact. Even if it is the Vanished, there are only after-the-fact sightings. That is also a fact. Scholars from all walks of life doubt the ship's return like you said, but that's not the key factor, the old man said, his eyes suddenly falling on Vanna with a certain seriousness on his face. The key is what is making so you afraid. Chapter 48. Awareness. In front of the statue of the storm goddess Gamana, the blessed candle burned serenely as the faint skylight shone through the tinted glass dome overhead, giving Bishop Valentine a divine halo around his figure when he said the last word. Vanna hissed sharply as the thunderous boom shattered from within over the senior's words. The goddess's blessing was finally taking effect and granting her power, which manifested itself in the sound of battering waves in the ear. The existence of the Vanished is historically recorded, and the omen from your dream is an objective fact granted to you by the goddess. With all these guidance, you still doubt the existence of that ship when the first reaction should have been to seek a solution to the problem. This means your subconsciousness is actively avoiding the threat placed before your eye. Inquisitor Vanna, from the look of things, that ship is already swaying you with its powers. Vanna felt a fine layer of sweat on her forehead, but the drapery that had confused her all night had disappeared, giving her clarity that the bishop was right. When did I get affected by the Vanished? When did it happen? This was exactly what many visions and anomalies with horrific tendencies possessed, making the contact cognitively confused until they've completely fallen into a state of denial. It's an intelligent creature's mean to protect themselves. By denying something, one could avoid being tainted further. As an inquisitor who often deals with supernatural powers, Vanna knows this knowledge very well, but she never thought that she would fall into this psychological trap since she's known to have strong willpower. I don't know when I was affected, she said frankly. In the presence of her fellow devout bishops, Vanna did not shy away from the weakness she had exposed this time. It was perfectly normal to fall into a psychological abnormality due to anomalies or visions, and shame and concealment would only make the issue worse. I came here directly after waking up from the foreboding dream. I didn't talk to anyone, nor did I touch any books or relics. I cannot think of a point when I got corrupted. But you have just shown a deliberate avoidance of the omen you received in your dream. So, the corruption should have happened earlier than that. The bishop gazed intently at Vanna's face as if observing her changing eyes and breathing fluctuation would reveal the secret. Have you been exposed to anything abnormal lately? That could have been from the Vanished, directly polluting your subconsciousness ahead of time. Recently, Vanna frowned and then suddenly recalled the sacrifice that had fallen at the scene of the Black Sun ritual. That time she encountered the flash of green flame shooting out of the corpse's eye and causing her to sever a finger as a consequence. Jerking to attention and showing a shocked face, the day before yesterday, I led a team to clean up the Black Sun sacrificial site in the sewers. Did you get my report about the nameless corruption I found at the scene? The bishop shook his head. No, you directly went back to your place after sending over the cultists. Vanna became startled at the truth. Did anyone else who participated in the operation that day report about this? Nothing, the church did not get any report about your finding. All the reports we had were about the Dark Sun heretics. Under the witness of the storm goddess's statue, the bishop and inquisitor both exchanged a nod at the realization. It seems that we have found the point at which the corruption first came ashore. The bishop exhaled softly, his expression still calm but grim. In the name of the goddess, do you swear that your memory of that night is still complete and clear? Vanna took a deep breath. In the name of Gamana, I swear that all I say and remember is the truth and nothing but the truth. The bishop nodded, then turned and lit the special incense set up in the rear. With a calm and divine voice, go ahead Inquisitor Vanna, the goddess is now watching us. No corruption shall taint this room. In the following confession, Vanna revealed everything she remembered about what happened in the sewers that night. She spared no detail, and under the reinforcement of the special incense in the room, the memories were so vivid that it sounded like she's reliving that night in pristine clarity. She still remembers how the green flame flickered in that sunken eye socket when she pried it open, then of how the guardians and clerics all went quiet afterward despite performing the purification procedure on themselves. All of that was as she remembered, but what happened next was the freaky part that got covered up. Instead of their usual rowdy behavior of bringing the prisoners back to the church, everyone at the site had marched out of the sewers like they've been possessed. Puppets, that's how they were walking through the streets in the middle of the night. Vanna found herself numb to the bone looking back at things. If the other party wanted to kill everyone then, it would have been easy taking. The ghost flame infected your souls so the physical purification you performed in the sewer is ineffective, that's how you all got deceived. What you all should have done is sprinkle holy oil on the ground and create a temporary holy ground to call upon the goddess's power with your prayers. That would have purified your spirit and cleansed the corruption. It's my fault, Vanna said in a heavy tone, I should have been more vigilant and alert. It's a mistake, but not a fault, the old man shook his head, you have great strength, but as an inquisitor, you're still lacking in experience. Fortunately, we have now cured you of that influence, which means the corruption on that corpse is not too strong. It only managed to interfere you at a psychological level so the source must have been cut off that night. At this point, Bishop Valentine paused as if weighing something. The guardians who were acting with you at that time will likely return to normal in a few days according to the feedback from the incense. What we need to worry about is what's to come, the future. The future, Vanna repeated the bishop's last words, her expression slowly becoming serious. Yes, in the future, this matter is not over yet. The picture of the omen from my dream warned of a storm coming. The event last night was merely a prelude to that. The Vanished has not been sighted for many years, and most people believe the ship is lost in subspace for good. But it appears that's not true. Captain Duncan's obsession with the real world isn't finished yet. Bishop Valentine recited his findings slowly while turning as he gazed up at the statue of the storm goddess. A century ago, the Vanished crashed into the depths of subspace. Although there is no clear evidence, many eyewitness reports mentioned that there was a major storm hovering in the nearby waters that caused it to fall. The storm, that's the authority of our Lord. Vanna frowned, you think that Captain Duncan is going to exact revenge on the goddess? It's hard to say. Even if the ghosts returning from subspace are out to seek revenge, but gods are gods, they live in the kingdom of heaven above our own. Never has there been a case of something climbing up to the higher realms beyond reality, only descending downwards. But if Captain Duncan is seeking revenge on our Lord's human emissaries, the danger this poses would be endless. Our church's influence may stretch to every part of the world because we represent the storm goddess, but if there's going to be a target, it would likely be here and planned. We are the heart of our faith on land, and the holy cathedral of the storm is difficult to pinpoint. Chapter 49. Double Trouble. The gods dwelled in a kingdom far from the real world, the dimension which people believed to be the cornerstone of the world. Unlike common sense, the cornerstone was located not at the bottom of the world but at the apex of all dimensions. The ancient kingdom of Crete describes the structure of the world as they were known in the surviving texts. The cornerstone of the world stood at the very top of what's known, guarded by eternal truth and order. As its denizen, gods are eternal for merely living there. From the kingdom of gods downwards, it was the reality where all mortal beings are born. Through the afterglow of the gods, mortals are able to survive in the relatively stable and rich real world that we know today. But below that would be the spirit world. It was the realm of ghosts and spirits that gradually deviates from the cognition of mortals. In the spiritual world, the blessings of the gods have been thinned, and the twisted and grotesque forces are able to prevail. Then further downwards, beyond the spiritual world that no higher god could touch, there lies the deep sea that was no longer suitable for the survival of any living creature, a domain dominated by strange forces, a realm that's the reflection of the void. However, there's still something at the bottom beyond the deep sea, the depth of subspace entrenched in the shadowy crevice of all things. In there, dwelled the extremely dangerous ancient gods from a time lost to memory. They're sinister and carry the malice of those lost forever in the void. According to the accounts of the ancient kingdom of Crete, the gods were the ones who set the criteria dictating all living things. However, such a rule doesn't mean it's omnipotent. As one further dive into the lower domains, the power of the higher gods will decline, and gradually, the foul existence in subspace will fight back and vie for dominance. This was the setup of the current world. Order and light at the top, darkness and chaos at the bottom. Two opposing forces using the mortal reality as their battleground. The knowledge was the ancient gift left to the world by the glorious civilization that pioneered the deep sea age 10,000 years ago. In the long years since, countless scholars have studied the hierarchical structure without finding any fault in the model. Nowadays, such a theory has universally become known as the world standard model. In this standard model, earthly mortals will fall into deeper places, but few people can return from the deep to the shallow. In rare cases of the lucky few that do return, none had ever shown the desire to subvert the heavens, which acted as the cornerstone of their world. It was precisely for this reason that the return of the vanished from subspace will become the world's most outrageous vision. Its return violates the world's understanding of the standard model. But on the other hand, the existence of the vanished was in line with the classic statement about anomalies and visions: nothing is ever permanent. In any case, neither Bishop Valentine nor Vanna thought that the ghost captain had the ability to take revenge on the storm goddess. Even if he had the heart, he wouldn't have the power. The reason for their belief? Because the cornerstone and the real world are not continuously interconnected. At least so far, no scholar has found evidence that the cornerstone and the real world could be directly connected. Even the gods could only indirectly stretch their influence through projection, metaphor, and other methods. Meanwhile, a ghost ship, where would it find the means to strike at the higher realms? Since it was impossible to seek revenge on the storm goddess herself, the only choice left was of course the goddess's followers in the earthly world. As the headquarters of the Church of the Deep Sea, the Cathedral of the Storm was an ark that sailed in seclusion on the boundless sea, coming and going without a trace. What's more, the Pope's crown sitting on the ark had the power to control the storm on behalf of the Lord, which was not a good target at all, lest the vanished wanted to be sunk by the waters. Now here comes the city-state of planned into the equation. This point was fixed at sea, an island with clear will to open up to the outside world. Such a fine target, with over 80% of its residences being devout followers of the storm goddess, who would pass it up? Vanna had decided that the ghost captain came for vengeance over its own demise. After all, the vanished had fallen into subspace in a storm 100 years earlier, and she couldn't think of any other reason why the ghost ship would suddenly return to reality without cause. All clues are pointing to this theory. But what exactly does that ghost captain intend to do? Vanna deeply furrows her forehead in thought. Bishop Valentine, do you think the vanished have anything to do with the recent movements of the Black Sun's followers in the city-state? After saying this, she paused before adding, in last night's dream, I saw the burning sun and the vanished appearing in plan together, and the simultaneous arrival of two disasters may be a sign given to me by the goddess. A reasonable speculation, but don't forget, the tainted sacrifice killed the priest of the Black Sun in the underground site, and that individual was a baptized emissary of the Black Sunday. The bishop shook his head to rebuke the idea. At the very least, we can go by the evidence that the Black Sun's followers and the vanished are at odds against one another. Vanna went quiet as she contemplated her peer's insight. She couldn't object to that finding. In regards to the cultists we captured, I got some tip-offs from the city-state of Lenza this morning, the old bishop continues after getting no response. Vanna jerked up in surprise. A tip? The Sun heretics not only revived and planned, but they have also been active in the other city-states recently. We have credible reports that they've been transiting through the ports of Renza and Moko to gather somewhere. The old bishop now sounded worried. The officials there have managed to capture a few of them, and during the interrogation, the heretics are mentioning the sun's fragment. Sun fragment? You mean the supposed real body of their sun god after its disintegration? Vanna appeared shocked by the news. They think the peace fragment is hidden here in planned. It seems that this is the case. It is not known where the heretics got this information, or it may have been a revelation from their madness, but in short, they now firmly believe that part of their lord's remains is hidden in our city. It's very likely they are intending to revive that dark god. Those lunatics! Vanna couldn't help but curse in a huff. How many lives have they mutilated in order to resurrect that dark and blasphemous sun? The black sun is how we address their god, but in their mind, that being represented the truest order. You can't expect the irrationals to have a conscience about blood on their hands. Valentine shook his head. They firmly believe in what they say is just, and there are only two methods of dealing with such people: subdue them or kill them. Vanna's mouth twitched at her peer's blunt answer. It looks like we are going to be busy in the coming days. The vast sea has never been peaceful, and the city-states are in the vast sea, Valentine recited. The captains have to face the storms in the oceans, and we have to confront the storms brought on by the fools of the world. Inquisitor, prepare yourself. The city-state of Pland is about to face its greatest challenge yet. 2 challenges, Vanna corrected the bishop. In addition to the followers of the Black Sun, there is also a mysterious and terrifying ghost captain. If the Vanished and Black Sun really aren't working together, then our trouble has changed from 1 to 2. Bishop Valentine groaned slightly. Maybe there is another way. Going by the situation in the sewer, maybe the Vanished will fight with the believers of the Black Sun. Then it only means the troubles have merged into one earth-shattering trouble. Bishop Valentine, Vanna eyes the old man in front of her who had obviously begun to think differently. I can't think of a worse combination of bad news than that. Nothing good will come of 2 threats taking place at one time. Valentine sighed and admitted that Vanna was right. In short, have our clerics and watchmen work with the city police. We must arrest those Sun heretics who have infiltrated the city-state and eliminate this threat before the other comes. Vanna intends to remove one so they can focus all their attention on the ghost ship, effectively minimizing the danger posed by the 2. As for the ghost ship, we don't know what it would do next, so we will leave it for the time being. Have everyone monitor the sea around the city though. I'd like to add some more ketchup. Duncan beckoned to Nina across the table. I can do it myself, so hand me the bottle. Nina immediately handed the ketchup over. Okay, Uncle Duncan. It's now noon, and Duncan and Nina are having lunch in the small kitchen on the 2nd floor. The food in the antique shop was simple: a local salty pancake served with tomato sauce or hot sauce. They also had a serving of vegetable soup that was not exactly delicious. Nevertheless, both diners were happy enough about the moment, since such a scene hadn't been common in their lives for quite some time. Duncan was truly starting to like this place a whole lot. Chapter 50. Public Vision. After lunch, Duncan watched from behind as Nina cleaned up the table on her own. He wanted to help with the dishes. Sadly, he got promptly shut down by the sneeze under the ground that uncle is not in good health and the doctor said to avoid cold water. In the end, this pirate captain could only lean near the stairwell and read the newspaper he bought this morning. This kind of a daily scene that ordinary folks took for granted, for some reason, gave him a strange sense of calm inside. But before he could act on it, Nina's voice had come again from the kitchen. Uncle Duncan, is there any news in the newspaper? Glancing down at the newspaper, the first of which was the date of August 14, 1900 in the new city-state calendar, followed by the news that the church inquisitor had led a team to arrest dozens of cultists, this was probably the weightiest front page in the entire newspaper. It says that the inquisitor led her team to arrest dozens of Sun heretics, he said casually, and it mentioned that this was the largest heretical rally that the church had successfully cracked down upon in the past 4 years. The paper is also reminding the public to pay attention to night safety and to identify the heretical believers around themselves. Ah, I heard that on the way here too. Nina puts away the washed bowl into the cupboard and quickly scrambled to wipe the table. It's really scary. I've heard the teacher say those cultists who worship the sun will even sacrifice the living to their god. I can't believe there would be crazy people like that believing in such an evil cult. Duncan didn't know what to say for a moment. It didn't matter what he said, it would still feel weird. It's not like he could tell the niece that he had recently experienced the pleasure of being sacrificed and then counter-sacrificing the cultists. However, one thing's clear from Nina's reaction: she obviously did not know the fact that her uncle had become a Sun heretic. To the poor girl, her family had only behaved a little grumpier due to the illness and constant abuse of alcoholic painkillers. Maybe one day in the future, some cultist named Ron will really fall to the last step and drag his last living relative into the endless abyss, but at least until today, this has not happened yet, nor will it happen in the future. Uncle? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Nina grew a little curious about the silence behind her and spoke with concern, uncomfortable again. No, I just got a little distracted. Duncan shook his head. What you said is true, the stuff they're doing is indeed mad. The newspaper also mentioned that the public should pay attention to safety and report those with suspicion in a timely manner. During this period, try not to go anywhere outside of school and home. Nina nodded, but then she let out an exclaiming sound like she just remembered something, but I already made an appointment with my classmates to visit the museum in 2 days. Museum? Duncan casually asked, what museum? It's the Oceanographic Museum near school at the edge of the upper sector, Nina explains, and I've heard that there's been recent exhibits of offshore mineral specimens. Is it okay? Go if you want, Duncan thought for a moment before nodding his head. Since there are patrols of church guards and city-state police everywhere, those cultists will not be bold enough to jump out in the next 2 days. Nina nodded happily. Are you going to school in the afternoon? Duncan asked again. The afternoon is history and I don't want to miss Mr. Morris's class, Nina nodded. He's a very famous expert in the field of history. But it is strange though that an old gentleman as famous as him isn't lecturing at the university in the upper sector. Most students here in the public school don't like history to begin with. They're always asleep during his lectures. Duncan shook his head calmly. I can't answer you that. Don't joke around. Ignoring the part about Mr. Morris who teaches history, even Nina had only just come into his life, so where would he get that information? What's more, the memory fragment from the body definitely didn't have anything either. A sick ailing cultist wouldn't care about anything aside from keeping himself alive. Nina still had classes to attend in the afternoon, so she didn't stay in the antique shop for long after lunch. After hurriedly packing up her things, the girl merrily trotted out of home and made the trip for school on foot through the cobbled streets. From the antique shop to school takes about an hour of time. If she goes at her pace, the girl should make it without being late. Of course, there's the public transport in the city along the streets that everyone could ride, a streetcar powered by steam engine. Unfortunately, 6 pesos for a ticket was a price beyond the means of a lowly student without a job. The excuse Nina made to Duncan was that it's better to run since it's better for her health. However, Duncan knew that's not true and even thought about buying a bike for her. It's something he saw a lot of people ride during his outing to the newsstand. In a society that has developed steam machinery, the industrial product of the bicycle wasn't too expensive for ordinary folks to afford. Nevertheless, it's definitely not cheap for the residents of the lower sector where most of their wages goes into their daily expenses. Duncan didn't know where the identity he currently occupied would go in the future, but watching Nina trot all the way down the street corner, what's the word, a desire to be kinder to this girl. He didn't know why he had this desire, perhaps it's for the previous vegetable soup and salty pancakes, but it would pain him to see such a kind and diligent student lose her way in life. I should start thinking up a way to earn money in this city-state. With all sorts of thoughts swirling in his mind, Duncan put the newspaper in his hand down and slowly paced to the end of the second-floor corridor. Through the open window, he stared off into the city streets in a somewhat dazed state of contemplation. In this world, abnormalities and visions have long become a coexistence for civilization. Neither the church nor authorities have hidden this fact from the people's affairs. Take Nina for example. As a high school student, even she would have access to the information about the supernatural, and not the simple surface stuff either. Sure, the knowledge didn't involve everything, but it's not too far off either, like the list of anomalies and visions. Duncan lifted his head and stared silently at the sky at the thought of the list. Vision 001, Sunday. The giant body of light moving in the sky that came into existence after the collapse of the ancient kingdom of Crete. The sphere of influence is infinite, stretching across the whole world while being unmanned in its operations. Humans can't touch it. Nevertheless, it operates within the bounds of what is described as a vision. According to historical records, on the day of the collapse of the ancient kingdom, the sea raged as the city-states were shattered, and all the core members of the first dynasty died heroically in the darkness with their blood soaked into the sea. From then on came Vision 001 that rose from the ending of one dynasty to the next, but also the rising of a new era in a world of darkness. The ancient kingdom of Crete, the first city-state civilization established by survivors after the beginning of the Deep Sea Age, lasted only 100 years, but left also countless legacies behind as a blessing to their descendants. The word Crete meant eternal night in the ancient language. It was a night that lasted for a century. All of this was written in Nina's history textbook.